Council to refuse planning permission for the development of a film and TV production studio at land north of Sky Studios Elstree in Boreham Wood. This is the second day of the inquiry, and the usual housekeeping matters. Please ensure mobile phones and other devices not in use for this event are switched to silent, please. I've not been made aware of any fire alarm again or any test of the fire alarm, so if we do hear it, obviously please follow the fire escape routes to the outside of the building. And in terms of the structure for today, we'll probably, we'll follow similar to yesterday. There'll be 2 sessions this morning with a short break in between, and then 2 sessions this afternoon with a similar break, and obviously a lunch break in the middle. Yesterday we heard from interested parties and from some of the appellant's consultants on technical matters, and we also heard the evidence of the council's witness, Mr. Faulkner. Today the plan is to hear from the Rule 6 parties witness, Mr. Dingle, and then move on to the first of the appellant's witnesses on market demand and economics. Before we do that, just a few procedural points to check. Are there any other, has anyone else been made aware of any other speakers, anybody else who wishes to speak and address the inquiry? I'm not seeing any new faces this morning, but if no one's heard anything, that's fine. Just wanted to check. And then in terms of outstanding documents, I think the only thing is it may not be an update yet, Mr. Tucker, but the BNG legal agreement note, I think that's in hand, isn't it?
I know that's in hand because I've just seen an email from the solicitors wanting to understand exactly what's being requested. So that is in hand, sir.
Okay.
I think I've got 2 other action notes that I've scribbled down, one of which was the assessment of whether there's duplication on the surface water and drainage conditions, which I'm told those discussions will hopefully take place later today, and we were going to provide you with a revised appearances list, which we will hopefully do, if not today, then certainly for first thing tomorrow, sir. I think that's the totality of my list.
Fine, thank you. Any other procedural points from the appellants?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Sheikh, any procedural points from the council, any other documents?
So no further documents. The only procedural point is that I've just clicked the public inquiry link on the website and it takes you to yesterday's video, so I'm not sure it's currently running.
Okay, let me have a look. I think maybe the link takes you to, oh God, I think I can see myself. I think the link is, I think you can see it on the right hand side. There are 2 video options. There's yesterday's and today's.
Maybe, yes, you're correct. I think we'll just update the link.
Or maybe the link takes you to yesterday's recording, yeah. Anyway, that's probably, I'll close that window. Thank you. Did Mr. Faulkner have any chance to clarify the press notice, Mr. Sheikh, in terms of whether there was one or not? Sorry, he's away from his desk.
I'll ask Mr.
We're away from his comeback.
There wasn't, I'm told.
Okay, that's fine. I'll make a note that there wasn't one. Thank you. Actually, one point I was going to make, probably for both, maybe more for the appellant and the council, but the unilateral undertaking that I received yesterday, the updated version of that, is draft 16, dated the 25th of March. The last draft I saw was number 14, which I think was dated the 11th of March, and obviously my comments in my notes reflected that draft rather than draft 15. I did a quick sort of spot the difference last night, and I couldn't see a major change between 14 and 16 and the track changes version as well that I was given yesterday. But it might just be helpful if there is a track changes version between 14 and 15, just to see that, or just to understand what was changed. But it's not urgent. I think it all relates mainly to the carbon offsetting points predominantly.
So you should have been handed 2 documents yesterday, one of which is the draft 16 clean copy, and the other of which is a track change between 15 and 16.
Yes, that's right. That's what I have.
So what you're asking is, can we get a track change between 14 and 15, which I'm sure we can.
Yeah, I think yes, because otherwise I think, yes, the version of 15 is obviously it's based on, I can't tell necessarily what's changed from 14 to 15. So yeah, it's just I'm sure that from my quick comparing of the 2, I couldn't see any major changes, but it might just be helpful just to understand what has changed since I made my comments.
I wonder if the easiest thing to do, I always like giving solicitors more work, maybe to suggest that we do a further note to just identify what the changes were from 14 to 16.
Okay, that might be simpler rather than having to go through a track changes document.
Yeah, we'll ask for that to be done, sir, as a matter of urgency.
If everyone's happy with that, content with that, we'll do that. Thank you. Just to be absolutely clear on what's changed. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So nothing else from the council, Mr. Sheikh? No. Mr. Ronan, anything from the Rule 6 party?
No, nothing at all. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anything from anybody else? Any other procedural queries before we start? If not, then we will obviously move on to hear Mr. Dingle's evidence. And Mr. Ronan, I'm assuming in terms of documents we need to have to hand Mr. Dingle's proof and appendices and presumably the statement of case for the Rule 6 party. Anything else?
Yes, certainly those ones, sir. Additionally, the MPPF,
Okay.
CD 7.2, local plan core strategy, that's CD 4.1, and also CD 4.2, which is the site allocations and development management policies plan.
Okay.
Also, we may go to the Hertsmere film and television study prepared by Oldsburg SBI, that's CD 6.7. We'll need to hand Mr. Goldsmith's proof, that's CD 12.1. And we may also go to the arboricultural, I will say that word wrong every time I try to pronounce it.
The tree report.
The tree report, sir, yes. The impact assessment, it's CD 1.130.
130, okay. Thank you. And then I think you indicated about half an hour for evidence in chief. Is that still the case?
Yes, I am going to try and stick to that, because I heard your direction yesterday, so that you really want to hear the key points. You don't want to hear chunks of proofs written out. You have it in writing. Yeah. Members of the public have access to it. The parties have access to it. So there is a lot to cover, but I will do my best to cover it in 30 minutes.
Fine, thank you. If it takes, I appreciate it's only an estimate, so
yes,
that's fine. Thank you. So if Mr. Dingle is ready to start, which I think you are. Yes,
Sorry, can you just check that last reference?
Sorry, yes.
I've got 1.130 is the arboricultural assessment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call it the tree report at the inspectors.
Oh, the tree report. I thought you said the Trudy report.
Oh, I'm so
sorry. I
sorry.
thought there was a document I've not even read. Thank you.
So I've probably just confused matters further by calling it tree rather than arboricultural. But anyway,
it's entirely my fault.
We're fine. We're fine. Okay. So, Mr. Ronan, when you're ready, please begin.
Good morning, Mr. Dingle. Can I just check you can hear me okay from there? Because I can hear a little bit of echo, or feedback. I don't know if it's the same over there.
I can hear you. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you loud and clear. Hopefully that's the same for everyone else. Mr. Dingle, can we begin by formally introducing you to the inquiry, please? Could you take up your proof of evidence?
Yes, indeed.
Paragraph 1.1, page 1, you say you, John Dingle, you're a planning consultant with over 28 years of experience, director of John Dingle Limited, a firm you established in May 2013. You're a member of the RTPI. You advise clients on all aspects of the planning system. You've been involved in applications and appeals for schemes across London and the South East. Set out at 1.2 the clients you've acted for. You say at 1.3 that your evidence will focus on the land use planning and planning policy issues raised by the development. And your statement, is that all correct?
That's all correct, yes.
Your statement is actually at the end, your statement of truth is actually at the end of your proof. It's page 57. So could you go there for me, please?
Yes.
The very last page, you there? Paragraph 6.9, you say the evidence you prepared in the proof is true and has been prepared and is in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution, and you confirm that the opinions expressed are true and professional opinions. Do you stand by that declaration there?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand that it applies also to the evidence that you'll give orally today to the Inspector?
I do, yes.
I'm grateful. Mr. Dingle and Inspector, for your note, I'm going to take Mr. Dingle through his proof in accordance with the main issues you identify, and helpfully Mr. Dingle deals with them in order. So hopefully no surprises in terms of structure. And the first main issue, of course, is whether the development is inappropriate development. And it's common ground, I think, that we are in paragraph 155 of the MPPF. And Mr. Dingle, I want to begin by getting your view on what the application of this policy entails, and we can have that policy to hand if you would like. The MPPF is at CD 7.1. And 155 is on page 45. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Dingle, with regard to 155A, in general terms, what do you see as the nature of the judgment that the inspector has to reach on this issue?
In terms of A, it's whether we utilise grey belt land, which is an agreed matter between all the parties, and then the following test, which is whether the proposed development would fundamentally undermine the purposes when taken together of the remaining green belt across the area of the plan, and that is something that the recently updated PPG has provided some elaboration and explanation on the application of that particular test.
Thank you. And in terms of your understanding of the policy, what do you consider it requires the inspector to do?
It requires the assessment of the proposal against all 5 of the Greenbelt purposes, and an assessment as to whether the result of that assessment, the proposal would undermine the ability, fundamentally undermine the ability of the remaining Greenbelt to meet the 5 purposes in a meaningful way, as the PPG explains it. Sorry.
Thank you. Can we have a look at the difference between you, or whether there is a difference between you and Mr. Williams's approach to this issue on behalf of the appellants? If you could take up Mr. Williams's proof, please.
One moment. Yes, okay.
And can I take you to paragraph 4.3.3, please?
Yes.
Thank you. You're quicker than me. Need one moment. You'll see at 4.3.3 that Mr. Williams thinks the logical approach is this, and that reference to this is a reference to the size of the parcel, development parcel. That the scale of the development parcel is really the only logical factor you need to consider. Is that something you agree with or disagree with?
I disagree with that.
And why?
Because the test in 155A is about the ability of the remaining Greenbelt to meet the 5 or to fulfil the 5 purposes. It is not an assessment about whether the development that is subject in this case to this appeal is going to itself impact upon the remaining Greenbelt in the area of the plan. That seems to be the approach that Mr. Williams has taken. I look at whether the approval of the development, excuse me, the effect of that on the ability of the remaining Greenbelt to fulfil those purposes.
So if I think I've understood you correctly, you're saying that that's not controlled by scale alone. Is that a fair description of your evidence?
That's correct. It's a judgment of the implications and the developments that is under consideration and what that might mean for the ability of the remaining Greenbelt to fulfil those 5 purposes.
Thank you. Well, let's move on to your assessment of the impact on those 5 purposes, and you've set this out in some detail in your proof, and we'll go through them in turn. Purpose A you deal with at 5.23. This is checking unrestricted sprawl. Could you just give your view, please, Mr. Dingle, your general view on whether this development would fundamentally undermine Purpose A, checking unrestricted sprawl?
Well, given the large size of the site and its location on the edge of Boreham Wood, and its creation of a very clear distinction visually and spatially between the urban and the rural, I think that it would fundamentally undermine that purpose. It goes up to the A1, which is cited as a barrier, but I think the A1 as a barrier actually can facilitate development by being something you can develop up to.
I think it's fair to say there's a dispute between the parties, or the council, sorry, the Rule 6 party and the appellant as to whether the A1 would be a barrier to further development. What's your view on the effect of the A1 as a barrier to further sprawl?
Well, I think it's quite seductive, and the PPG refers to clearly defined features, but I think it works as a barrier to development where the A1 is free of development to either side. It's the A1 in conjunction with the countryside that accompanies it that forms the function of a barrier to development, in my view. As I just alluded to, I think actually treating the A1 as a barrier to development, given where it runs to and how it runs through the development, it helps to some degree to facilitate development along it. And we've seen that from the existing Sky development through to the one now proposed, and I've included a couple of figures, I think on page 30 of my proof, which are taken from the architect's excuse me, aerial images. The top image, figure 12, is the boundary of the development that has now been completed, and the lower image, figure 13, shows the proposed development which we're considering today. And you can see how the A1 forms almost a conduit for the spread of that development.
Thank you. Purpose B, preventing merger of neighbouring towns. You deal with this at 5.30. Can you just summarise, please, your view on whether the development of the appeal site in the manner proposed would fundamentally undermine the ability of the remaining greenbelt to prevent the merger of neighbouring towns?
Well, we are a relatively speaking large site, and we see in the PPG guidance that sites that appear within the gaps between settlements make a moderate contribution, and we are therefore taking a relatively large chunk in one go, albeit the gap between Boreham Wood and Potters Bar is sizable. So, given the moderate contribution, I think it wouldn't in this case fundamentally undermine, but it is contributing moderately.
Contributing moderately to Purpose B.
To Purpose B. And we, I should also note that the result of the development is to spread a weak northern barrier further into the gap. And we've seen, in terms of the Sky development that's been completed and the one now proposed, how easy it is to extend from one site to another, or to design an extension, I should say, from one site to another.
Thank you. Purpose C, safeguarding countryside from encroachment. You deal with this at 5.33 onwards of your proof. Again, please, just in general terms, your view on the impact of this development on the Greenbelt's ability to safeguard countryside from encroachment, please?
Yes. Well, this, I think, is the site makes a strong contribution given that it is a large parcel of countryside, and the development, the effect of the development would be to completely change the character of that site. So there would be substantial encroachment. Not only is the site developed, but it is developed in a very substantial way, with a very large industrial development upon it. So there would be substantial harm to this this purpose.
And you were talking there about the site itself. What about the wider area?
It's what the effect would be to I think to weaken the ability of the remaining greenbelt to fulfil this purpose, because you are showing, as a result of an approval of this development, that large areas of the countryside are potentially up for grabs to be developed in a very intense way.
Thank you. Purpose D, I hope I can be forgiven for leading on this. No one's suggesting that Boreham Wood's a historic town, or Purpose D is relevant, are they?
Not that I've seen.
No, and that includes you.
Yes,
Yeah, thank you. Purpose E, assisting in urban regeneration. This is at 537 of your proof. Again, you're just in general terms, your view, please, Mr. Dingle, on the ability of the Greenbelt to assist in urban regeneration if the appeal were to be allowed.
Yeah, I think there would be a great deal of harm to this purpose in these circumstances, because there's been a lack of consideration of brownfield alternatives to the site. And again, looking at the ability of the remaining greenbelt to fulfil this particular purpose, the effect of this development would seemingly be to set aside the need to show that your development or something very similar to it could be located not on greenbelt land. So yeah, there is fundamental harm to this purpose.
Thank you. And your overall conclusion, you set this out at 538 of your proof. Just for the inspector's benefit, Mr. Dingle, could you just summarise your overall conclusion on whether the development would or would not fundamentally undermine the purposes taken together of the remaining greenbelt across the area of the plan?
Yes, my conclusion is that for the reasons I've outlined, that it would do.
Yes, could you just give us a flavour of those of your overall conclusion at 558, please? 38.
538.
Yes.
Yeah, the location, the size, the character and appearance of the site plays a very important role in defining the built-up area of Boreham Wood. It helps to keep development away from the A1 and from the large-scale industrial development of Skye to the south. And that Skye existing development has a weak northern boundary, so it's helping to keep the development that is in place focused on Boreham Wood. Conversely, development of the site in the manner proposed would represent a very significant expansion of that built-up area in a very intensive way into the Greenbelt, and it stretches that weak northern boundary further into the Greenbelt.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle. Let's move on to paragraph 155B, please. If you've got the MPPF there, it's on page 45. Paragraph B reads, there is a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed. The inspector is going to need to grapple with what that means and whether the appellant's evidence does show that. So could you just provide your view, please, on the meaning of those words, demonstrable unmet need?
Yes. So, in my view, demonstrable means something is clearly apparent, and an unmet is not fulfilled, and the need is because something is required because it is essential rather than just being desirable. So clearly apparent and essential, I think, is through the planning system is identified by various layers of government through various documents that show that certain types of development must take place, otherwise planning harms will arise from it, or they are fulfilling a very clearly identified, clearly apparent purpose. It is not because something is desirable to a particular party or individual. It's a strong test because we are talking about land within the Greenbelt. It is not for people to identify that they would like to achieve something because that is the business they are in, and that meets that test. I think the test is doing as I've just outlined.
Thank you. So, in your words then, so if the inspector concludes that there isn't a clearly apparent need for the type of development proposed, if he concludes that the existing film and studio development need is not being fulfilled, or he concludes that the need is not essential, what does that mean in terms of the conclusion on paragraph 155B?
Well, it would fail the test of B.
Thank you. Moving on then to your analysis of whether 155B is satisfied, you deal with this at 5.40 of your proof onwards. Can we take up the local plan, please? The core strategy, that's CD 4.1. Just let me know when you're there, please.
I will do so. Okay.
You're there? Are you there, Mr.
I am, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Can we go to page 54, please? That's hard copy. I don't know, I'm afraid, if the PDF is the same, but hard copy is the bottom left.
I'll get there. 54.
It's paragraph, begins at paragraph 4.3.3.
Yes.
4.34, third sentence, three lines down, says, public consultation on the issues and options report in 2006 revealed that local support exists for promoting the film and television industry in the borough, and there are considered to be clear economic benefits from taking steps to help secure the retention and expansion of the industry in the town. What's your view, please, on whether that suggests that the local plan identifies a clear unmet need for film and television studio development?
Well, it shows, and when you read all of the text and policy CS 11, that the council are looking to promote film and television production industry in Boreham Wood, and they will support outside Boreham Wood proposals for this particular industry, subject to environmental constraints and other relevant policies. So they're not here identifying a need. They are saying that this is an industry that has value to Hertsmere, and in this case, it was about the decline of a couple of studios, and they're looking to support and promote as far as planning policies can.
Thank you. And the next paragraph, 4.35, it says, it remains to be seen whether the demand exists for a new studio to take over the BBC Elstree, probably should say studio there, but the council considers that a positive planning policy context for the future of these sites can facilitate their retention and promotion for the film and television production. What does that suggest to you about the local plan evidencing a clear unmet need for this type of development? Well,
it's showing that they feel it's desirable to hold on to what is there to support and encourage replacement in this particular scenario as it was envisaged at the time. But they're not identifying here a need for further expansion of the, in this particular paragraph, a further expansion of BBC Elstree. Rather, it's preservation of what they have.
What do you make of the words, it remains to be seen whether the demand exists?
It's, well, it's an industry where demand seems to fluctuate quite substantially. This document, I forget the date it was published, but 2013, I think, from memory. Yeah, the demand at that point is uncertain, and clearly the demand, as I say, has fluctuated ever since then.
Thank you. You acknowledge that this is 2013, that's recorded on the cover page of the core strategy. Can we look at more recent planning policy documents, please? And we perhaps do this by reference to your proof at paragraph 548. Just let me know when you're there.
548, yes.
You set out here the position on a draft local plan dated April 2024. Can you just tell the Inspector, please, your view on what that document says about a clear unmet need for film and television studio development?
Yes, well, it's saying that they, the document, the draft local plan has assessed the needs, and that they found that there are sufficient sites for meeting the estimated floor space employment needs within the planned purpose. So they've done that assessment and allocated accordingly.
Does it suggest to you a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed by this appeal?
No.
Thank you. Just very briefly then, Mr. Dingle, your overall view on whether paragraph 155B is satisfied?
I think the test, which, as I say, is a very rightly very strong one, is not met. There isn't a demonstrable unmet need for this type of development, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle. Let's move on to main issue 2. So I should, I hope, be done by about 10:30, I think, if that's okay with you. About halfway through.
That's okay. I did wonder whether you might need more time than you said, but that's fine. I think we're okay time-wise at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's entirely my fault. I'm afraid
to carry on.
Completely over-optimistic as to how quickly I would be moving through these issues.
Well, most important thing is you cover what you need to
Yes,
cover.
I'm grateful. Main issue 2, Mr. Dingle, you deal with this at paragraph 552 onwards of your proof. This is the effect of the proposal on the openness and purposes of the Green Belt. Could you begin, please, by describing to the inquiry how much of the appeal site is currently open? The vast majority, the only
reason, as I understand it, for that is that there is the temporary backlot on the southern extremity. That will come to an end in, all things being equal, I believe August of this year, and condition 2 of that permission requires the land to be restored to its original condition. So to the save for some, I think, some hard standing around the access from Rowley Lane, you know, the vast majority is undeveloped.
Thank you. And can you describe also the extent to which that undeveloped nature will be changed by this scheme?
It will be transformed, wholly transformed, particularly given the nature of the proposed development. As I've mentioned before, a very large industrial development, very intensively used. I think that the percentage of the site taken up by development is 77. There will be some perimeter landscaping and a few other areas, but it will be transformed.
And in your view, what impact does that have on openness?
It has a very substantial impact. It changes the site wholly. As I say, it will be substantial and permanent. In terms of its visual impact, spatial impact, and also in terms of the activity associated with the proposed use.
Thank you. And in terms of the permanence of this development, are you aware of any suggestion anywhere that this will be a temporary development?
I'm not aware of the suggestion. I'm slightly mindful that Sky proposed a development and then shortly after proposed another one. So I guess you never know what's around the corner. But I've seen no evidence at all that this is proposed to be a temporary development.
If it's not temporary, then what effect does the permanence of the scheme have on openness, in your view?
It has a very significant effect. It changes, as far as we know, it would change the site, for as far as anyone can foresee.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle. Let's move on to main issue 3, the need for the development, the benefits of co-location and alternative sites. You deal with this, I think, at 563 onwards of your proof. Can we go to the Hertsmere film and television study, please? That's CD 6.7.
Yes.
If we go, please, to section 3.4.
Yes.
Quicker than me. In general terms, can you just describe what you understand the purpose of this document to be?
Yes, so it's a document commissioned by the council, and the consultants say that they've evaluated the film and television production sector within Hertsmere.
You said it was commissioned by the council. Do you know for what purpose it was commissioned?
It's no, I believe, I don't know, but I believe that it was commissioned in order to form part of the evidence base of the emerging local plan.
Thank you. 3.4 of this report is on page 34. It says, to date, Hertsmere studio infrastructure has been most suitable for delivering broadcast television and some HETV and features. However, the introduction of Sky Studios will expand the range of projects and competency significantly. With the presence of Elstree Studios, BBC Elstree and Sky Studios, Hertsmere has one of the highest concentrations of studio facilities in the UK. You will be aware that part of the appellant's case is the regional need for this particular development. What does this document, which you say was produced as part of the evidence base for the emerging local plan, suggest to you about the need for further studio development in this region?
It doesn't set out that further development of this nature is needed. It's informed the local plan, and as we've seen, well, the emerging local plan, I beg your pardon, and we see there what has been allocated within it. It sets out a fair amount about, excuse me, how Hertsmere Council can try to go about retaining value within the local area, but it does not set out a demonstrable unmet need for film and TV production space.
Thank you. Can we go to Mr. Goldsmith's proof of evidence, please? If you need a CD reference, it is CD 12.1. And once you're there, paragraph 7.12 on page 27.
Sorry,
paragraph 7.12,
Yep.
and that's on page 27.
Yes.
You see here at paragraph 7.12, Mr. Goldsmith sets out why there is a specific need for film or the appeal proposals at a local level. And the last sentence, he says, this demonstrates the appeal proposals must be co-located at this site adjacent to the existing development rather than in any other location. Do you consider there to be a planning reason, any planning reason as to why the appeal scheme must be located at this particular site?
I don't see any planning reason. I've read in the appellant's proofs of evidence a lot of reasons as to why it is desirable and it is expedient to them as a commercial operation to have it located on the adjacent site, but no planning reason. The film and television study, in fact, identifies the Hertsmere facilities as being part of a cluster, or it says producers see them as interlinked with the Warner Brothers studio at Leavesden, being just 10 miles away, to quote the report. And we've seen, again, in evidence from the appellant's witnesses that Sky have been using for films hailed as hugely successful, the facilities at Panettone Park. So, yeah, I don't see any planning need for the development on this site.
Thank you. That's in terms of studio space at the local level. The appellants say they will use it as an extension of their existing site, and you touched upon it a little bit there, but even if you consider it as an extension to the existing site, is there any planning reason why an extension must be located, in your view, at this particular site?
No, not must be located. Particularly as the appellant has demonstrated their ability to function without such an extension in a successful way.
Thank you. Let's move on to main issue 4, VSC, very special circumstances. you deal with this at 5.86 of your proof onwards. And again, I hope I can be forgiven just leading on the policy position. If we're in a world where the scheme is regarded as inappropriate development, the context for this issue is that the appellants must show very special circumstances to justify the granting of planning permission in greenbelt land. Can we go through briefly your view on the appellant's suggestion that the benefits they identify do clearly outweigh the harms to the greenbelt? And you, as I say, 5.86 is where you begin this, and 5.88, forgive me, 5.87 is where you set out the factors relied upon by the appellant. And let's just go through those in turn. 5.88 is the first one, lack of alternative sites. What weight do you give, Mr. Dingle, to the appellant's suggestion that the lack of alternative sites is a part of the very special circumstances before the inspector?
No weight.
And I perhaps should have asked you this earlier, or clarified to this earlier. I'm not going to be asking you any questions on the legal question of whether alternative sites are a mandatory material consideration or not. So apologies for not making that clearer. But no weight. Fine. Why?
It's as a matter as a planner, planning judgment as to whether assessment of alternative sites is important when you're looking at development within the greenbelt. You have purpose E, which we've discussed earlier about the greenbelt encouraging regeneration of previously developed land. You have the planning, the development plan policies, and the objectives of the development plan, which also encourage development of brownfield land. So it's important for those reasons, before a large area of the greenbelt is given up, that an assessment of alternative sites is undertaken, because that is material in a planning judgment.
Thank you. Economic benefits. What weight do you give the economic benefits?
I give these significant weight.
And that's different to the appellant's weighting. Again, forgive me for leading, but it's different.
Yeah.
Why do you take a different view?
Well, the way I've looked at the very special circumstances and the criteria that or the factors that the appellants have promoted as qualifying for VSC, is that the harm is concentrated on Hertsmere and the greenbelt, and what are the benefits coming back to Hertsmere. There would clearly be value generated by the proposed development. But what you see time and again, both in the Hertsmere film and television study, and also the witness, the proofs of evidence of some of the appellants' witnesses, is that it's very hard in this particular industry to hold on to the value that is generated in the local area. So we have, for instance, a very, very large development, but 88 full-time jobs on the site, and you see analyses of where people live in terms of either direct employees and the crew that work on productions. And a small percentage, relatively speaking, are identified as living within a 10-mile radius of the site.
Yes, and sorry to interrupt you, but you produced a map, yes, I think, on that?
Yes, that's core document 14.4.
Could you just explain then what that's showing and what you say the relevance of this 10-mile radius is?
Yeah, so this is described as the local area. Mr. Davis replicates a table that was produced in Mr. Goldsmith's Appendix 1, the tenant statement. So this is 10 miles from the site. That's defined as the local area. It stretches in the south down to around Notting Hill, to the west, out to Watford, to the north, Welwyn Garden City, and to the east beyond the A10 and Enfield. And around, I mean, this is pure guesswork, about 3 million people must live in that, in the local area. So it's to me clear that it is difficult for Hertsmere and Boreham Wood to try and hang on to the economic benefits that would arise from this scheme. And that's why I've given them only significant weight.
Thank you. Socioeconomic, you deal with this at 5.93. Can you describe, please, the weight you give the socioeconomic benefits?
Yeah, it is, well, just a point of clarification, just yes. For Mr. Goldsmith's very helpful summary table. Yeah, in his rebuttal. He has me down as limited weight, which doesn't tell quite the whole story. So I've said there'll be moderate weight if the contribution to the Heritage Centre was found to be compliant with the SIL Reg 122 tests. If it's not, then it would be limited weight. And
well, just pausing there, are you aware of any planning policy reason requiring a contribution or the provision of a heritage centre?
No, I'm not.
What impact does that have on your view on whether that contribution is necessary for Reg 122 purposes?
Yeah, it has a significant impact.
Which is?
Well, I can't see how a financial contribution to a heritage centre some distance from the development would meet the tests.
Thank you. And so that explains, just to move you on a little bit in the interest of time, that explains your view on socio-economic. The inspector has your full evidence there. Unless there's anything further you wanted to comment on that specifically, Mr. Dingle, I'm going to go into sustainability. 5.97. Can you describe, please, the weight you give the sustainability benefits identified by the appellant?
Yes, I give these limited weight. To my mind, as a planner, meeting and in some instances, excuse me, exceeding the requirements in terms of materials used, energy generated, carbon saved, is all about reducing the harms that a new development would create in terms of the impact on the environment. So it's not something that I think is appropriate to subscribe anything more than limited weight to. And of course we have, in this case, the development on the countryside, which also has to be taken into account.
Thank you very much. Improved connections, 5.100. Your view on the weight given to this, please.
Yes, it's at moderate weight. A number of the elements that are being put forward help to make the site on the edge of Boreham Wood into a sustainable location. There would be contributions to a study for the town centre rather than resulting in actual physical measures. A time-limited contributions to other bus services and the delivery of a footway cycleway on part of the Elstree Way, and that would be open to all, which is one of the reasons I think I've pushed it up to moderate.
Thank you very much. Improved connection. No, sorry, we've done improved connections. Biodiversity net gain, 5.104. Your view on the weight that should be afforded to BNG in excess of 10%, please.
Yes, that's moderate weight. The reason being that you have a site long established biodiversity and a scenario where that will be lost, and it may be replaced on another site, the Rotham estate. It may be replaced on a site other than the Rotham estate, or it may turn into a financial contribution. There's a presumption about compensatory measures being a last resort, and Hertfordshire Ecology I think noted that only long-term monitoring will demonstrate whether newly created habitat on site actually develop, and the net gain claimed currently is realised. So you go from a present day position with a site of a strong performance in terms of biodiversity to great uncertainty and a long time before a gain may be realised, if it ever is.
Thank you. Let's move on then to your overall conclusion on whether very special circumstances exist. The appellants accept that there is harm to the green belt. They accept that there's harm to the landscape, which they say includes the loss of trees. What's your view, please, Mr. Dingle, on whether the benefits we've just discussed clearly outweigh the harms to the green belt and the other harms in the BSC balance?
Yes, I don't think that they reach the required level to meet the very special circumstances test.
Thank you very much. Final topic, sir, is just the development plan. Mr. Dingle, let's have a look, please, at your view on whether this proposal complies with the development plan or not. Can we start, please, with the site allocations and development management policies plan, please? That's CD 4.2. And once you're there, it's policy SADM 12. That's on page 33.
Yes.
I won't ask you to read this out in the interest of time, but there was a suggestion yesterday in cross-examination of Mr. Faulkner that if there is mitigation in the form of replacement trees, a development proposal could comply with this policy, notwithstanding that healthy, high-quality trees and/or hedgerows would be lost. What's your view on that interpretation of the policy?
Sorry, I'm sure my learned friend doesn't want to misrepresent the answer. That was a point which was accepted by the council's witness.
Yes, but it was, as I said, it was suggested by you as well, though.
Yeah, it was accepted by the council.
Yeah, no, I agree. What's your view on that interpretation, please, Mr. Dingle?
I don't think that interpretation is correct. The policy SADM 12 says that permission will be refused if the development would result in the loss of, and Roman 2 is relevant here, any healthy, high-quality trees and/or hedgerows that make a valuable contribution to the amenity of the environment. In the case of the scheme, we will see the loss of 9 Class A trees and 6 important hedgerows. Moving on to the next sentence, if development is approved which would result in the removal of trees and/or hedgerows. Well, that's speaking about any a development that is removing any trees and/or hedgerows. There isn't the qualification there that we're talking about healthy, high-quality trees. So it's not the case, in my view, that as long as you propose replacement for what you're removing, then that's okay, you comply with the policy. Otherwise, there would be no protection of healthy, high-quality trees and hedgerows.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle. Just so I understand your answer there, if a development results in the loss of healthy, high-quality trees and/or hedgerows that make a valuable contribution to the amenity or environment of the area, what is the impact, please, on whether that development complies with SADM 12?
It doesn't comply, it conflicts.
And if a development would result in the loss of trees and or hedgerows, not necessarily high quality, not necessarily ones that make a valuable contribution to the amenity or environment of the area, what impact does that have on the compliance with this development plan policy?
Well, provided that you can replace those trees and or hedgerows, then you would comply with that policy.
Thank you. And can we have a look at the tree report, as we've called it? It's CD 1.130.
Yes.
It's, I think, common ground, fair to say, that the trees within the site and the hedgerows within the site are going to be lost.
Within?
Yes.
That's yes.
Yep.
I might have missed it. Are we looking at a particular part of this?
Yes, I am, sir. Yes, sorry, I just wanted to establish there was a loss of trees within the site. We are looking at particular parts. Mr. Dingle, can you scroll down, please, to paragraph 3.5?
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yep.
I'll just read it out. It says survey records 80 individual trees comprising 25 category A, 29 category B and 19 category C and 7 category U retention value. Does that paragraph in and of itself tell us how many are going to be lost?
No.
No, so let's scroll down please to page 20. Forgive me, not page 20, it's page 10.
Yes.
Table 2, can you describe to the inspector the title of the table?
On page 10.
It's paragraph 4.5.
Oh.
It's hard copy page 8, PDF page 10.
Hard copy page 8.
Yep.
Okay. 4.5.
Yep.
Yes, this table 2, details trees and group removals required to implement the proposed development.
And in terms of the categories, that's second entry of this table, can you just go through this and tell us how many category A trees are going to be removed? I appreciate you may have to count them because I don't think there's a total anywhere.
There's 9.
There's 9, okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You're not a tree expert, are you?
No.
No. Well, let's go to the tree schedule in this report. That is at page 20 PDF.
Yes.
You see the third entry there, it's in green, hopefully, tree number 3.
Yes.
Do you see the column additional notes?
Yes, I do.
Can you just read out that for us, please, the beginning well-formed?
Well-formed boundary oak, tree standing within boundary group, very strong future potential, minor deadwood within canopy, indicative of species.
And we see the same entry underneath for tree number 4. We see very strong future potential.
Mm-hmm.
If we go over leaf, tree number 8, good future potential. Tree number 12, good future potential. Tree number 15 on page 22 of the PDF. Very strong future potential. You're not an expert on trees, Mr. Dingle, but what does this report suggest to you as to the health of the category A trees that will be lost by this development?
They are recorded as being healthy and with a expectation of a normal life of the particular species.
And what does the fact that they are category A tell you about the quality of these trees?
The quality is high.
Hedgerows on site, common ground, they're protected by the hedgerow regulations within the site itself. What does that tell you about the health and quality of the hedgerows?
That they would be high.
Have you been on the site?
I have.
Have you seen these trees and hedgerows?
I have, yes.
Do you consider them to make a valuable contribution to the amenity or environment of the area in which they are located?
Yes, I do. They're a prominent and important feature.
So what does their loss mean for this inspector in considering whether there's compliance with policy SADM 12?
I would say these are features that are clearly protected by SADM 12 and specifically so by way of Roman numeral 2.
And would there be compliance with this policy?
No.
Thank you. SADM 26, please.
Yes.
This is on page 50.
Yep.
Says the policy under the heading, the council will assess all applications for development in the Greenbelt as defined on the policies map in accordance with core strategy policy CS13 and to ensure they comply with the following principles. What do you make of the view that if you comply with policy 13, CS13, you've also complied with SADM 26?
I don't agree with that view. I think it's incorrect.
Why?
Well, it would be in and of itself slightly strange for one policy to duplicate entirely another one. So you'd simply refer back to the original policy when you reference the later one. But the important word in policy SADM 26 is the and after core strategy policy CS13 in the second line. You need to do both, comply with CS13 and comply with the following principles laid out below.
Thank you. SADM 30, this is on page 58.
Yes.
It says development which complies with the policies in this plan will be permitted provided it gives a list of criteria. First is makes a positive contribution to the built and natural environment, recognises and complements a particular local character, etc., etc. Do you consider this development to make a positive contribution to the built and natural environment?
No, I do not.
Why?
It is not of high quality design. It is out of character with a number of aspects from the site. It would, by virtue of the height, mass, bulk, and urban form, I think fail to respect the local character of the area in which it is sited. They are very large, rectangular buildings. Some have animated elevations through the use of windows. Many of the elevations do not. There is a muted palette of materials, seemingly with the aim of downplaying the impact, but it's quite hard to reduce the impact of buildings that are 60 plus metres long and 27.5 metres high. And I'm yet to see a 900 space multi-storey car park that can meet the test of high quality design, and that of course is something that's positioned at the northern edge of the site, in what would be adjacent to Greenbelt. So I think the proposals conflict with SADM 30.
Thank you. Penultimate question. Policy CS12, that's in the core strategy. It's CD 4.1. It's on page 59. Let me know when you're there, please.
Yes.
So this talks about all development proposals must conserve and enhance the natural environment of the borough, including biodiversity, habitats, protected trees, landscape characters and sites of ecological and geological value in order to maintain and improve environmental quality and contribute to the objectives of the adopted greenways, etc. Your view, please, Mr. Dingle, on whether this development complies with policy CS12?
It doesn't comply because it is not conserving the natural environment.
Thank you. In terms of the section 38.6 duty, do you consider this proposal to comply with the development plan as a whole or not?
No, I don't, because of the numerous conflicts with the various development plan policies.
And in any event, leaving aside the argument between the parties on Greenbelt, do you consider the benefits to outweigh the harms in the planning balance?
I do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dingle. Unless there's anything you wanted to add that I might have missed, that's my questions. Thank you, sir. Sorry for in tradition exceeding my time estimate, but that concludes my evidence examination in chief of Mr. Dingle.
Thank you, Mr. Ronan. Okay, so we will move on next to cross-examination, but I think we've been going for an hour and 10, and cross-examination is obviously, I think you've estimated an hour and a half, Mr. Tucker. Is that still the case?
That was before examination in chief, so I've got a few more points from examination in chief.
Okay.
But I think we should still finish this side of lunchtime.
Okay.
And I'm happy to make a start on break at 11, if that's...
If you think, I mean, well, ask Mr. Dingle, are you happy to carry on, or would you like a break, Mr. Dingle?
Yeah, no, I'm okay to carry on.
Okay. Just conscious, obviously, Mr. Faulkner had, the opportunity for a break, and I just want to make sure Mr. Dingle's happy to carry on.
Yeah.
You're happy to carry on. Okay. Fine. Well, if you think there's a natural point to break around 11 o'clock, Mr. Tucker, then we'll do that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Dingle.
Good morning.
You're providing evidence as a planning expert, giving your professional opinion to assist the inquiry. You're not professing any expertise beyond that point, are you?
I am not.
Thank you. You're not professing expertise in terms of the film and television industry, nor are you professing expertise in econometric matters, are you?
That's correct.
Thank you. You presumably consider that in relation to this case, there is a balance to be struck here, whichever branch of the decision tree one goes to, which ultimately will be a matter that falls upon the inspector. And I think many of the issues between us are essentially judgmental issues, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. And what I propose to do is I'm not going to cross-examine you on points that I've already talked to Mr. Faulkner about. What I'm going to focus upon is where your evidence diverges from the council's case. Okay?
Okay.
So first question, therefore, you've seen the council's reason for refusal. Is there any other base upon which you invite dismissal of this appeal in the event that the inspector considers that the council's first reason for refusal, for whatever reason, is not made out?
There are the conflict with the additional policies, and forgive me.
I'm not really focused upon what policy consequence arises from that. I'm looking at broad areas.
Sorry, repeat the last part of that sentence.
We know there's an obligation on the council to identify specifically on what basis they invite dismissal of the appeal or refusal of a planning application. What I'm looking for from you is clarity at the outset as to whether, if the inspector considers the first reason for refusal is not made out, is there anything else upon which, any other base upon which you as a professional planner consider that the appeal should be dismissed? For example, trees.
For it to be for trees to be relevant, you need to quote the relevant policy. I can't remember whether that's SADM 12. If it is, then that's fine.
So I'm still struggling to understand it. This is planning 101 here, Mr. Dingle. If the inspector concludes that either this is not inappropriate development in the green belt, or that very special circumstances are made out, the 2 points we now know of the council's case, is there some freestanding reason for refusal that you invite the inspector, in your professional judgment, to dismiss the appeal upon, or do your extra points simply feed into the very special circumstances balance?
There's no other freestanding reason.
So where you add in policies, where you add in additional harm, essentially what you're doing is you are supporting dismissal of the appeal on the basis of the reason for refusal, you're not suggesting there's some other freestanding point, are you?
Correct.
Good. Thought that was the case. Excellent. We agree, I think, that the appeal scheme meets the definition of grey belts, turning to matters of green belt first of all in the glossary to MPPF. Is that right?
That's correct.
We agree that there is no footnote 7 point which would somehow disapply it being grey belt.
We do.
We agree that paragraph 155C is met in relation to the assessment of grey belt land and whether it's appropriate or inappropriate. Do we not? That's your paragraph 518.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. You ally yourself with the council's case that paragraph 155A is breached or not met, and you raise the additional points that 155B is not met. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
Thank you. Now, just want to understand your case in relation to 155A, first of all, before we dip our toes into issues of need. I think I have gleaned from your examination in chief that when looking at the test in 155A, that you say, just get the BPG in front of me, that you say that there will be a fundamental undermining of purposes A, C and E of the green belt across the remainder of the plan area in the event that the appeal site is brought forward for development. Is that the correct way to note your evidence?
That's a description, yes.
Well, of course it's a description. That's a truism. What's the answer to my question, Mr. Dingle? I don't want to fence with you all day, with respect.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that is an accurate description
Of your case?
of my case. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I
Okay.
apologise.
Can you turn, please, if you would then, in that context, to core document 4.6, which is the annex to the GBA2 assessment. Yeah, I'm so sorry, sir. Just double check. You will need 4.1 and 4.2, that's the DPD, the MPPF, Mr. Goldsmith's evidence, all of which you should have before you, sir. We will probably need Mr. Gunn-Jones' proof of evidence after the break, as well as Mr. Davis's proof of evidence. And then there's a variety of different economic documents that we'll just dip our toes into. So, but again, after the break. So I think this side, it's the documents that have already been looked at. Okay, so looking at the assessment that's been undertaken for this site under GBA2, page 219 of 334, if you have that to hand, please. Focusing first on purpose E.
1 second, 219.
219 of 334. That's the PDF page, yes. 215 the hard copy, if you happen to be having that.
215 of the hard copy, yes. Thank
Good.
you. Yes.
Okay. So this is an assessment looking at SA47, which is 70% bigger than the appeal site we know, or it's the totality of the parcel. And you see that step 4A is entitled Assessment of Sub-Area against NPPF purposes 1 to 4.
I do, yes.
Now you have said that there is a conflict with purpose 5 in terms of this particular parcel of land being released. Now that may be your professional opinion, but can we agree there is no suggestion within this document that there's any conflict with purpose 5 from the release of the whole of SA47?
I don't think it's considered, so it's not considered to be relevant by ARAP in this instance.
Yeah, not considered to be relevant by ARAP. This will have gone through a process of consideration by the council in terms of its commission and before it's been released. Where is the evidence to suggest that the release of parcel 47 would offend against purpose 5 in terms of any of the documentation that's before us?
Well, in terms of evidence that that ARAP have prepared, they haven't done so.
Is there a separate assessment that you draw our attention to?
Not an assessment, no.
Have you done such an assessment?
Of purpose E, I have flagged up why I think it is relevant. I've not done a separate assessment.
Step 4B, page 220.
Yes.
This follows logically from the preceding page, to be blunt. We can see that there is an assessment of the impacts on the wider greenbelt. Again, there's no suggestion, is there, by ARAP in either GBA 1, which is recorded at the very top of that, or GBA 2, that there is any effect from the release of the whole of SA 47 on purpose 5, is there?
Not within these pages, no.
So it's a pretty brave stance to come to the inquiry, isn't it, to suggest that there would be a fundamental undermining of purpose 5 of the green belt for the whole of Hertsmere when assessed against 155A, when there is literally no assessment at all before the inspector to support that conclusion. That's a brave stance for you to take, isn't it, Mr. Dingle?
I don't think so, no.
Is it a robust evidential stance?
It's, in terms of the evidence required, I think it's a matter of judgment, because we're talking about the future ability of the Greenbelt to fulfil the 5 purposes. So it's a question of judgment as much as it is of evidence.
Yeah. When I ask a direct question, I'd be really grateful for a direct answer, and then by all means qualify. I won't stop you qualifying whatever route you wish to go down. Is it a robust basis of concluding that there is a fundamental undermining of purpose 5 of the Hertsmere Greenbelt, less the appeal site, if the appeal is allowed, to base that conclusion upon no assessment at all? Is that a robust approach?
Not when you put it in those terms.
Thank you.
I would put the way in which purpose 5 becomes relevant in different terms, and that is the implications of allowing a development on a site where no alternative assessment has been undertaken.
Yeah, you see, that's where you're eliding 2 different considerations, aren't you? Because the question as to what the effect of the release of a parcel of land is a separate consideration from the reason why that parcel of land is being released. So even if there had been a robust assessment in terms of alternative sites, which was the way in which you answered this question when my learner friend asked of you, that still doesn't mean that you are somehow abrogated from looking at purpose 5 if you're raising a concern about purpose 5. It's irrelevant, isn't it?
It's irrelevant when you're talking about the release of sites. 155A of the MPPF starts with the words "the development." So we are assessing here a specific development. It's not a development or development per se, and we see in the PPG how the tests of A should be applied. We have elaboration on it now.
Yeah, forgive me. The reasoning for the development being supported or not being supported isn't the consideration under 155A. It's asking you the question, as you rightly pointed out to my learner friend, the very clear question whether the residual green belt across the remainder of the plan area would fulfil the purposes of Greenbelt meaningfully, to use the terms of the PPF. That's irrespective of whether there's been an alternative sites assessment, isn't it?
Whether you should apply that test or not, yes.
Yeah.
That is irrespective, yeah. And it's affecting the ability of all the remaining Greenbelts.
Thank you. And what we essentially have to do is feed into feed into the assessment under A, as we discussed yesterday afternoon, the development coming forward, obviously, and whether it has effects beyond the appeal site or the application site. And then ask yourself the question whether or not the rest of the green belt, which hasn't been developed and isn't affected, can meaningfully fulfill the green belt purposes, or would be fundamentally undermined. That's the question that we have to ask, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think it's
Really?
the ability of the remaining greenbelt land to fulfil the purposes, and that ability will in part depend on what the impact of any specific proposal is or release of land, but it is also inviting a more general judgment alongside that. So it's not simply the case of what are the implications of this specific proposal on the greenbelt as a whole at this moment in time.
I didn't ask you that. Let me try again. Let me use the words of 155A. You feed in the development, that's the first couple of words, into your assessment, and then you ask whether or not the remaining greenbelt across the rest of the area plan would have its purposes taken together undermined. That's the assessment you have to look at, isn't it?
Within 155A, that's correct.
Good.
Yes.
Do you say that you assess the geographical extent and also the qualitative considerations of greenbelt, or is it just qualitative extent?
Sorry, could repeat if you wouldn't
by all
mind,
means.
Mr.
You took us to Mr. Williams, paragraph 433. Do you recall that?
I recall being taken there.
Good. If you look at 4.33, that's where he looks at the geographical point.
Yes.
And he says it's 28% of sub-area 47 and 2% of the green belt across the whole area of the plan. And you said, well, you don't agree with that because it's not just it's not a scale assessment, it requires a judgmental assessment. That's what he does at 4.3.4, isn't it?
He makes an assessment, yes, on the impact as he has outlined it.
Yeah. Does the scale of the effect of a proposal or the removal of greenbelt land have anything to do with the assessment in 155A?
Yes, it does, but
Good.
it is not the only factor in that assessment.
Well, Mr. Williams doesn't say it's the only factor, so you agree with him then, presumably?
Well, he doesn't. If he doesn't say that explicitly, then that's yes, that I would agree.
Well, the way it was put to you suggested that he had, but he hasn't. He's actually gone on to look at the qualitative issues in 4.3.4, hasn't he? You disagree with him, but he's done the right approach, hasn't he?
He has. Sorry, I'll just remind myself of 4.3.4.
It's the one that says that is not to say that there could not be a scenario where a site meets the grey belt definition, but its development would fundamentally undermine the purposes taken together. Following on from these geographical assessment.
Yes, I'm at the paragraph.
Good. He hasn't just looked at area. You haven't just looked at area. You both agree that area and qualitative judgment are parts of the assessment, is my question.
They are two parts of the assessment. What I think he is not going on to do here is look at the ability of the remaining greenbelt to fulfil the purposes.
Well, I fundamentally disagree with that, but no doubt Mr. Williams could be asked the question because it's not just 4.3.4. He goes on to discuss that. Thank you. Yeah, just one final point before we take the break. I want to have your evidence on this. There are two decision trees on the evidence of all of the planners in this case now, or two branches to take, one of which is whether the proposal would be not inappropriate development in the green belt, and the second of which would be, if it is inappropriate development, where the very special circumstances are demonstrated. If it is considered to be not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. So if 155 as a whole is fulfilled, so far as relevant, you don't say you should feed back in Greenbelt considerations and Greenbelt harm, do you?
In my proof, I do not.
No. And you don't do that because presumably you were aware of footnote 55 of MPPF, which says you shouldn't do that.
Well, it's footnote 55 and the associated paragraph 153 says that it, where you are on Greybelt land, where development is not appropriate, the decision makers should ensure that, you're moving away from the position of substantial weight being given to any harm to the Greenbelt. What it's not saying is that no weight at all should be given to any harm to the Greenbelt. So it's still a relevant assessment.
Sorry, so you are suggesting that I should read footnote 55, which says, other than in the case of development on previously developed land or Greybelt land where development is not inappropriate, that I should read into that that's disapplying just the word substantial in the first sentence. Are you?
That is what I'm suggesting, yes.
Okay, so let's think about how this approach, and I'd welcome any example from any case you've ever been involved in where you are dealing with appropriate development in the Greenbelt, say a cemetery or an agricultural use, where having concluded that it's appropriate development in the Greenbelt, that nonetheless you think the Greenbelt is harmed, and that results in a rejection of a scheme, either at appeal or an application. And think of any from your many years of practice, Mr. Dingle?
No, I cannot.
No, because it's appropriate in the Greenbelt, isn't it? If it's not inappropriate, then it's appropriate development, and by definition not harmful, surely.
Well, if something is not inappropriate, it doesn't automatically mean that it is appropriate. It's still an assessment that I think is something that should be carried out.
Right, that's sophistry. If it is not inappropriate, it's not harmful to the Greenbelt by definition. Or is that your professional judgment that it is? Because if so, I look forward to making submissions about it in closing. If it's not inappropriate in the Greenbelt, is it your position that it's nonetheless still harmful to the Greenbelt, like an agricultural workers' dwelling, like an agricultural building or a cemetery?
If what's been introduced here is the reference to Greybelt land. So it is.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm sorry, you're fencing with me, Mr. Dingle. What's the answer to my question?
You'll have to repeat the question.
By all means. Is it your professional judgment that where you are dealing with not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, take something entirely uncontroversial like a cemetery, say a green cemetery where trees are just planted, that nonetheless that you still have to assess whether it's harmful to the Greenbelt, albeit not substantially so? Is that your case and your professional judgment? Because if so, I look forward to making submissions about it.
Yes, I think that is
the case.
An assessment.
Good. It's a credibility point I'll return to at the end of the inquiry. So that would be an appropriate point to take a mid-morning break.
Thank you. Yes, we'll obviously take a break now. We'll take a 15-minute break until 20 past 11. Obviously, Mr. Dingle, as you know, you won't be able to talk to any of your team during that adjournment. Any procedural points before we adjourn from anyone? If not, then thank you. We'll adjourn and come back.
Sir, forgive me. There is one. So it's been brought to my attention this morning that during the course of the headmaster's speaking yesterday,
yes,
that the councillor was videoing the back of the headmaster during that period of time.
Yes.
You'll recall I intimated back that certainly we didn't consent to to videoing, although we were happy with live streaming.
Yeah.
I don't think he was ever asked as to whether or not the headmaster should be. So
he may not have been here at that point. That's a fair point to raise. I mean, it was by that point the live streaming started when Miss Donsford was doing her statement. So Mr. whoever his name was from the academy, sorry, his name escapes me, therefore he was being recorded and live streamed at that point. So I don't know what Councillor Vince would be doing with that, her own recording. Yes, in theory it shouldn't have been necessary if there was live streaming taking place. So I think we can't really do very much about someone's recording it. I think if there's any way of sort of letting Councillor Vince know that there was a recording of that, maybe making her aware that the head teacher's speech was already being live streamed at that point, and that should be the source of any public record, then that would be appropriate. But we obviously can't control now or request or insist that she deletes that or doesn't share it, because it's on her device.
Well, in one sense, it's not really a matter for me, and I'm only raising it because it's been drawn to my attention. Ultimately, this is also being live streamed, so hopefully this will provide its own message.
Well, true.
To pass that message behind the scenes. And
Yeah.
then the concern, irrespective of which side I happen to be acting upon, is there have been instances of misuse of videos on social media, and it's really that certainly exercised my mind when I made that point yesterday. So again, I just raised that point in open inquiry, so that those who may be listening may be aware that wouldn't be an appropriate use of recording, particularly when the person being recorded wasn't aware that was taking place.
Yes, and I'm not sure when we were discussing the live streaming whether he and some of the other speakers were in the room at that point, so they may not have been aware that they were being live streamed. And I think that's just an unfortunate situation of people not being there at the start, and also the live streaming not being started from the start, and that issue not really being.
I think he might have been so, because if you recall at the end of the morning session, the question was asked how long ago did the live streaming start,
Yes.
and it was said to be an hour before.
Yeah.
So I think that Mr. Mitchell would have been aware that he was being live streamed at that point.
So, and I mean, in my experience, we don't tend to ask for everyone's consent to be live streamed if they're a speaker. They just make sure they're aware of it. So I think the main thing is if a message can be directed towards the Councillor Vince, maybe that comes from the council in the first instance, just to make her aware that from Ms Dunsfold onwards we were live streaming, and any recording she may have taken really doesn't need to be shared, because we have a public record now, then that would be appreciated. But obviously we'll have to, just let me know if that does appear in any other form that isn't appropriate or misrepresents anything.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else to add? Okay, fine. Any other points? I'll extend our our break now. If we take that, we'll come back at 11:25 then. Thank you. We'll adjourn till then.
Thank you,
Thanks.
sir.
to her that we do have a public record of what was being said at that point. I think that's all I can do, unless anyone has any alternative.
I agree, sir, and I have to say I'm certainly not implying any criticism of the council. I'm sure it was entirely inadvertent. It was just something that, frankly, I need to bring to your attention, but I also want to say I'm not criticising. These things happen from time to time. It's just misunderstandings.
Nick, anything to add?
No, so that reflects the instructions I received over the break, so I'm grateful, because obviously she's a county councillor, not a borough councillor.
Yeah, I
so
realised.
that's all we can do.
I realised as I was leaving the room that actually she wasn't borough councillor. So
Yes. What I should say is also it might be helpful. I don't know if she recorded any other speakers, but if that was a general point made to her, rather than just in respect of the head teacher, that might be helpful. I don't know.
Yeah,
if she
I won't necessarily. Yeah, I don't necessarily have to mention who she was recording. I can just say it brought to my attention that you were recording. I mean, reflecting on yesterday morning, obviously it perhaps should have been made clearer to her from me and to the room in general that perhaps given the appellant's concerns that no recording should be taking place and that we had the live streaming coming. When did the council first get the request for live streaming, by the way? Was that on the yesterday morning? Was that the first time the council had been asked, Mr. Faulkner, or anyone else? Do you know?
That was yesterday morning, so the Rule 6 party raised it as a request yesterday morning.
Right.
I think it had been raised. I did go back to look in the CMC note.
Yes.
I think my recollection is it's not in your post-CMC note.
It's not explicit.
So I think my recollection is that's because at the time of the CMC, at least my instructions were that we weren't able to accommodate it.
I think it says, the paragraph 9 of my note says the inquiry will be in person with the option of hybrid working from the venue if participants cannot attend in person. That doesn't say live streaming, and and it does go on to say the parties agreed to gauge the level of public interest in attending the inquiry and update the inspector accordingly. And I'm not here looking for blame or anything like that. I'm just sort of, obviously, it's more about lessons learned for future, for all of us, including me, that, yes, I suppose it's unfortunate we didn't know about the request wasn't made aware to me, at least, until yesterday morning. Obviously, would have been ideal to have had live streaming up and running from the start, and we wouldn't therefore have had recording questions. Anything? Sorry. Anything
no, I think that properly reflects the chronology. At least my understanding is it wasn't until yesterday morning that it was raised as a request. So that's why we did it as quickly as we could. Yeah, and I think I certainly was keen, given that yesterday morning was only my openings, which are procedural stuff, and the opening statements of the parties, which we have as a public record, and then obviously we will also have the written copies of what was read out by interested parties. I don't think anything was missed by not live streaming yesterday morning. Obviously, once we get onto evidence like we're doing now, I think it's helpful to have a live stream of cross-examination and so on for everyone's record. But yes, it's just unfortunate. Lessons learned for next time for everyone, I'm sure. And yes, I will write to the county. Well, my case officer will write to the county councillor. I'll provide him some wording to do that.
Yes, sir. And in any event, the opening statements I think are now on the council's website. So if anybody had missed what happened before the mid-morning break, then it was your procedural points, which are conventional procedural points, and the opening statements, which are there available to read and enjoy.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Thank you. Anything else to say on that? Anything from the Rule 6 party on this topic? Sorry, I'm not excluding you.
No, not at all, sir, not at all. Nothing of substance, really, just to echo the concerns that my learned friend raises. Speaking entirely for myself, if I can put it this way, I'm big enough and ugly enough. If someone quotes me out of context, I'll take that on the chin. Like my learned friend, the concern, I think, ought to be for the professional witnesses. They're here to give them evidence to the inquiry. They should do that without fear of being quoted out of context. And perhaps there is now some comfort to them that on all sides that there is now, I think, a recording. So if there is any dispute about what was said, people can be referred to that. So yes, no, nothing. Just to echo.
Thank you. So unless there's anything else on live streaming matter, we'll hopefully draw a line under that. I'll write to the county councillor and we'll move on. So, thank you. So we were obviously about 20 minutes or so into your cross-examination, Mr. Tucker, of Mr. Dingle, so I assume you'd like to carry on.
We are certain, so I promised I'd give you the list of additional documentation that we'll be looking at during the rest of the morning. So I think I had said the development plan documents, which we've looked at and we're about to turn to again, the MPPF, Mr. Goldsmith, Mr. Gunn-Jones' proofs of evidence, Mr. Davis's proof and rebuttal, This sounds like a long list, but it's really just dipping into a couple of them, sir. Core document 7.3, which is the Invest 2035 report. The Housing and Economic Development Strategy 6.9. The Hatch report 6.6. What I've termed the Oldsberg report 6.7. And then the up-to-date Knight Frank report, which is 8.9, which is the proof from the Marlowe inquiry.
Which inquiry?
That's 8.9. That's Knight Frank's proof of evidence from the Marlowe inquiry.
Oh, Marlowe, sorry, yes, yeah, Marlowe, yeah. Okay.
Which is 2024.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And again, those are likely to be dipped into rather than anything extensive, sir.
Okay, fine, thank you. And I presume, Mr. Dingle, you have all those electronically accessible? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, then, Mr. Tucker, please continue.
Thank you, sir. Development plan policies. You and the council consider that there is a breach of SP1, Core Strategy 13, and SADM 12 and SADM 26. I think you additionally tell us, it's your paragraph 6.8, that there is a breach of CS 12 and SADM 30. Can I therefore assume that other than those policies, those 6 policies, you agree that there is either compliance with or non-breach of all of the other relevant policies?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Let's just dip into a couple of those policies, if I may. CS12, first of all, which I have as core document 4.1, page 59.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you read the opening line of this to my learned friend. All development proposals must conserve and enhance the natural environment of the borough. And you made the point, well, hold on, if you're putting a number of large sheds on this site, you can't be conserving and enhancing anything. Let's just see how the policy should be read. The policy presupposes that development proposals are coming forward, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
It's not saying thou shalt not have built development on land which is presently undeveloped, does it?
That's correct.
It requires an overall judgment to be formed, doesn't it?
It does.
That would include, for example, landscaping features, biodiversity net gain, etc., to form a judgment as to whether there's compliance or otherwise with CS12. It doesn't say you should keep you should keep undeveloped land unchanged, does it?
It does not say that.
Thank you. Requires a judgment, in short. Agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. If we can then turn to the Site Allocations Development Management Plan and the other additional policy that you cite, which is SADM 30 on page 58.
Yes.
Same point really in terms of the opening words of this. It says, development which complies with policy in this plan will be permitted provided that it ... So again, this is a policy that presupposes development is coming forward, which could include on presently undeveloped land. Do you agree?
Yes.
And this is telling us that in those circumstances there are certain requirements, one of which is making positive contributions to the built and natural environment. Same point, that would require an overall judgment, wouldn't it?
It would, yes.
Thank you. There's also an issue in terms of the third Roman numeral in the first part of this unnumbered policy. There's said to be a requirement for a high quality design. You don't quite say this in your proof, but you do talk about the nature of the development as being large scale. Are you making a design point in relation to this?
I do not think the proposal represents or results in high quality design.
Yeah. And when we look at design, form follows function, so we have to consider not simply aesthetic elements, but also the functionality. You're not saying there would be a different way of bringing this development forward, are you? You don't make that case.
I'm not making that case.
Good, thank you. Then let's look at SADM 12, please.
Yes.
forgive me for, I think it's page 34 from recollection. Yeah, page 33 on the hard copy and the PDF. Now, this policy appears to be written in absolute terms. Planning permission will be refused for development which would result in ... loss of any healthy trees and or hedgerows that make a valuable contribution to amenity. You're not suggesting that this is an overriding policy which trumps all other policy considerations, are you?
No, I'm not. It's one of a number.
So even though it is written in terms which seem to be absolute, we have to read it with a sensible planner's eye, don't we?
Well, the policy says what the policy says, but the ultimate planning judgment, yes, this is one policy in the overall consideration.
So, for example, one could imagine an extreme situation where you lose one healthy, high-quality tree and you end up bringing forward a forest of replacement high-quality, healthy trees. It would be absurd to suggest that such a situation would result in an absolute breach of the policy, wouldn't it, in that situation?
In that situation, it would. Yes, judgment needs to be applied.
Judgment needs to be applied, and the inspector can see in this instance, yes, there will be 9 category A trees that would be lost, I think 77 trees that will be planted in relation to mitigation, and he will have to form his own judgment, won't he?
Alongside the hedgerows as well, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, that's helpful. Next, very special circumstances. Just want to understand 2 elements that you appear to place into very special circumstances, and what exactly your point is in relation to that. Paragraph 5.28 of your proof, you make reference to the term precedence, which is something one doesn't often hear these days in planning terms. Every application needs to be determined on its own individual merits, doesn't it?
So it's paragraph
5.28 of your proof.
Of my proof. Every application needs to be determined on its merits.
Yep.
Yes. I can't see it in 528.
Maybe my reference is incorrect, forgive me. Forgive me, I've got your appendices, which is why I can't see that. Yeah, so if you look at 5.27, as 5.28 follows on from that, by no longer keeping the land permanently open, expanding Boreham Wood, the development of the site creates the risk of further development beyond the site, i.e. further sprawl, replacing more countryside with development and agglomerating, whatever that is, nearby settlements such as Well End into an ever-expanding Boreham Wood. And then you talk in the next at the end of that, if the A1 is treated as a barrier, arguments could be made for development on both sides, defeating entirely its function as the barrier. It's the A1 together with open countryside on either side that's a barrier to unchecked sprawl. You seem to be suggesting if this is granted that then somehow that then creates a precedent for future development beyond it. Or have I misread this?
It's the point that I am looking to make is well, as I've set out, if you develop right up to the A1, and that is a clearly defined feature, given the alignment and length of the A1, I think there is potential for it to become something of a conduit for development. Hence my reference to the countryside to either side as well as the A1.
Yeah, my question, if you recall, was actually whether each application should be determined on its merits. What's your position on that?
I think I answered that. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't understand that to be the question. I thought the question was whether you had misunderstood the suggestion that Mr. Dingle was saying there was a precedent. There was a question before that.
So the inspector asked whether or not the word precedent appeared in 528, and I then explained to the inspector whereabouts the issue of precedence arises from, which is the preceding paragraph.
And then you said...
In response to the inspector, then Mr Dingle's volunteered his point about the A1, but he hadn't, I don't think, answered my question.
Yes, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I thought the question from you was, you seem to be suggesting at 5.27 there is a precedent for future development, and then Mr Dingle answered that.
I have the point now, and I have the answers that I think Mr Tucker wanted.
Yeah, you'll form a view about how helpful that is, sir.
Okay.
My question on determining on individual merits you've answered. In relation to whether or not you are running the case that there is an additional harm by virtue of precedent, my understanding is that in the light of what you said, you volunteered in response to that exchange, is that you are running an argument about precedent. Are you?
I think the approval of the scheme would create circumstances that invite a further expansion northwards. As we've seen that on my page 30 of my proof, going from Sky Studios South to what will become Sky Studios North. I think I'm referring to a pattern of development that is emerging, and the inference being that pattern could continue.
Sorry, let me explain to you what the courts have said in relation to precedence. Precedence equals where otherwise unacceptable development could be made more acceptable by virtue of a change on an adjacent parcel of land. So in that sense, are you arguing that the grant of permission on this site makes it more likely that otherwise unacceptable development will come forward either to the east of the A1 or to the north of the appeal site?
I think the development of the appeal site changes the circumstances on neighbouring sites. So yes, I do think it alters the circumstances in which future applications may be considered.
And makes them more likely to be granted. Is that your case? Because the next question is going to be why.
Yeah, I don't think you can draw that conclusion necessarily, but
Good.
you are significantly changing the circumstances within this particular part of the Greenbelt.
Which makes it important, doesn't it, that any mitigation that comes forward to the north or the east is robust. Do you agree?
I do.
I don't detect anywhere within your evidence any suggestion that the extent of landscaping to the north is inadequate. Do you make that point?
I think I do.
Okay.
You may have to bear with me.
You say at 528, the paragraph I've already taken to you would not create a strong defensible barrier.
Yeah.
But I don't understand that to be you want a thicker line of landscaping. Or do you?
Well, thicker lines of landscaping are always welcome, but as a generality, bear with me. So I won't now be able to find it. I think the point I've made, whilst accepting that I can't readily turn it up, is that no amount of landscaping will be able to appropriately screen the three very large buildings and the multi-storey car park that run along the northern boundary of the site.
Which rather suggests you're not saying you need extra landscaping, you're saying extra landscaping wouldn't help.
Correct.
Yeah, that's exactly as I thought the case was. Thank you. Right. Let's turn to 155B and the need question. Can we look at 155 of MPPF, please?
Yes, bear with me 1 second. Okay, thank you.
Good?
Yeah.
You posited two different glosses on 155B. Demonstrable, you say, means clearly apparent, actually means able to be demonstrated, but it essentially means evidence, doesn't it? You need evidence to substantiate it, not simply assertion. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Good. But the one gloss that I'm particularly interested in is that you said need should be taken to be synonymous with essential, and it's certainly not met by desirable or desired. Secretary of State is not shy about using the word essential in NPPF, is she? It's actually used 18 different times in NPPF if you care to do a word search. Where she uses essential, where she means essential, she says essential, doesn't she?
Well, I'm not sure I can speak on behalf of the Secretary of State.
Well, you're a planner, you deal with the interpretation of policy.
Yes.
Essential is regularly used within NPPF, isn't it?
I haven't done the word search that you have, but I'm happy to take your statement.
It is a fair inference, isn't it, that had the Secretary of State intended the test of essentiality rather than the test of need, she would have said so, wouldn't she?
She may have done. She has not simply said in 155B need. She has added the words demonstrable and unmet beforehand within the context of an assessment as to whether development on the Greenbelt should go ahead or not.
Yeah, my question admitted of three answers with respect, Mr. Dingle. Yes, it's a fair inference, Mr. Tucker. No, it's not a fair inference, Mr. Tucker, or I don't know. Is it a fair inference or not a fair inference, or don't you know?
Well, I don't know with those qualifications that I provided.
So we can note, however, that this covers both commercial development and housing encompasses where there isn't a 5-year land supply. If we were looking at this in a housing context, would you invite the test of essentiality for each and every house that's proposed within Greybelt land? In other words, would you posit a daft test for housing in the context of commerciality?
The way in which you should proceed with a residential development is set out within here. So I wouldn't posit in those scenario if we were talking about residential that every last house needs to be assessed.
So if need doesn't mean essential for housing, why should it mean essential for commercial?
Well, it's because the words demonstrable unmet need, I think, are elevating the requirement here to higher than it might otherwise be. So yes, the word essential hasn't been used, but other words have.
Well, my question was why the test should be different for housing, i.e. not essential, to commercial, which you take as essential. Why would it be different? Give me a logical land use reason, please, Mr. Dingle.
Because they've set out the test for housing. Specifically,
no, it's the same words.
They haven't set out the test in terms of how you go about assessing whether there is residential need or not. You have it in the footnote.
I'm so sorry.
That's not been done for other land use.
I'm so sorry. It's probably me. I don't quite follow that. The words are still the same in B, unmet need, and we're told how you do it in relation to housing. So that's the how, but the test is still demonstrable unmet need. So my question is why demonstrable unmet need would mean essential for commercial, but doesn't mean essential for housing?
Well,
give me an explanation which makes sense, please, Mr. Dingle.
Well, I can only, I'm afraid, repeat the answer I gave previously.
Very well. The Secretary of State could also have said, and needs to be demonstrated that there are no alternative sites elsewhere, couldn't she?
She could have done.
Indeed, if we're looking at other contexts, Secretary of State might very well say you need to look elsewhere. For example, in NSIPs, as to whether you've looked outside national parks.
Yes.
There is no test from the Secretary of State within the demonstrable unmet need to look at alternative sites. It's a matter of judgment in each individual case, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah. And submissions of law, you'll be pleased to know that I too agree with my learned friend, will leave to the closing submissions, although you will no doubt have seen Appendix 12 of Mr Goldsmith's evidence, where there is the battle of the solicitors and the view of those who have provided a view in response to Mr Taylor's views. You've seen that, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
Thank you. Paragraph 547 of your evidence, just dealing with the issue of need, and it's a point you touched upon in your evidence in chief, where you seem to be suggesting that because the development plan, the adopted development plan, doesn't seek to identify this site, or indeed any other site, for studio development, that one can infer that the need has been addressed. Is the need assessment, which underpins the core strategy adopted in 2013, based upon data that goes all the way back to 2006, is that need assessment an up-to-date one?
It's yes, I think it is, in the sense that the core strategy plan period remains current. It runs to 2027, and we can, I'm sure, touch on the emerging plans. But yes, it is up to date from that point of view.
Sorry, well, within the plan period, is it your case that the evidence upon which, in terms of film and high-end television industry, on which the core strategy would have had cognizance back in 2013, when words like Donald Trump as president and Brexit had never even appeared above our particular screens, are you saying that the evidence base which underpinned the core strategy can still be treated as up to date? That would be a surprising submission, but so be it if you do.
It is not up to date in the sense that it is some years old, but it remains, well, the development plan remains the development plan.
Again, a truism. In 2017, there was an amendment to the regulations which required the review of a development plan every 5 years. On the basis of that, the core strategy should have been reviewed at least once, if not twice, since 2013, shouldn't it?
Yes.
A core strategy which is based upon an evidence base of some vintage, which should have been reviewed twice since that date, is not one that one could conceivably argue to be up to date in terms of its assessment of need, is it?
No.
No, thank you. The emerging local plan is subject to objections, not least from my clients, isn't it, about whether it addresses need properly?
Yes, that's correct.
We know that the first iteration of the Regulation 18 plan did identify the appeal site to meet needs, and then the second one didn't, after objections had been raised to this and many other sites in relation to the Reg 18 plan. What weight should be afforded to a plan that's at the very early stage of preparation and is subject to significant objection?
Limited weight should be afforded. The current Reg 18 plan has been informed by a number of things, including the Hertsmere film and television study. So it's not simply the 18,000 objections.
Yeah, and the 18,000 objections weren't just to this application, this site, were they? Huge number to the housing allocations.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. And we heard yesterday, let's see if you agree, that the one thing that the next iteration of the plan will have to grapple with is the change of guidance in terms of Greenbelt, paragraph 146 of MPPF, won't it?
It will do, yes.
Where there is now an injunction to look at Greenbelt to meet the identified need for homes and employment. Agreed?
Yes.
That's guidance which the current iteration of the emerging plan doesn't grapple with for obvious reasons. Do you agree?
For the obvious chronological reasons, that's right.
Yes. That further diminishes the weight that should be afforded to its conclusions, doesn't it, of not going into the Greenbelt?
I think that's reasonable to say, yes.
There are also changes to national policy that you have cited and we have cited. For example, paragraph 86 and 87 about locational requirements for commercial development, the importance of the national policy that will need to be taken into account, won't they?
Changes as they've been made to those paragraphs where relevant, yes.
Yeah. I'm going to come back to paragraph 86 in just a moment, if I may. Very special circumstances I can deal with comparatively lightly because weighting will be a matter for the inspector ultimately. Weighting in terms of EIGHT, not AITING. So weighting of the various factors will be a matter for the inspector. Can you take up Mr. Goldsmith's rebuttal, however?
Yes, bear with me.
And it's page 1, the very helpful table as it's been described.
Yep, the table I have, yes.
Good. I think in each instance where you have looked at the weighting to be afforded to the different benefits within the balance, you have downgraded them, haven't you? From the officer's report, and indeed from that which the local planning authority has attributed them.
I've come to my own judgment.
I know, and they're always a couple of steps less than Mr. Goldsmith and at least one step less than the authority, as a matter of fact, aren't they?
Not always, but as a general trend,
yeah.
Yes.
One point on biodiversity net gain. The control of BNG delivery isn't just the 106, is it? It's also condition 20.
Yes, I believe so.
It's conventional to have biodiversity net gain controlled by condition, isn't it? You've seen many instances.
Conventional, yes.
Yeah. So if a suitably robust condition, and you may have comments on the condition, I don't know, but if a suitably robust condition is imposed in relation to the delivery of biodiversity net gain, what doubts should the inspector have about its delivery in this case? Which seemed to be your point in chief.
Yeah, the inspector should have doubts about compliance with any future conditions. It may be complied with. There may be reasons and circumstances that arise in the future where it can't be complied with.
Sorry, I'm asking you to presuppose a suitably robust conventional BNG condition to deliver the requisite amount of biodiversity net gain on which my clients seek to rely. In those circumstances, assuming the council does its job properly, what concern should there be about the delivery of the biodiversity net gain, which seemed to be a reason why you were downgrading it?
Yes, you are creating uncertainty by relying on the delivery of something in the future. There's no, I'm not seeking to claim any bad motive for that. You are taking a situation that exists on site at the moment, and you are looking at its replacement at some point in the future, and there must be uncertainty.
Well, that's true of any aspect of any development. But why would that be a reason to downgrade it in the particular instance of biodiversity net gain? For example, why might it be a reason not to downgrade it for off-site highway works or sustainability measures, but you downgrade it for biodiversity net gain? I don't follow your logic, Mr. Dingle. Could you help me? Yes,
indeed. It arises from the point made of my paragraph 5.105 by Hertfordshire Ecology, who notes that biodiversity will only long-term monitoring will demonstrate whether the newly created habitats on site and in the locality deliver what is being claimed.
Why isn't that true of any biodiversity net gain anywhere? Why is it a reason to downgrade it in this case?
I think for any significant amount of biodiversity, it probably is.
Okay. So it's a generality point, it's not specific to this development then?
Yes.
Okay. Need proper. Sky has no other UK-based operation in relation to studios of this nature. Agreed?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
On the same day that this particular application was refused, consent was granted to the site to the south of the current multi-storey car park, between that and the charming hotel to its immediate south, although I understand that the decision has still not been issued by the council. If Sky wants to expand its existing operation, forget about whether that's justifiable or needed. If it wants to expand its existing operation, it could only go to the north of its existing site. Do you agree?
If the desire from Sky is to develop afresh, then yes. If they wish to occupy commercial premises or redevelop commercial sites, there's potentially scope on the other side of Rowley Lane.
Okay, I'll come back to that in just a moment in terms of the split site argument.
Sorry, just to interrupt.
Yes, of course.
That point Mr. Tuckey made about planning permission granted for development to the south of the existing Sky Studios site.
Resolved to be granted, sir.
Resolved to be granted. Is that in the evidence? I don't think I may have missed that, but that's not something I was aware of. I knew it was a safeguarded employment land.
It may not be in the evidence, sir. I think it may be in one of the descriptions in terms of the planning history.
It may be tucked away somewhere in
I think it may be on the agenda information on this committee as well.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how much of a point you're wishing to make about it, but I think it'd be useful to know that
there is another operator that has the benefit of a resolution to grant in relation to that parcel of land.
It's different to Sky Studios and different to your client.
It's not my client.
Okay. Fine. If any clarity can be provided on that, that would be helpful, just so I have that information. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
By all means, sir. In the context of the information that's been placed before the inspector, we produced by my client in support of its case in relation to 155B, there's been the evidence of Mr. Gunn-Jones, the evidence of Mr. Davis, obviously the evidence of Mr. Goldsmith, but I'll put that to one side for my question, as well as the tenant statement at the back of Mr. Goldsmith's evidence. I've listened to your evidence fairly carefully so far, Mr. Dingle, I hope. I don't detect that you allege any factual error on the part of Mr. Gunn-Jones, Mr. Davis, or within the tenant statement. Do you allege that they have fallen into any factual error?
No, I don't.
Where you have a difference seems to be a difference based upon judgments as to what you should infer from the various reports that have been considered by all of the respective parties. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. You don't appear to allege, please tell me if I'm wrong, I know that others did yesterday about some sort of strange stalking horse for L&G. You don't allege, do you, that if the appeal is allowed that it wouldn't be delivered?
I don't allege that, no.
Thank you. And in terms of why you say my client's aspirations to expand their scheme don't amount to a need, one of the points that you contend for is that there would be the opportunity, which hasn't been proven, to decant elsewhere. So I just want to understand what your case is. Is it your case, your assessment, that my client should have sought to move and relocate its whole operation, so the existing operation and the expanded site? I don't think it is, but I just want to check.
No, it's that's not the case. My case is that that's something for the appellant to have investigated.
Yeah, but you're not concluding from all the information as a matter of judgment that any alternative sites assessment, which you contend should have been brought forward, should have related to the totality of the operations it will bring forward if the appeal is allowed. You're not contending that?
I'm not contending that, no.
Thank you. Your point is essentially confined to the proposed expansion land. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
It necessarily follows, doesn't it, that your case is that if Sky want to expand its current UK operation in relation, Sky Studios want to expand its current UK operations, that it should be operating from a split site, essentially. That necessarily is your case following that, isn't it?
Unless they are able to demonstrate that that is not a possibility, then yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So, let's just think about general need first of all, before turning to specific need. Do you have Mr. Gunn-Jones' evidence to hand, please?
His main proof.
His main proof. and also MPPF to hand, please.
I have both.
Good. If you turn to paragraph 311 of his proof of evidence, please.
Yes.
He sets out some parts of the green paper entitled Invest 2035. It always struck me as being strangely titled. On the best, it's suggesting that we shouldn't be investing until 2035, but there we are. I'm not a civil servant. Invest 35, which sets out in a green paper form the government's latest vision for a modern industrial strategy, and that has some status in the planning world, doesn't it? Because that's also the document which is specifically referenced by paragraph 86A of MPPF footnote 43.
Yes, that's right.
To which the inspector is invited to have regard to, and the Secretary of State will no doubt have regard to her own policy in that regard, in the event that that gets superseded, or that document itself. Agreed? It has a particular status.
Yes.
And in terms of delivering the government's aspirations currently described for its industry standard, we are told, aren't we, that the creative industries sector represents one of the 8 key sectors. And indeed, Mr. Gunn-Jones quotes from the report at 312 his evidence, underscoring that importance, doesn't he?
He makes the quote, yes, at 312. The other 7 are advanced manufacturing, clean energy industries, the creative industries, defence, digital and technologies, financial services, life sciences, professional and business services. It's quite hard to think of any other sectors that fall outside that, but it's a comprehensive list.
But one thing which is notable, isn't it, of this particular sector is what he also quotes at 313, which is this is a sector where a massive proportion of the industry benefits from international inward investments into the United Kingdom, the very thing that the government is seeking to maximise. That's a really important consideration, isn't it?
It is an important consideration. I'm not sure it's the thing that the government is seeking to maximise, but it certainly benefits from a very large proportion of inward investment, yes.
You grow the UK economy from a number of different ways, one of which is improving productivity, another of which is securing international inward investment. That's why it's important, isn't it, Mr. Dingle? I'm not suggesting it's the only important factor, but it is an important factor as to why it's being stressed by government, isn't it?
Well, the factors that I've identified in my proof at 5.42 are people and skills, innovation, energy and infrastructure, regulatory environment, crowding in investment, and international partnerships and trade. So there's a range of things.
Does that diminish the importance of this point?
No.
Right. So why is it relevant in answer to the question I just asked of you?
It sets it in context.
Great. It sets it in context. Doesn't diminish it for the inspector. So the point that I actually asked you was about the importance of inward investment and why this particular sector has a huge proportion of its investment coming in from abroad. Isn't that a particular factor for this industry compared to the life sciences, for example?
Yes, it appears to be an unusual factor for this industry. Something that the Hertsmere film and television study notes. I think it says somewhere in there that 97% of productions wouldn't have happened without the favourable tax regime, either here or elsewhere. So it's certainly something that is draws in a lot of investment from elsewhere.
And indeed, we're told from paragraph 85 that significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity. No surprise there. But then it also says, taking into account both local business needs and these words, wider opportunities for development. Wider opportunities for development. Is that at all relevant in this case? There is an international investor who wishes to invest in this particular area based upon its experience of having operated here for the last 3 years. Is that an important factor?
It's certainly a factor. My understanding is that the international investor will either invest on this particular site or nowhere else at all in the UK.
Correct. That's why that's an opportunity benefit, as described by Mr. Gunn-Jones later in his evidence. You said it's a factor, and I asked you whether it was an important factor. Mindful the Secretary of State's drawn attention to that in paragraph 85, is it an important factor?
It is an important factor, yes.
Thank you. Again, different point. Can you look at Mr. Gunn-Jones, paragraph 4.25, please? Just doing it through his evidence because it's more convenient than taking you to the other documentation. 4.25.
4.25, yes.
Picking up a point whilst we're dealing with it in passing. He tells us there that there are 100 full-time staff. There's different documents say it's about 100. It's fluctuated over time, but let's use the figure of about 100. And he says about 60% live within a 10-mile radius of the site. Elsewhere, if you turn to table 4.2.
Which page?
4.2
the previous
is
page.
a little bit before, page 15.
Yes.
We've got the number of jobs for different productions and whereabouts the workers for those particular productions came from, referred to crew and vendors. You see that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And we've got 25% come from a 10-mile radius. You see that?
I do.
Which is presumably what led you to put in the 10-mile radius plan.
Yes, it is.
So let's just look at these tables together. So we have a studio which has a full-time employment role, and as productions come in, crews come in relation to each individual production, which can number in the thousands in individual circumstances. That's how this particular sector operates, isn't it? There's nothing unusual about Sky in not employing 5,099 people full-time in the hope that the next Wicked comes along.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. So the fact that, as was pointed out yesterday, well, some people are surprised by how few full-time workers there are there. That would only be taking a very narrow view about who's actually benefiting in terms of employment on the site, wouldn't it?
It is not the entire view of everything that is going on. That's correct.
And the one big advantage of Boreham Wood as a location is not just a 10-mile radius for people to be able to jump in their cars, jump on a bus, even walk for the ones that are nearer. It's also that Boreham Wood has excellent rail links to central London. I think you can get to Farringdon in 25 minutes, can't you?
That sounds about right, if the trains are working.
Simply focusing upon a 25% of people in terms of crew for those three productions live within 10 miles is only a partial picture if you're looking at how accessible the site is to the workforce who might take advantage of this particular cluster of studios. Do you agree?
Boreham Wood is accessible from a large area, which is presumably why 75% of the crew and 40% of the full-time staff live beyond a 10-mile radius. I think the point I was seeking to make was that it's extremely hard for Boreham Wood to retain the value generated, or a portion of the value generated from the activity on the site.
That may be your point, but that wasn't my question. My question was relating to, if you only focus upon the 10-mile radius, you are missing out the accessibility, the ready accessibility by non-car modes to most of the central London conurbation. If you live in Shoreditch, you can work at Boreham Wood without jumping in your car, for example.
If you lived in Shoreditch, Mr. Gunn-Jones would almost think you're in the local area.
What's the answer to my question, Mr. Dingle? Again, I don't want to fence with you, despite your desire to always do so. Put your épée away and tell me, if you would please, what the answer to my question is.
it shows how accessible Boreham Wood is.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you. The lost opportunity, or the opportunity cost, as Mr. Jones-Gunn described, Mr. Jones-Gunn, whoever he is, Gunn-Jones, I put CJG for some reason. Mr. Gunn-Jones tells us to the UK, do you challenge that? In other words, do you seek to argue against what my clients have put, having considered the matter very carefully in the public forum, that if they can't expand here, then they will look to expand at one of their other sites elsewhere in the world?
Is there, sorry, a particular reference within
Paragraphs 520 to 523 of his evidence, and also the tenant's statement in the conclusion section, which is Appendix 1 of Mr. Goldsmith's evidence. Do you challenge the veracity of what my clients have very carefully thought about in putting that in the public domain?
Do I challenge that? I do not challenge it, but it's coming from a client who presented the existing Sky Studios as these studios. They then came forwards with an extension to that very, very quickly afterwards, having not mentioned it at all as part of their original scheme or proposals. And we hear repeatedly that this location, the wider location, the Great West London cluster, Metro London, is one of the areas in the world in which to undertake these sorts of activities. So reading all of that, it is a surprise to me to read that if they are not allowed to do exactly what they have applied for, they will invest elsewhere in the world. But I do not have any basis beyond that to dispute what they say.
Of course, and things change both in business and in planning. If the inspector takes that as the unchallenged position of a major multinational company wanting to invest many millions of pounds in the UK economy, what weight should the inspector give to that opportunity cost in terms of the overall planning balance? In other words, that would be lost to the United Kingdom, even bearing in mind your circumspection. Some or nothing?
Some.
Some. And given the extent of national policy encouraging inward investment, economic growth, productivity, consistency with Invest 2035, all the points we've just looked at, does that enhance the weight or diminish the weight to be given to that opportunity cost?
I'd leave it unchanged.
Unchanged? Seriously?
Yes.
So if this wasn't supported by all these statements of government policy, it would have the same weighting. Is that seriously your position, Mr. Dingle? Do you want to reflect on that a moment?
It is clearly the case that the need for economic growth is identified by the government and into the MPPF, as we've discussed. But this sector, this proposal, is not the only sector or proposal that is capable of delivering economic growth. There are a number of other means to do so, which is where I've set those out in my proof at 542.
Unchanged? I'm happy to make submissions upon that and the fairness with which you bring your judgment to bear. You draw attention to, and indeed it's the last appendix within your proof of evidence, a Knight Frank report from 2023 based upon 2022 data. There are other documents before the inquiry which look at the film and high-end television industry, which presumably you would have been aware of at the time that you wrote your evidence. Agreed?
Yes, that's correct.
The film production action plan, core document 8.3, the Hertsmere Economic Development Strategy, the Hatch report, the Olsberg report, the Olsberg study, etc. Even the Marlowe evidence would have been in the public domain at that stage. Why have you chosen to only focus upon that which suggested potentially that there was over-optimism in the market rather than all of the others?
I think the point I've made about the Knight Frank report I've put into to evidence is that it shows that there have been fluctuations in demand. To be fair to me, I've also referred to the SPI report, the Hertsmere Film and TV
in your evidence
study.
yes.
In my evidence, yes. So it's not solely that report.
Yeah. Why haven't you undertaken a comprehensive review of the information that was before the inspector? So if I want to see what the Hatch report is, which actually does give you floor space within South West Hertfordshire as to what potentially could come forward, why haven't you focused upon the others as well?
I have simply not undertaken a comprehensive review of the literature in my proof.
Not done a comprehensive review. Okay. Well, let's just dip our toes in relation to that, if we may. But before I do, can you take up your appendices, please? Let's have a quick look at the Knight Frank report.
Bear with me.
So it's your final appendix.
Yes, okay.
And we've got lots of exciting puns within this particular report. I'm looking at the PDF, which starts on page 62.
Yes, sorry, bear with me.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I'm there. Is it stage presence? Is that the...
This is UK Film and Television Studios Market Report, the last appendix in your evidence.
Yes, yes.
2023.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, stage presence is the title.
Yeah.
The author of this document plainly wanted to work for the Sun newspaper, given the number of puns that he's brought in terms of the subtitles.
The people that work at Knight Frank got to get their fun where they can.
I don't disagree with you. There isn't a further version of this for the next year, is there? They stopped producing them on an annual basis after this.
Yes, I think that's correct.
If you look at page 64, 10 key points.
Yes.
To see what it actually says. Point 8, with the 2022 stats pointed to a revised growth trajectory, expectations are that future production spending will not maintain the same course of growth experienced in previous years, with interest rates rising and following a period of rapid expansion and aggressive market share growth, etc. So it's saying caution compared to what's been happening. And then point 9, under our high growth scenario, spending on film and high-end TV production would rise by £2.9 billion, reaching £9.2 billion in 2028. Based on current stock and spend figures, this additional spend would require an extra 3.2 million square foot studio space. Under our low growth, we'd see an additional 1.8 billion, which would require a further 2.0 million square foot. And then there's a centrist view that's taken in point 10, which suggests 2.6 million square foot. Do you see that?
I do.
Whatever else can be said about the punning and the observations in this report, this emphatically does not suggest that there would be a want of, a want of growth, that growth will still happen. But I've added that in the wrong way, apologies. This does not suggest that growth is coming to an end, does it?
No, it does not.
Quite the reverse. It's suggesting that there is a need for substantial growth, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, although I think, as the Hertsmere television and film study points out, it is hard in this industry to predict growth with, demand for future growth with accuracy.
Thank you. If you go to page 65, under how has demand within the sector evolved over the past year? You see that?
Bear with me. See, is that PDF 65?
It's page 63 hard copy, PDF 65.
Demand for studio space 2023.
Has the bubble burst? And then you've got a bloke looking to burst a bubble. I mean, it's really sophisticated stuff here.
I'm on that page, yes.
Okay. Has the bubble burst? How has demand within the sector evolved over the past year? Stats from the BFI for 2022 showed another year of growth in production spending on UK film and high-end television, reaching a record high of 6.27 billion. Combined spend was 3.4% higher than 2021, and then talks about inward investment. So it's actually intimating that there was growth in 2022, wasn't there? You can
Yes.
see that from the graph.
Yes.
And then if you turn to 68, page 68, which is internal page 66,
Yep.
this is where it identifies, I mean, it doesn't get any better. Supply update, the real picture. Talks about what the distribution of stage space is. Do you see that there?
I am there, yes.
Yeah. So, what we can't take from this document, can we, even if we just looked at this document alone, is that there will be somehow a tail-off in the need for additional studio floor space in the United Kingdom, based upon what Knight Frank had to say at the time. Do you agree?
That is the conclusions of the Knight Frank report. That's what they're predicting.
Can you take up core document 8.9, please?
Sorry, say again.
Take up core document 8.9, please.
8.9.
This is a document which appears to be written before the Friday afternoon drinks rather than after it, and therefore there are fewer puns in this document.
I have the pun-free documents.
Excellent. Page 74, conclusions.
Bear with me. That's PDF 74.
PDF 74 of 115.
Yes, I'm there.
This is a more up-to-date position from Knight Frank, which was produced in the context of an inquiry which took place 6 weeks ago? Yeah, 6 weeks ago, at the Marlow inquiry. So if you look at conclusions, let's just see what Knight Frank are saying, bang up to date, if you will.
Okay.
Paragraph 4.5, and although I'm going to cherry pick a couple of paragraphs, the inspector should of course read these conclusions in full, shouldn't he?
Yes, I'm sure he will.
So 4.5, the sector must continue to adapt, ensuring that studio infrastructure aligns with the changing needs of the industry. 4.6, this underscores the need for expanded capacity, and talks about the West London cluster with its high concentration of premium studios remains a cornerstone of the UK's production infrastructure, and then tells us how many people are there. And if you look at 4.10, based on the capacity utilisation rates for the region, this additional spend will require an additional 1.28 million square foot of studio space in the West London cluster by 2029. The West London cluster is highly efficient in production spend relative to stage space, but faces challenging in meeting future demand. Despite geographical expansion, its growth hasn't kept pace with the rest of the UK. Over the past 5 years, 1.28 million square foot space completed in the West London cluster. However, most of this space was delivered in the years 2021 and 2022, with more recent years falling far short of the required delivery rates. This is Knight Frank saying that there is a deficit in this particular area and that there's actually been an undersupply in the last couple of years, but their anticipation is a continued need for additional floor space, isn't it?
That is their predictions set out in this report, that the industry will demand this amount of space. That's what they're predicting.
And then look what they say at the very end of this fascinating report. As demand for space grows, investment in the West London...
Mr. Which
the very last
paragraph?
sentence of the report, 4.14.
Yes, I'm with you, thank you.
As demand for space grows, investment in the West London cluster's infrastructure will remain vital for the UK to grow its share of the global production market and to ensure future needs of film and television production industry are met. It may have been signing a note of caution as a firm back in the 2023 report, but in the 2025 information Knight Frank present, it's saying exactly the opposite, isn't it? There is a need for additional space, generally.
Yes, they're referring to generally. That's correct. They refer for the demand for space growing.
Thank you. I'm not going to take you through each and every document that you don't refer to, but my witnesses do. But let's just have a look at a couple of others, if I may. Can you turn to core document 6.9, please?
6.9.
This is the one with the Arsenal badge on its front cover.
we'll move on from that quickly.
It's a strange thing to therefore cause most people to look at it, to bridle at that. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to buy time for the witness to get to the document, sir.
No. There's lots of photos.
Obviously, I'm not expecting your report to express a preference for which football team ought to be on the report.
I have the Arsenal badge.
You have my sympathy. Let's move on quickly from that. Can you turn to page 10 of this document, please? Mindful this is a document from 2022. So page 10, I meant page 9, apologies.
Page 9, yes.
This is under achievements and challenges since the 2014 strategy. We can see a familiar picture at the top of that particular page. You see that?
I do, yes.
And one of the achievements that's cited by the authors of this document is the approval and subsequent construction of Sky Studios Elstree. And it tells us, if we don't know it already, that the land was removed from the Greenbelt through the emerging local plan and safeguarding for Boreham Wood's future employment, helping to safeguard new jobs and shape the future growth of the film industry locally. That's pointing out, isn't it, that the current studio was on land removed from the Greenbelt and put into safeguarded land. Agreed?
Yes, I agree.
Good. And then what do we need to do? Objectives and priorities for 2021 to 2027. Just pausing there.
Sorry, where?
Next page.
Next page.
Objectives and priorities
yes.
for 2021 to 2027. First objective, what does the council tell us it wants to do? It tells us it wants to maximise investment into the borough through the growing film, TV and media, including Sky Elstree Studios and BBC Elstree industry, to help support other creative businesses and share the benefits across the area and the supply chain. Appreciate that you say the planning balance does not favour the grant of consent in this instance, but what we are proposing is on all fours with that first objective, isn't it?
It is investment into the borough, yes.
And maximising that objective, maximising that investment is said to be one of the key objectives, isn't it?
It is one of the objectives listed here, yes.
Yeah. And indeed, if you go back to page 7, amongst the strengths and opportunities within the borough that are cited, page 7, look at the penultimate one, home to Elstree Studios, BBC Elstree, Sky Studios from 2022, Boreham Wood Football Club, who should have obviously appear on the front, Arsenal Ladies, Arsenal and Watford Football Club's training grounds. So strengths and opportunities include Sky Studios, don't they?
They're listed here, yes.
As a strength and opportunity. They're not just listed for the fun of it, they're listed for a purpose, aren't they?
Yes, I didn't feel the need to repeat your introduction, your question. Yes,
thank you.
That's right. It's within that section, yes.
If we can then turn to 6.6, core document 6.6, please. Again, you haven't done a review of these, so I'm just literally drawing a couple of points out, if I may.
Yes. Yep, I have it.
This is a document that was produced for 5 local authorities, so Dacorum, Hertsmere, St Albans, Three Rivers and Watford. So it goes beyond simply Hertsmere. This was a document produced by Hatch Consulting, that which came out of Regeneris, and gives a view in relation to a number of different sectors. And if you turn to page 85 of the PDF, 71 of the hard copy, it gives us what's said to be an indicative estimate of future requirements for film and TV studios. You see that?
I do, yes.
This is part of the local plan evidence base. And 5.81, it says, having discussed it above, it's made clear future requirements for film and TV is highly uncertain, and it's not possible to provide a robust quantitative estimate of future requirements. Do you see that?
I do.
It then goes on to give an estimate, and then at the end says no weight should be attached to this estimate, which is an interesting way to approach matters. But you'll forgive me for flagging up the estimate that they do give as an indication. It says in 5.82 about what the national growth is, based upon the assessment of Knight Frank that we just looked at in 5.82. You see that?
I do, yes.
And it then estimates what that would mean for southwest Hertfordshire. and it suggests that within the functional economic market area, that there would be a requirement for between 28,000 and 45,000 square metres of new studio space in the next, what are we now, 2025, so the next 3 years. See that?
I do, yes.
And that's in addition to the Sky Studio space, which it even gives a nod to in 5.83. See that?
I do.
Taking all the caveats on board, this is one of the country's leading economic consultants saying there's actually quite a big need in the immediate future within this particular area, albeit that it's not possible to quantify it with any degree of certainty. Is that fair?
I'm not sure that is fair. They refer to the future demand for space, which is where they then set out the figures. So there's certainly demand. They are citing demand for that space, and of course, as you've referenced, the caveats
says requirement
in their final sentence of that paragraph.
It says requirement. That includes a balance of supply against demand.
Would
Doesn't
give
say demand, it says requirement.
For, yes.
This is one of the country's leading economic consultants saying that within this area there's quite a big need, doesn't it?
They're saying that there is demand for the space that would give the requirement for X and Y, those figures.
Is that a yes, Mr. Dingle?
It is what it is.
Again, that's not an answer to my question.
Well, I'm not. No, it's not a question. That was neither a no. It's not a yes or no question. They are referencing here the demand for the space. In this section, I do not see the need for that space. There is the word requirement. I will give you that.
Yeah. A word which habitually appears in local plans identifying what is required to be provided.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me move on. I'm not going to pursue a point further. Let me look at core document 6.7, which is the Oldsberg study, if you have that to hand, please.
Bear with me.
And when you get to it, it's page 47.
Okay. Is that hard copy 47?
Hard copy 47 and
Wonderful.
electronic copy 47.
Thank you. Yep, I'm there.
And I'm going to call it the Oldsberg study because there's a fantastic museum in Oldsberg. SPI means nothing. Look at the recommendations, if you would, please. This is where they bring everything together. What are they saying to those who are preparing the local plan? So if you turn to page 47, there is a title, Recommendations, Respond to Demand for Studio Space in the Area.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got a paragraph which tells us about the industry regarding Hertsmere as a preferred location. We've got a title that talks about demand, and indeed it talks about demand elsewhere in this document. Then it talks about as other developments progress and the rate of global content and investments plateau, the window of opportunity to capitalise on the current demand gradually narrows. The market's becoming more challenging for investors and developers who are facing business rates, costs for studio facilities, etc. That's not saying that Hertsmere shouldn't capitalise, is it? It's saying you've got a window of opportunity here and you should be grappling that window of opportunity. Do you agree?
They are making the observation here in this paragraph that there is a window of opportunity which is gradually narrowing.
And let's have a look at the next paragraph, because this is the one that perhaps the inspector may wish to want to mark, highlight 4 times and put a star by the side of. Despite these market shifts, so despite all the uncertainty issues, Hertsmere's positions as a strategic production hub with a strong foundation of studio infrastructure does help to drive the borough's attractiveness in a challenging investment opportunity. Proposed studio developments have the potential to help address the industry's immediate needs, but also to enable Hertsmere to foster economic growth and cultural development in the region, further strengthening the Hertsmere hub. Landscape is rapidly shifting. It's crucial for Hertsmere to evaluate proposed studio developments proactively, considering immediate capacity challenges and the unique opportunity and market challenges presented. This is written in the knowledge of this application, isn't it? And it's saying you really do need to grapple with this sort of thing positively, proactively, to foster economic growth. An immediate need it talks about. Do you see that?
I see that. This report is written with the knowledge of the appeal.
Yep.
It would be strange for consultants on the Hertsmere film and television industry to be saying anything other than this. You can't imagine a report they would write discouraging the Sky proposals. And of course it was delivered to the local authority the month before the current Reg 18 local plan was published. So it's something the council had knowledge of prior to that publication.
Yep. It is strongly supportive of additional investment in this industry and by inference supportive of this kind of proposal in this area, isn't it?
I think that's certainly what it's inferring.
Let's try and nail another point, if we may. Can you turn to page 31 of this document, please? Page 31, under the title Hertsmere's Workforce and Training Provision, and then Hertsmere's Crew Base.
Yes.
And we've got information, I think, taken from the BRES survey in 2022, which says how many people in Hertsmere are employed across the film and TV industry, and you've got the figure of 605. You see that?
I do, yes.
And then it quotes the Hertsmere Creative Strategy, covering a wider cultural remit than the study, identified an estimated 3,570 people employed across the creative industry in Hertsmere in 2021. The strategy estimated that the actual creative workforce in Hertsmere is likely to be closer to 7,000 once sole traders and small enterprises not covered by the BRES are included. That's telling us, isn't it, that this is an area which has a particular expertise in terms of its workforce, not numbering in the hundreds, but numbering in the thousands associated with this particular industry. Do you agree?
I agree. The area has a particular expertise, yes.
And that's as a consequence of the existing operations within this borough. Do you agree?
I don't think you can. Well, that's part of it, but of course, Hertsmere sits within a wider context, the wider cluster, and as we discussed earlier, it's a location from where you are able to reach many other parts. It's accessible, so it's not all down to Hertsmere.
And then scroll down on the next page. So page 32, fourth paragraph on the page, while determining the number. Do you have that?
Yes.
So whilst determining the number of local crew is difficult, from consultations SPI learned that sourcing crew to work on productions in Hertsmere is rarely difficult. While some speciality or high demand roles may be more challenging to source, this has been due to UK-wide capacity strains in the sector. So this is saying that there is actually a crew that's available to work in this particular geographical area. You see that?
I do see that.
And therefore providing an opportunity for them to work, an increased opportunity to work, is a way of matching employment expertise to opportunity, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's a good thing, isn't it, at a local level?
At a local level, yes, it must be a good thing. It's interesting to note, though, that the evidence of Mr. Gunn-Jones and the evidence of the appendix 1 of Mr. Goldsmith's proof from Sky Studios only produced details in terms of geographical location based on the 10-mile radius and not within Hertsmere specifically.
Okay, I'm sure there's a point there, but I'm going to move on to the next point. Page 23 of this document, please.
23.
23. This is under the section Studio Development in the UK.
Yes, I'm there.
And the last, the last paragraph on the left-hand side, if you look at this.
Yes.
So there's discussion about delivery, but then the last sentence on the left-hand side says this: recent progress suggests that the current demand for studio space will be met over the next few years if major developments such as those proposed in Hertsmere are built. That could not be clearer that what we are bringing forward in this scheme matches market needs, doesn't it?
It is responding, it's meeting the, as they say in the report here, the demand for studio space, whilst with the caveat in the previous paragraph at the very end, noting the difficulty in forecasting future demand.
Let's go back to Mr. Gunn-Jones, rather than Mr. Jones-Gunn's evidence, please. Let's look at benefits, if we may, please. Just to get these figures in the evidence, as it were. Can you turn to page 21 of it when you get there, please?
I will do. 1 second. Page 21.
Page 21.
Yes.
I'm not asking you to comment upon the veracity of these particular points, but it's just really to make sure that they're weighed into the overall planning balance, because that will be for the economists. If you look at paragraph 5.9, table 5.1, we've got the construction, employment and gross value added figures on an annual basis during the construction period. You see those?
Yes, I do.
So full-time equivalent per annum within Hertsmere during construction will be 749 jobs, UK 1,219. And in terms of GVA for those same periods would be £70.8 million per annum, and for Hertsmere, and £127.5 million per annum during the construction phase. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then if you turn over the page, please, let's get the same figures for the operational phase. So construction obviously will be finite, operational ongoing. Net employment impact of the operational stage of the appeal scheme. We've got for Hertsmere 1,425 jobs. That includes production roles, studio operations, direct and induced. For the UK as a whole, 3,827 full-time equivalent jobs. You see that?
Yes, I do, yes.
And in terms of net impact on the gross value added to the economy of Hertsmere, that's £203 million per annum. And for the UK as a whole, £443 million per annum. You see that?
Yes, I do.
That's huge, isn't it? If you put all those figures together, that is a huge economic benefit that our cost opportunity will be losing.
They are large sums of money.
Do you bridle at the term huge? £443 million per annum to UK PLC that we'd be turning our nose up to, or sending across to Atlanta or Vancouver?
It's it's not a word I would use, but as I say, it is clearly a large sum of money.
You wouldn't describe £443 million per annum as a huge contribution to the UK economy, really? The Chancellor is currently announcing budget cuts to the civil service, even while we're sitting here. How is £443 million per annum to the UK economy not huge?
It's the size of anything is relative.
Size matters. Let's look at the tenant statement next, if we may.
Time-wise, are we...
Nearly there, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Tenant statement, so it's Appendix 1 of Mr Goldsmith's evidence. Wherever I've put that. Oh. Let us just see what we can draw from the tenant statement of relevance to the inquiry, if we may. And the inspector, I'm no doubt, will have read this, probably read it a number of times already. If you look at the tenant statement, and I'm going to give you paragraph numbers, if I may. Paragraph 2 and paragraph 59 to 61, this tells us the clearest terms that the existing facility is already working at full capacity, with take-up rates occurring much faster than had been expected. You see that?
I do, yes.
And that tells us that's been assisted by the back lot, which the inspector will see on his site visit in a couple of days' time. Part of this proposal will be to firm up the consent for the back lot, wouldn't it?
A permanent backlot is included within the proposals, yes.
Yeah. And as you rightly say, based upon current consents, that backlot would be lost to the scheme because the permission, if it's not renewed in August of this year, will lapse for the backlot, given it's a temporary consent. You see that?
Yes.
You don't doubt, do you, the evidence that's provided here that the current scheme is operating at full capacity?
I have no basis to doubt it.
Sky describes it as being highly successful at paragraph 26. You don't doubt that, do you?
No, they say that many times in a number of different places. Their operation to date has been highly successful, yes.
Thank you. If you can look at paragraph 10 next, please. Paragraph 10. This is also information that Mr. Davis produces, but I'm just going to take you here because it's convenient rather than turning to another document in the last few minutes before lunch.
Okay.
So what we've got here, February 2025, is the most up-to-date BFI data published last month. You see that?
I do, yes.
And we can see from the graph that whilst there has been some turbulence, I think it's described in the sector. We've had the US scriptwriters strike, we've had the actors strike, we've had COVID, all sorts of excitement in the last couple of years. We can see the total is still a demonstrably upward trend in the UK in relation to spend on film and high-end television projects, can't we?
The trend in this graph is upwards, yes.
If you take away the hump and the dip from hump after COVID and the dip after COVID, you can put a ruler on the straight line, and it's an upward trajectory, isn't it?
Again, yes.
Yeah, good, thank you. That puts into context, doesn't it, the Knight Frank document, which was being reported at the time. We've got the drop-off immediately after COVID, the 2022 figures, doesn't it? Puts that into context.
It helps to set the context, along with references in the Hertsmere study, the Olsang study, about the future being hard to predict.
Thank you.
But yes.
The other thing that this tells us is about trying split sites, both split studios, the experience of what happened during Wicked, and also the use of the Panattoni site. Make of it what you will, but this statement is written with the experience of having tried split sites in terms of across the road and using Panattoni, and also split studios. And the conclusion is that it causes significant problems. Use it as neutrally as I can. It's fair to say, therefore, that my client's position before the Secretary of State is based upon an experience of trying split sites, isn't it?
The statement is, yes, I dispute that it's causing significant problems, but the statement is made on that basis.
Right. Why? On what basis do you dispute one of the leading studio companies in the world telling us they've tried it and it's caused problems? What basis do you bring to the table to say why it's not a significant problem?
Well, the evidence provided by the appellant. So
okay.
We read that Wicked was the 4th highest grossing movie in 2024. Wicked was produced on in part on a split site. The cost of the split site was £800,000. The movie cost $145 million to produce, similar cost to Barbie, as the evidence is given, and that equates to less than 1% of the increased cost. What we do read in the tenant statement is that they do not like this one bit, because it results in higher cost to them, and that is something that seems in this industry to be anathema.
Yeah. If you look at paragraph 78, Gary Wordham EVP Physical Productions of Universal Pictures, tells us splitting the filming of Wicked across 2 studios and several outdoor backlot locations imposed significant negative production efficiency and cost pressures on the production. Such an arrangement added to the crew's workload, challenged their focus and efficiency, and substantially increased costs for supporting services. It's not just the direct cost, is it? There are all these different inchoate effects as a result of a split site, which are encompassed by Mr. Wordham's statement. It's not just as simple as saying, well, it's only 800 quid and you spent a lot of money on the production. That's overly simplistic, isn't it, with respect, Mr. Dingle?
Well, not when you're told by the same people that the studios have been to date highly successful and that Wicked was a highly successful movie.
Yeah, despite that problem.
Having encountered that problem, I can completely appreciate why the appellant doesn't want to incur part of £800,000.
Yeah. So when one looks at paragraph 79 that says, based on that experience, that such an approach would not work for this particular studio or indeed for the wider UK production sector, it's highly impractical and financially ineffective. You draw attention to the financially ineffective bit, but the highly impractical bit, do you make any observation about that based on their experience?
Well,
are they fibbing?
I don't know what their motives are. I can't speak to those. What I do know is that they were able to produce a movie that is highly successful. And what the Hertsmere film and TV study also notes is that producers see this site as part of a cluster with the Warner Brothers site at Leavesden, which of course was involved with Wicked. So they are able to operate a highly successful operation on this basis.
Yeah. Highly impractical is the phraseology that's being described by my clients based upon that experience. Do you say that that is something upon which the Secretary of State should or should not give weight?
Yes, as part of the weight attached to the success of the existing studios. So
the Secretary of State should give weight to the informed position of my clients that a split studio approach, whether the Panettone approach or whether it be split across studios, is highly impracticable and could give rise to the non-investment in the United Kingdom of a £443 million per annum addition to the UK economy. Agreed?
That is a relevant consideration, agreed, along with the demonstrable evidence, not least from Sky, that their studios that they designed and promoted and delivered in this fashion, in this configuration, are described as highly successful.
Thank you very much indeed for your time, Mr. Dingle. I won't take you up on the last point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. I have a couple of points of clarification from Mr. Dingle based on your proof and the statement of case. Just on the statement of case, Mr. Dingle, I've obviously heard what you've said about policies that are conflicted, but I just wanted to check, and it would be lovely if my PDF hadn't decided to freeze, but I can probably work from my notes. In paragraph...
sorry, sir, bear with me.
Your statement, yeah, well, that's fine. If you're needing to get there, I'll see if I can refresh my screen and get the thing back.
I'm not the appellant. Here we are.
But it's your statement, or your client's statement of case.
I have it now, yeah.
Let me just get my version of it back. I think my computer is telling me it's time for lunch. But let's persevere and try and get through this. So yeah, so it's paragraph, I think it's paragraph, it's just not playing. I think I can use my notes. It's paragraph 4.16 of your statement of case. And
yes,
I think there are in there, and again, because I can't read the PDF, there are a number of policies that you mentioned there that are conflicted with, and I've highlighted a number on my screen, although I can't see the text anymore. There's about 10 additional policies. From what your answers you gave to Mr. Tucker, am I okay to ignore those policies in terms of, are you still saying there's conflict with those policies? I'm not ignoring them completely, but are you still maintaining a position of conflict or not?
The relevant policies, I think where conflict is cited, are in 6.8 of my proof.
Okay, so you're not saying conflict with any of the other policies listed in 416 of your statement of the case?
Yes.
Okay, that's an updated position. Thank you. That's just helpful from my notes. And then the other point in your proof, it's just a sort of hopefully a factual point. Again, my screen has died, but there are a number of photo locations that you show in that proof early on. Yes. I think relatively early on in your proof. Are they all publicly accessible locations? Is this the walking field that's been referred to?
That's correct, sir. Yes, all apart from E, where it's clear from the evidence I put in, I trespassed onto the appellant's site.
Mm-hmm. So A, B, C, and D.
Correct.
And I noticed I've walked along and I've seen the stile. In fact, I've crossed over the stile into the site. That is a publicly accessible site. There's no obvious sign to tell you that, but is it?
Yes, as I understand it, the public is allowed to access those fields.
Okay, fine. And obviously we can discuss about the site visit, whether we need to go back there and look at any particular viewpoints, but that's helpful just to understand the public access.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I had in terms of questions, and unless there are questions from any supporters in the room of the proposal, then Mr. Ronan, do you have any questions in re-examination?
Just 2 points.
Okay, well obviously we'll complete those and then break for lunch.
Yep, I'm grateful. Mr. Dingle, you discussed, or you were taken to various documents by my own friend, which, if I can put it neutrally, I think are being suggested to say that they are supportive of investment in the film and studio market, and therefore they are supportive of the proposal and the need case. Appreciate it was more nuanced than that, but that, in general terms, that's what I took. Your view, please, on paragraph 155B. Is an opportunity to capitalise on growth the same thing as a demonstrable unmet need for a particular type of development?
No, I don't believe it is. There is a specific test, a specific form of words in 155B because we are dealing with land within the Greenbelt.
Thank you. The other question I had was about the Hertsmere Film and Television Study. That was CD 6.7. You may still have it open. You were taken to a few places. I think page 23 was one of them. Let's just give you a chance to bring that up.
Yeah. Page 23.
Yes.
Yes.
Again, just as I understood the question, you were taken to the paragraph at the bottom left saying, although there has been a lag, etc., etc. Do you see that paragraph?
I do, yes.
You were taken to that paragraph, and I think it was being suggested that because it says recent progress suggests that the current demand for studio space will be met, etc., etc., that is supportive of the argument that there is demand for this type of development. Again, it was put probably far more elegantly than that, but that's just my understanding of the question. Can we go to the previous paragraph? Do you see the paragraph above that says, despite this?
Yes.
This paragraph contains various figures taken from third-party reports to assess the amount of need for future studio space in numerical terms. As far as you're aware in this document, is there any objective analysis undertaken by the authors to arrive at a figure for how much future studio space will be needed in Hertsmere?
No, not within this document.
And I think it was or might be suggested that you were referring to an older report, the Knight Frank 2023 report. Of the Knight Frank reports referred to here, do you see footnote 43?
Yes, I do.
And could you just tell the inspector the date of the report that these people SBI were the date of the report from Knight Frank that they were using?
It's April 2022.
Thank you. Sir, there's nothing further from me.
Thank you, Mr. Ronan, and thank you, Mr. Dingle. That brings your evidence to a close, so thank you for all your contributions today. We'll obviously break for lunch shortly and then come back for the evidence from the appellant's first witnesses. I think, Mr. Tucker, is the intention to call Mr. Davis first and then Mr. Gunn-Jones?
It is, sir.
Okay, and I know we're a little bit behind timing, but hopefully, I think we've got some slack, and the room is available till at least 5 o'clock, I believe. So, yeah, we should be okay. In terms of timing estimates, any changes? I'm not aware of any cross-examination estimates for Mr. Gunn-Jones. I don't know whether Mr. Ronan or Mr. Sheikh are looking to cross-examine Mr. Gunn-Jones.
No, we said openly to my own friends before the inquiry that we're not, wasn't intending at that stage to cross-examine Mr. Gunn-Jones, and subject to what comes out in chief, that remains a position. And if there's a question mark in your mind, sir, as to why that is, hopefully I can be allowed to say why. Hopefully obvious from the parties' cases that there is no dispute that there is economic benefits from the scheme.
Okay.
It's about weight. So
Okay.
I will obviously deal with Mr. Goldsmith as to the weight for the economic benefits, but to the extent that Mr. Gunn-Jones gives evidence about there are economic benefits, we don't seek to cross-examine him on
Okay.
that.
Fine. I'll obviously wait to see what evidence the chief brings, and obviously, if I or somebody else has questions, obviously those
Yes,
can
exactly.
be put
Yeah.
as well.
Unless suddenly Mr. Gunn-Jones wants to give
Pulls a
evidence.
rabbit out of our hat.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough. And Mr. Sheikh, were you intending to do a cross-examination of?
So you'll note I don't intend to cross-examine either Mr. Davis or Mr. Gunn-Jones. And
Okay. That's still the
continues
case.
to be my intention.
Okay. Well, I'll double check, but that's just helpful to know. Fine. Thank you. So, any procedural points before we adjourn? Anything, Mr. Tucker?
Two, sir, if I may. You asked for a reference as to where there is the resolution to grant in relation to the planning permissions to the site immediately to the south. It's one of the huge benefits that I have in my career, that I have a superb junior sitting behind who knows the documents backwards. Ms. Hall points to core document 3.4, which is the minutes of the committee, which was the same as this particular application was refused, contains the resolution to delegate to the head of planning to grant permission, subject to a 106 obligation, for the land south of Sky Studios for B2, B8, and that's page 7 of the PDF, sir.
Okay. And as I understand it, that's still a resolution to grant rather than an actual permission.
That's right, sir.
Okay.
We don't know why that's not come forward.
Well, I'm sure if there's a reason or any updates, I'm sure the council will, or others will say.
Thank you, sir. And then the second point is what's just been said by Mr. Dingle in terms of re-examination, that he believes that the appeal site is publicly accessible. That's
No, sorry. That I think
that was the walking field beyond the
Yes.
site. Yeah, in that case, I needn't make my second point,
No,
sir,
that's
because
fine.
my instructions were quite different. If it's
that's
the appeal
okay.
site.
And it didn't help that I couldn't actually see my PDF anymore. But yes, it's in Mr. Dingle's proof. There's a number of viewpoints from those walking fields on that corner of the road, not the site itself.
In that case, sir, I don't need to make my second point, because our position is obviously that the appeal site isn't accessible.
I understand that.
Scratching my head to think where the style was on the appeal side. That's what threw me a little bit.
No, that's fine. Okay, thank you for that. And thank you. Anything from Mr. Sheikh? Anything from the council? No. And anything from Mr. Ronan?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take a 45-minute break. Shall we come back at 5 to 2?
Thank you,
all.
sir.
is resumed. Before we turn to the appellant's first witness, just a couple of points from me. One on the live stream. I've noticed that the link now takes you to day 2, which is great, but it's harder now to find day 1. So I just wondered whether it might be best if we could put the link up for each day, so that would then take you directly to where you want to be, because you can find it, but you have to sort of scrabble around to find the relevant session. So yeah, if we have a link for each day.
I'm sure we can do that, sir.
Thank you. And on a related note, over lunch break, my case officer has sent an email to Councillor Vince just explaining about the live streaming being available, and a copy of that should have gone to the main parties. So you may not have seen it yet, but you'll see what I've said, what we've said to her. So hopefully that all makes it nice and clear, and nothing else needs to be said. Thank you. Any other procedural points from anyone before we turn to Mr. Davis?
Not for our part, sir. I know that there is the additional sheet in relation to appearances which has been done, and that I think is on its way to the case officer. I don't know if it's reached you yet, sir, but it should be on its way to my learned friends and yourself. Okay, fine. Thank you. And then in which case, in terms of documents for Mr. Davis, I assume we're looking at, well, it's not titled a proof, but it is effectively become a proof, the appendix to That's
Mr.
exactly
Goldsmith.
right, sir.
Yeah.
So it's the appendix to Mr. Goldsmith's evidence, so it's appendix 3, and
Yep.
also the proof of evidence, which is prepared as a rebuttal to the evidence of Mr. Dingle.
Yes, so yeah, Mr. Davis's rebuttal proof, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then anything else we need to have to hand? I suppose
I think
lots
that
of things.
should be it, sir, because I think the bits of the relevant documents that my witness quotes from or relies upon are referenced in the proof of evidence, and I intend to take this comparatively shortly, sir, if I may.
Fine, thank you. I think you indicated 45 minutes for evidence in chief. Is that still your estimation?
It would only be 45 minutes if I spoke very slowly, sir. It's likely to be shorter.
Okay, fine. Okay, well, Mr. Davis, are you set up and ready to go? And do you have a mic that works?
I do, hopefully. You might need to pull it a little closer.
I'll just move over.
There's a certain irony that we can't get the TV or the microphones to work in a case involving one of the world's largest production and studio companies.
Is that better?
That's better, thank you.
Yeah, so, okay, so if we're ready to begin, please make a start.
Thank you, sir. Paragraph 1.1 of your evidence, Mr. Davis. You have prepared a rebuttal proof of evidence and also a report that was referred to by Mr. Goldsmith and appended to his evidence. You are Michael Davis, I
am.
assume. Thank you. You tell us at 1.1 that you are the founder of a specialist film studio media advisory business called Vitamin Advisors. You hold a Bachelor of Science degree with honours in real estate management from Oxford Brookes University, and you've been active in the UK property industry for the last 23 years, during which time you've worked across various sectors. But latterly, I think you tell us that you have a particular specialisation in the film and television industry. Could you just explain that specialisation, please?
Yes, so for the last 10 years or so, I've been working predominantly on UK studios, offering a range of services from obviously planning support through to feasibility, reviewing operations of existing studios, and then transactional things, i.e. buying and selling assets.
Thank you. You tell us about the report at 1.2, and then you set out your statement of truth at 1.3. Could you read that out, please, and then tell me whether you stand by that, please, in relation to both your proof and the previous report?
I do.
No, can you read it out, please?
Oh, sorry, which document are you
1.3 of your proof.
Bear with me, sorry. I confirm that the totality of my evidence to this inquiry has been prepared to the best of my knowledge and understanding. I believe that the facts stated within my evidence are true and are relevant to the opinions that I have expressed. The opinions expressed in my evidence reflect my true and professional knowledge, and the inquiry's attention has been drawn to any matters which would affect the validity of those opinions. I do not seek to give evidence on any other technical evidence being heard at this inquiry, and defer to the appellant's specialist witnesses on such matters.
Thank you. So in relation to issues as to what's meant by need in planning policy, those are matters you defer to other witnesses, for example?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's just have a look at your rebuttal proof of evidence, please, if we may. And can I ask you to turn to paragraph 2.3? 2.3.
Yes.
You there address Mr Dingle's reliance in his evidence upon the 2023 Knight Frank report. What's your position on that document?
I now believe it to be grossly out of date. In that intervening period, we've seen significant market movement, both in terms of the recovery of the production sector in a positive fashion, and also a number of changes within the development pipeline of other studios around the UK.
Now, in answering, just keep your eye upon the inspector's pen, who's taking a note of your evidence.
Sorry if I speak too fast.
In relation to those changes, are they better encapsulated in any of the other reports before the inspector?
In my original statement appended to Mr Goldsmith's report, I set out an up-to-date situation around the supply scenario in the studio market, and also the latest BFI statistics, which are the most relevant proxy for demand in the market based on production spend in a calendar year.
Thank you. Well, let's look at those in turn. First of all, you draw attention in paragraph 2.3 to the issue in terms of supply, and draw attention to pages 25 and 26 of your evidence in the report, following on from page 5.16. Could you just take us through that, please, what the inspector should draw from that?
Yeah, bear with me a second.
In the report, sir, yes.
Report, yeah.
516 in the report, yeah.
Because you tell us the Knight Frank report is now very much out of date, as you just said, superseded by the table that you've included at pages 25 and 26. Just want you to explain that to the inspector, please.
Yeah. So, in essence, around the supply story, there were, at the time of the Knight Frank report, there were a number of schemes that were either consented to be delivered or were in the planning pipeline. And in the intervening period, there are a number of those schemes that, for one reason or another, and I'm happy to elaborate on an individual basis, have either fallen away completely or are still outstanding in the planning process.
Thank you. So you tell us about one, for example, at 2.4, which is the Pinewood Studios, which you say is a recent example of how the studio landscape, so the supply side, is changing. Can you explain to us what's happened at Pinewood?
Yep, so it was announced in early February that the consented extension to Pinewood Studios, there was a public consultation due at the end of February, which has obviously now happened because there was a review going on by the Pinewood Group to convert the majority of that consent, which is approximately 1 million square feet, into data centre-led real estate. Now, if I may give you a bit more background behind all of that, is it's worth just explaining around why that might be desirable. Ultimately, Pinewood's owned by a private equity company, Airmont, who are obviously motivated to make as much money as they can. But fundamentally, if you evaluate real estate values, capital values, and the ability to finance construction, it's infinitely more valuable and easier to deliver data centres, especially in the world that we live in at the moment, where there's a desire for more data centre stock, than it is to build what are basically effectively studios are speculatively risky construction unless you have an anchor tenant as a pre-let or a partner.
Well, let's just deal with that point. In the table that follows on from paragraph 516 in your report, the last column has operator, and we've got a number where it's referred to as speculative and a number where there are specific operators. You draw attention in your main report and also in response to Mr Dingle about the importance of having an identified operator. Could you just explain that, please?
Yes, I mean, I cannot overstate the importance of having a partner or a joint venture between Sky and someone like Legal & General, because ultimately the speculative risk around development of most other studios has effectively caused either a delay or a halting to a number of schemes across the UK, because ultimately you've got to put a spade in the ground, build a significant amount of real estate at a significant cost in the hope that there will be a tenant that comes along and uses it. In most instances, it's fine, but the way that the global investment markets have changed over the last few years debt financing and the appetite for speculative risk has really diminished.
Just to be clear on that table, the Pinewood appeared to have or had Disney as an operator, so was that speculative or not?
So Airmont bought Pinewood Group in 2016. It was a multi-let vehicle, so that's the traditional model for studios at the time. And then in 2019, they basically agreed a master lease agreement with Disney for a 10-year period on the existing Pinewood estate. But the new part, the consented part, which we talked about for data centre use, has got no contract in place with any operator.
So I'd say we should speculative then
For the development element, yes.
And in this case, we heard yesterday a third party expressing the suggestion that this may simply be a Trojan horse to secure legal and general getting a valuable consent on the extension rather than Sky looking to extend. What's your understanding of the position in this appeal? Is it comparable to Pinewood or different?
Well, it's comparable because at the end of the day, there's a willing investor and developer partner, and there's a willing occupier with a proven business need for the space, which is fundamentally different. I mean, I wish I had more projects like this, frankly, because the problem has been solved. You've got a funder, you've got a parcel of land, and you've got an occupier that wants to use it.
So, do you expect a similar outcome to what happened to the site at Pinewood, namely being rolled into a data centre? Here, if permission is granted for studios?
A completely different outcome.
Why?
Because there's, again, not to overstate the point, but the absolute crux of this whole situation is the business desire by one of the world's largest and best production companies to have expansion space to produce more content.
Thank you. And I think at 2.6, you draw that point out, is that right?
Sorry, 2.6 of
2.6 of your rebuttal proof.
Correct, yes, absolutely.
Thank you. If we then turn to the other point that you made a moment or two ago about the BFI figures, can you turn to page 8 of your original report where you have the graph that I think we also looked at in the tenant statement? Just tell us what we should glean from that graph in terms of the direction of travel for UK-based film and high-end television production. It may be sensible to actually tell us what high-end television. I mean, are we talking about The Chase, or are we talking about something different?
Slightly different. It's safe to say that the way that we've all consumed content has dramatically changed in the last 8 to 9 years. So high-end TV, typically would be things like The Crown or The Jackal, or stuff that's multi-episodic but high budget. Usually for expanded formats, things that they can't cram into a 2-hour project duration. Interestingly, to answer your original point, there obviously from looking at the graph, the direction of travel has been upwards. We saw a period of peak TV at 2021, 2022. What is really interesting is that the results that were published for the full year of 2024 recently show that actually that was the 3rd highest spending year on record. And also it could be revised to be higher based on the time lag that the statistics are published with the BFI. But I think what's probably more pertinent, given that this is a kind of real-time examination of the market, is that based on my contacts and other projects, every other major studio in the UK is budgeting for 80% occupancy this year. So to the people who aren't familiar with the sector, 80% means full because of the natural functional void between one booking and another. So we're now, the expectancy from the most learned people in the industry is that 2025 is probably going to be either the second best or the best year for production spend, full stop.
Thank you. Let's just drill into these 2 graphs on pages 8 and 9 of the report a little bit more deeply. We've got a dip and then a bump and then another growth looking at the red line on page 8. You identify in your report a number of different factors, obviously the global pandemic. You also draw attention to the actors' strike, the screenwriters' strike. How would you characterise the overall trend if one looks at the trend from 2015 to 2024? Is there one, and if so, what is it?
Well, it's absolutely upwards. I I think that's pretty clear. I think it's also, just for context, if the actor strike hadn't happened in 2023, which is a once in a 40-year event, we wouldn't be having this conversation, because the performance in those years would be significantly higher, right? So I think we have to put that into context.
Thank you. That's the graph that we see on page 8. If you look on page 9, we've got a bit more detail. I think we've got similar shapes, but we've got a division between UK film and high-end production. So we've got UK spend on high-end television and UK spend on film. Could you just explain this graph? What does this tell us?
This actually helps to explain the reason why overall we're seeing higher total production spend in the UK. The summary is that production is a lot more expensive now because of the sophistication requirements of the productions, i.e. high levels of technology, higher spend generally on high level talent, numbers of locations, etc., etc.
Thank you. So again, drilling down into this particular graph, the bars on the graph, we've got high UK spend on film, UK spend on high-end television. So what should we glean from that in terms of the different division between film and high-end television?
Well, it's fair to say that the UK has been one of the top 2 destinations globally for multiple decades for filming, whether that be independent films or feature films. But of late, the high-end TV portion of the market has driven the market to a higher plateau. But what's also reassuring is that the feature film spend is very reliable and robust and consistent.
Thank you. Paragraph 2.8 of your rebuttal. You addressed the issue about whether or not there has been consideration of other sites, and we now know the Rule 6 parties case is consideration of other sites to accommodate the extension, not the whole shooting match, as it were. And you addressed the issue of a split site studio, and you addressed both cost and practicability. From your understanding of how the market operates, what comments, if any, do you have about the position that's been taken by Sky in its tenant statement about considering a split site not to be a practical proposition?
Yeah, I actually found that the opposing view to be very frustrating, because it just showed an inherent misunderstanding or lack of knowledge around how the sector actually works on a basic level. If this was a slightly different scenario where somebody was manufacturing widgets or bricks and you suddenly said you have to go and rent a factory 10 miles down the road, it would be wholly impractical, not just in terms of cost, but also the logistics of the time spent, let alone the vehicles on the road, which is why, if you look at the perceived competitors to Sky Elstree in the UK market, so Pinewood, Shepperton, Leavesden, Shinfield, all of those situations where they have sought to expand has been on adjoining land. And that is because there is an absolute operational need and preference from the production companies to have it on a consolidated site. In America, there would be no compromise. You don't have a split site situation in America.
Thank you. So in terms of the other alternatives that will be available to Sky if they were to expand elsewhere within their international portfolio, would those involve split sites or not involve split sites? If they were to go to Atlanta or LA? Or...
I mean, the availability of land anywhere pretty much in America means you would always get a single site. And I also do work in Europe. And from my visibility on those markets, again, you would not have to compromise.
Thank you. You have a section in your report dealing with sustainability. Can you just tell us about why sustainability issues may be of relevance in this case, if at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say that Sky Studios Elstree is the most sustainable studio in the UK, if not possibly in the world, but that's an evolving metric on a global basis. The sustainability agenda is being driven by the production companies who've all signed up to varying charters, some of which I've detailed in the original report, and that has influenced choice. Choice around studio space, choice around location, choice around even the choice of vehicles within productions. So at the end of the day, it's a pretty simple equation that if you want a customer to come and use your space, you're going to do what the customer wants. And unfortunately for real estate, sometimes it's difficult to pivot very quickly if you want to suddenly turn an aged studio into a highly sustainable studio, which is why we're seeing a number of newer facilities being built, because that's effectively the most efficient way to cater for that new level of demand.
Thank you. And then finally, we know the Rule 6 parties case is you should have looked at alternative sites, and therefore that question has been not proven, to use the Scottish phrase. Have you seen a solution or an identified location which could accommodate the aspirations of this particular appellant that's been identified positively by anyone, say for the appeal proposals?
No. I mean, from a market's perspective, I've got very good penetration into land availability that might accommodate studios. But I think, again, it's worth stating that on a comparative basis, a studio would always produce a lower residual value, land value, than an industrial logistics park or a data residential scheme or an office park. So if you were to try and find an alternative site, you would always be in competition with those uses, which means you effectively need to find a blighted site that's not suitable for any of those uses, which, as we know, in Greater London is very tough to do.
Thank you. So the section of Appendix 1 of Mr Goldsmith's evidence, the tenant statement from paragraph 79 onwards, which is entitled "Expansion of the existing site is therefore the only solution," and the inspector will have read that and form a view. Is that a surprise to you? Is that not a surprise to you? How would you characterise that section? Realistic, not realistic?
Yeah, it's not a surprise. I mean, at the end of the day, legal and general themselves have good penetration into the market, but ultimately this is a mixture between practicalities from a business operational perspective versus the realities of the real estate market.
Thank you very much indeed. Would you wait there, please, Mr Davis? Maybe some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Tucker and Mr Davis. Mr Ronan, do you have questions for Mr Davis now?
Yes, I do, sir. Do you want...
any documents you want me to have to hand?
Excuse me. Core documents. I have in mind at the moment the Marlowe report, which we've already seen today. That's CD 8.6. We may also go back to the core strategy. That's CD 4.1. We may go to the Hertsmere Film and Television Study 2014, CD 6.7.
What's that?
We'll need the planning statement at CD 1.4. I think that's it, sir. If there's anything else.
So CD 8.6, 4.1, 6.7, which is the TV film report for the council, and CD 1.4.
That's what I have in mind at the moment. So obviously, if there's more, I'll just give you the references as we go.
Okay. So if we're ready to start, then
yes, certainly.
Please begin.
Good afternoon, Mr Davis.
Good afternoon.
I just want to begin just by setting the context for your evidence, what you're here to do, what you say and what you don't say and what you speak to. Can we go, I'm going to call it your proof, the appendix to, originally an appendix. I hope that no one takes objection to that. I know it's not a proof, but rather than calling your document appendix, I'll just call it a proof. So let's go to your proof, please. Page 3, where you initially deal with your professional experience. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you. You set out overleaf page 1.8, background to evidence as a heading. At 1.8, you say in September 22, an application for full planning permission was submitted by Lichfields on behalf of the appellants, and you say it sought permission for the expansion of Sky Studios Elstree through the development of land to the north of the existing studios. Do you see that?
Yes.
You say at 1.12, the appellants have chosen, forgive me, actually we go to 1.11, in order to continue to attract world-leading productions, the appellants have brought forward these proposals to expand the existing operation immediately to the south and create a comprehensive studio complex, adding more jobs and investment. Do you see that?
Yes.
1.12, you say, if they've chosen, the appellants, that is, have chosen through their first-hand experience of delivering an existing, very successful studio to extend the facility based on the success of their own proprietary content, and then you set out why there's a split site is not feasible, and we'll come on to that. But you see that paragraph there. Yes.
Yes.
In general terms, we'll go into the detail. But in general terms, I understand your need evidence, the need case that you present to essentially be this, which is that the nature of modern high-end productions require large sites where, insofar as is possible, you can accommodate everything on that site because that is operationally efficient, it's cost-saving, and that's essentially what you say what the market is looking for. Have I understood that correctly? In
Yes,
general terms.
in general terms.
I'm not, I know you...
At a high level, yes.
Yes, yeah, I'm grateful. And if I've understood you correctly, what you say, to paraphrase you, is it's not that any old studio space is needed. What we need are large, high-quality sites which allow all production activities to take place on a single site. Again, in general terms, if I understood you correctly. And indeed, 4.30 of your proof, if you just go there for me, please, it is on page 21.
The section about BEC 2.
Sorry, say that again for me.
The section about BEC 2, 4.13.
No, 4.30, sorry.
Okay.
It's page 21.
Yep.
You capture that general, what I've described as my general understanding there. You say, while there's a planning and strategic rationale behind supporting and developing more studio space in Elstree, fundamentally the key point at the appeal is the operational business need for enlarged facilities and how having a split site which involves travel between is simply unacceptable to production. That's your need evidence in a nutshell, really, isn't it? In terms of what the need is.
You mean the operational business need of the existing partner? Yes.
Yeah. Your evidence doesn't speak to, I think, the planning need or the market need, that's your evidence, the market need for a standalone site, either at this particular appeal site or generally in the scale comprised in the proposals.
When you talk about market demand, are you talking about external third-party demand?
Well, not necessarily. It could include the demand from Sky. But just go back to my previous questions. My earlier points were you were saying that the market producers need enlarged sites in which production can happen in a single space. You don't. Your need case doesn't consider, does it? This site in isolation, the development of this site in isolation, and whether there's a need for 10 sound stages, 19,500 square metres of studio space. Your point is that the need is that in connection with the existing Sky Studios development.
My point is driven by there is an existing partner saying that they have a business need for additional space to produce their core business. Yeah,
your evidence to the inquiry doesn't consider a proposal in general terms to develop 10 sound stages at this particular site. It's about the need for that site in connection with the existing site.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Well, the need that you say is evidenced in your analysis, and we'll come on to the analysis, is that there is a need for large expanded sites. Is that right?
Sites plural?
For studio space. For large extended studio sites. That's what you say the market wants.
Which is correct, because of the evolution of the sector, yes, on a more
we'll
general
come
basis.
On to, I'm just covering high-level stuff here. So that's what you consider. You don't consider, do you, the need case for just 10 sound stages at this particular site or anywhere else. It's about the enlargement of the existing site. That's what you say there's a need for.
I'll give you the answer. I'm not sure it's necessarily what you're asking for, but the proposed level of scale and sophistication of the enlarged facility in isolation or in conjunction with the existing facility would be a desirable asset within the studio market, driven principally by the fact that new state-of-the-art facilities, which it would be, are in demand by all of the major content companies.
So you are saying to me, if I've understood that correctly, that what your evidence speaks to is the need for this site totally unconnected to the appeal site?
Sorry.
What I've just taken from your evidence there is that you say there's a benefit of the development of this site, even if it wasn't connected to the appeal site. Is that what your evidence covers?
You mean the existing site, not the appeal site?
Sorry, what did I say?
I think you said that there's a. I think you referred to. Do you mean the
new site? So the point, Mr.
The existing site, the existing Sky site. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does your evidence speak to the need for this site to be developed in a context where the existing site operated by Sky doesn't exist?
I may be being incredibly stupid, but I still don't follow the point. I mean, are you trying to say that in isolation, if only half of it, i.e. the new proposed section, was developed, and the other side didn't exist, would it still be desirable in the market?
No, does your evidence consider that question?
No, because that's not the proposition. The proposition is that there's an occupier need for another 10 sound stages.
Well, that's very helpful, Mr. Davis. I'm sorry if it took some time to get there. Let's have a look at the proposition, please. Planning statement, that's CD 1.4. Do you have that?
Please, but I'm just going through the directory. I'm there, yeah.
Section 5.0, the proposed development. 5.2, the description of development. Are you aware that in a planning permission, the description of development is the nature of what is permitted by the planning permission? You may not be because you're not a planning witness.
I'm not, but I'm
you understand the principle.
Vaguely aware, yes.
Can we have a look at the description of development at 5.2, please? It says development of a film and television studio, use class EG2, with ancillary floor space, backlot, new access arrangements, car parking, landscape infrastructure and associated works. There's nothing in there, is there, Mr. Davis, to suggest to a reasonable reader that what is being permitted here is an extension of the existing site, is there?
Not if you read that piece of text in isolation, no.
Not if you read it, essentially, I think is your answer, which is fair enough. Again, you're not a planner. Are you aware of any proposed condition which would require this development to only be used as an extension of the existing site?
I'm not.
Thank you. We can agree, therefore, that in planning terms, what is being sought is permission for a film and television studio which would not be restricted to use as an extension to the existing site.
That's a question for my planner, not this witness.
Well, he can answer it based on what he said. In terms of what your understanding of the...
Hold on, it's outside of his area of expertise. That's a question for the planner as to whether or not the permission would restrict the use. So
as you
answer the question.
Fine. We can put that to the planner, but Mr. Davis, it's we can record, can't we, that you've said that a reasonable reader would read that as development as a film and television production studio, not an extension to the existing site.
They can read that text in isolation and come to that conclusion, but I think it's also worth stating that it should be, if you look at the way that the master plan has been designed and the link bridges, you know, they are obviously designed to be interrelated.
Yes, you could get from one part, you could get from the existing site to the new site, correct?
Well, it's more than that. The way that the buildings are orientated in the new extension and the way that the traffic flow is designed to be done, they are designed to be as one.
Are you aware of any functional reason why the proposed scheme could not be used separately from the existing scheme?
Do you mean in the hands of a third party or a different owner?
Either.
In theory, no.
No.
I think on a practical basis, it would be very difficult to fulfil because I'm struggling to think of any example in the UK, if not beyond those boundaries, where there are two studios cheek by jowl.
No, but just in terms of the question I asked, which is functionally, I think that I can record your answer is you're not aware of any reason why functionally this scheme could not be used independently by a third party, not as an extension to the existing site.
From that perspective, no.
No. You've agreed with me that you haven't considered whether there's a need case for the development of a standalone studio to the extent sought. So in terms of what's proposed, Mr. Davis, your need evidence doesn't actually engage with the development for which planning permission is sought, does it?
I mean, we can demonstrate a lack of supply in the market through the erosion
okay,
of
but let's go back to the question. In terms of the description of development at 5.2, you've agreed with me that you have not considered, and your evidence does not speak to, the need for this standalone site in isolation. So it's right to record, isn't it, that your evidence on need does not consider the need for the nature of the development actually sought.
If you look at, again, go back to the original question, if you look at that piece of text in isolation, then no. But this is about an extension to the existing Sky Studios Elstree.
We can record, can't we, then, based on that you haven't engaged with the need case for the development for which planning permission is sought. Is that right?
Well, by definition, if you want to go down that route, then no.
No. Thank you very much. This may not be a question, well, forgive me, I'll put that again. You don't actually conclude anywhere there's a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed, do you?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear
Sorry,
you.
yes, of course, sorry. You don't actually conclude anywhere, do you, in express terms, that there is a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed? And if I add to that, it's not a criticism, it's because that's a planning question. I just want to
that's
clarify.
out of my sphere of influence,
Yeah, no, it's not trying to trip you up. That's not a question that you seek to answer. That's something that Mr. Goldsmith ultimately.
Correct.
I'm grateful. Having said that, you obviously have expertise in the film studio, and you may be able to assist the inspector with the meaning of unmet need, and in terms of what unmet need might look like in this particular sector. Let's just explore that a bit, please, how that need might manifest. It'd be reasonable for the inspector to conclude that productions unable to find a home to produce their content speaks to unmet need.
Productions who cannot find a home, by definition, would be unmet. So that would be unmet demand.
That'd be unmet demand. In pure numerical terms, if we were to look at the quantum of existing development, if that is less than what has been objectively assessed as being required, that too would speak to unmet need. Can we agree on that?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, sorry, that was a very long question. Let's say we have a figure as to what objectively is required for studio production space. If what we actually have is less than that figure, that would speak to unmet need, be a shortfall, in other words.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm grateful. Unused capacity at existing studio development. That too, we can agree, can't we, might be evidence of unmet need for film and TV studios.
Yes, but to elaborate on that, I think it's worth, particularly for the inspector's benefit, of identifying that the studio market, the studio facility sector, doesn't operate in a kind of universal way. You've got varying grades, like you would have for perhaps the offices sector, which appeal to different subsects of the market. So you very much have a top-tier grade A facilities world, that gets utilised by the global big content producers, such as Sky, NBC, Universal, etc. But then there are a number of secondary and tertiary facilities around the UK, some of which are not proper studios, they're retrofits or temporary uses of industrial buildings that get used on an ad hoc basis for lower value independent production, of which, for the record, that sector has been slower to recover generally, so the budget end of the sector, than the higher end of the sector, which is what we're playing in here.
Thank you. A decrease in spend on film and TV content, that might be indicative that there's not an unmet need. Do you agree with that? In general terms, we'll come on to some.
In general, but again, just to contextualise, there are various market forces that may influence that. Again, on an individual basis, based on production companies, based on exchange rates, based on a whole variety of things. Again, it's not a easy equation.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And we'll come on to the detail. Planning permissions for studio development which are not being used, that's not consistent with there being unmet need, is there?
No, it's not consistent because, again, and to use a practical example, studios that are not going to be implemented, such as HOP in Bedfordshire, there were other external forces as to why that scheme was never feasible in the first place. A consent was obtained, but actually the developable land and the location, the geography, meant that the customer base was never going to use it. So there are a whole raft of reasons why some of these schemes that were thought to be coming through will never see the light of day.
I appreciate that. We'll come on to some of the detail of that, but I think we can record, can't we, that you agreed that in general terms, subject to that qualification, unused planning permissions for studio development is actually inconsistent with there being unmet.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. Grateful. Let's look at what you do in your proof, Mr. Davis. I don't mean to be flippant by this, but what actually is your analysis of the existing need and the extent to which that is unmet?
Perhaps you could just contextualise that.
Yes. What work do you do in this report to conclude that there is a need for an extension of the existing Sky Studio site? Have you considered the literature? Have you done a literature review?
Have I done what you mean of peer publications,
Yeah.
so Oldsberg, etc.?
Yeah.
Not for the purposes of my report, but obviously I'm aware of those publications because they've been referenced and included within other people's evidence.
But you've not done what might be described as a comprehensive literature review of the existing material out there which might speak to need and market need?
No, but from a practical perspective, because I'm in that market on a daily basis, I've arguably got a better real-time handle on what the market is doing versus a report which was written 18, 24 months ago in some cases.
So, if I've understood you then, it's essentially just your knowledge from the job, is that right? Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
One of the points taken by the appellants is that the existing site is at capacity. What analysis have you done of the capacity of the existing site?
The analysis, I mean, I've gone on the basis of the information that
you've been told
I've had with the client. So we're happy to disclose that that site is going to be 80% occupied this year, which again, as I stated before, represents being full.
Yeah. And in fairness to you, Mr. Dingle didn't dispute the veracity of that. No one is saying, for the avoidance of doubt, that there's, that's not necessarily untrue. But what steps have you taken to satisfy yourself as an expert that what your client has told you as to capacity is actually, in market terms, correct?
Well, I've got a very good sense, based on other projects of mine, of similar studios in the UK of a similar specification and or size of what occupancy levels and performance is happening there, which allows me to contextualise and verify what I'm being told by my client.
That may be true. I'm sure it's true that you are generally aware of the industry you work in. The question I actually asked, though, is what steps have you taken to satisfy yourself as an expert that what you're being told by, effectively, if I can put it this way, your lay client, that what they say about capacity is true in how the industry understands that?
The only steps that I believe I'm able to, which is having meetings and conversations with them and hearing it from them in real time.
So you've just been told it, effectively?
Correct.
So you haven't undertaken any independent analysis yourself to confirm that while Sky Studios say they are at capacity, whether you think that is correct as someone who works in this industry?
It would be impossible for me to be independent, obviously, because I'm appointed by them. I can only go on the information that I'm provided by the client.
Sorry, Mr. Davis, you say it's impossible for you to be independent?
Because, well, the point was you asking for independent verification. It is impossible for me to take an independent investigation into the client's information, isn't it?
You're not Sky Studios, are you? You are not Sky Studios, you're not Legal in General, and it's a silly question, but you're not those parties, are you?
I'm not.
No, you are independent of them, you don't work for them, you're instructed by them, but you're not employed by them.
Correct.
You're instructed by them to give evidence on market need to this inquiry for the type of development proposed, that's right, isn't it?
Correct.
What steps have you taken to satisfy yourself that what has been told to you by your client is correct as understood by your industry, other than you were told they're at capacity? Is the answer just no, or no, you haven't taken anything?
That's now the fourth time that question is being asked, and my witness has already answered that it's information from his client and the application of his knowledge in the market. So I'm not sure repeating a question is going to be helpful.
So you've heard the evidence, you'll take a view on it, and we'll deal with it in submissions.
Okay.
Going back to some of the factors we talked about in terms of productions being unable to find a home, you don't give any evidence anywhere of any particular production not being able to be accommodated by Sky Studios, do you?
I don't give any direct evidence of it not being able to be located there, but there are obviously examples in both, my original document about having to have a split site situation.
Yes, so sorry, is the answer that no, you don't? You don't give any evidence on any particular production being turned away? Did I hear that correctly?
Sorry, the question, so have I detailed anywhere where a production has not come to the studios?
No, that's not been able to be accommodated because of capacity issues. Do you give any evidence anywhere of a particular production not being able to be accommodated, i.e. being said, sorry, we're full, we can't accommodate you?
No.
No, you don't give any evidence of that. In terms of unused capacity, we have the statement from Sky, so we don't need to deal with that anymore, but that was one of the other factors you remember you agreed with, which would speak to demand being, that demand is being met. Spend, you do deal with spend in your proof. Can we go, please, to section 3? It's page 8.
Of my original report?
Yes, sorry, yeah, I keep calling it the proof, the report.
Yep.
In general terms, you give some evidence here, rather, of how spend in this sector has increased, don't you?
Yes.
And 3.8, you say the main contributing factor behind this growth is that spend per production has increased in the wake of larger, more sophisticated productions with higher levels of technology. So do I take it that you would agree that the fact that more money is being spent on film and TV production does not necessarily mean that there is a greater demand for studio space?
What actually happens is it's not a perfect line of best fit, but generally, as a rough rule of thumb, the higher the production spend, more square footage tends to be taken.
Do you deal with that in your proof anywhere?
I don't know, because again, it's an ad hoc situation, because I'm sure you'd appreciate every production has its own whims and desires which can skew the statistics, but as a whole, a higher production spend means more square footage taken.
Well, that's not consistent with what you actually say, Mr. Davis. You say at 3.99, I believe we are currently in a period of reflection where quality of productions over quantity will prevail. So in simple terms, if more money is being spent on films because they are of a higher quality, it doesn't necessarily translate into a conclusion that more money being spent equals a greater demand for studio space.
That statement also relates to the fact that there are some productions which have a disproportionate amount of spend and therefore will take a larger amount of space. So just because, for example, to illustrate a mathematical example, 200 productions in 2024 might occupy half the amount of space that 200 productions do in 2025, based purely on the fact that the spend per production is much higher in 2025. So again, that it has a varying impact on the market. So it's not as simplistic as you're setting out.
No, fair enough. That's the point I'm making. It's not as, maybe we're talking across purposes, it's not as simple, is it, that more money equals more demand? It's more nuanced than that.
It is more nuanced, yeah.
I'm grateful.
But again, to provide a additional layer of context, because in the UK we have a favourable uncapped tax regime, which has proved pivotal, particularly in capturing all of the larger scale productions, which naturally speak to Elstree, and the playing field that are, NBC, Universal particularly, and Sky play in. It means that there is always going to be a desire to place larger productions in the UK, of which London is the dominant marketplace.
Thank you. Let's look at one of the other factors that we discussed generally about what might assist the inspector as to evidence of unmet need, and that's the existing network of studios and the pipeline of development. You deal with this in your proof, your report, section 5. It's on page 22. Can you go there for me, please?
Yes, I'm there.
5.6, you say the overall stock of stage space in the UK is just over 7.5 million square foot, and of that 5.63 million is found to be in London, South East and the East, representing 74% of the market. First question, Mr. Davis, where has this data come from?
Where has the data come from?
Yes.
Well, it's from my proprietary data and also, for the avoidance of doubt, working in collaboration with Knight Frank on a previous planning application.
Is that the Marlowe scheme?
Yeah.
So is this actually, this data is actually that which was used in the Marlowe scheme?
No, because the information has evolved even in that short period of time, so the development pipeline has changed in that period, but the proprietary data comes from myself because of my market exposure, but for the avoidance of doubt, there is some from the Marlowe situation.
There's no explanation in your proof, is there, as to the parameters or operation of what you call your own proprietary data, is there?
Sorry, please elaborate.
Well, you say you have your own proprietary data, is that right?
Correct.
There is no explanation in your proof as to how that database operates, how often it's updated, what you do to find new sites.
I'm happy to give you an
Well, it's not in.
insight.
It's
not in the proof.
It's
No,
not
but
in the proof anyway.
it's
is it?
fluid because of market. You know, market movement is fluid.
Yeah. You say at 5.6. We just gone on to this briefly. 7.55 million square foot of total stage space in the UK, and 5.63 million is to be found in London, South East and the East of England. And you go on to say at paragraph 5.7, don't you, that of the 7.55 and of the 5.63, 2.79 million is grade A?
Yes, in my view, yes. And again, happy to elaborate on the definition of grade A if it helps the inspector.
Well, we can do that, yes, because your grading definition is grade A, new recent purpose-built campus with premium support facilities. That's underneath the table you set out there, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's have a look at the Knight Frank report. Do you share the same definition that Knight Frank used of grade A film studios?
Yes, on the whole.
Okay. Well, I won't go there now. We may come back to it in a moment, but that's helpful to know that you operate on the same definition that they set out. In terms of the pipeline, you deal with this at 5.16.
Yes, of which already that table is out of date as of a month ago.
And you say at 5.16, below is a summary table of what may be considered to be the potential development pipeline of projects in London and the South East. And you conclude that there's a potential development pipeline at 5.18, overleaf, of 4.65 million square foot. Is that right?
Yes, but obviously, hopefully you're going to move on to the next paragraph, which dissects it. And
Absolutely, yeah, we will come on to that. So, but yes, I think that you have a qualification, which is you don't consider the pipeline to be necessarily reasonably deliverable. If we'll come on to that. Let's just stick with the pipeline. You don't give a view, do you, of the total pipeline in the UK? You just consider London, South East and East of England?
Yes, because from my experience, it's not relevant to this inquiry.
You don't give a view either, I think, of the total amount of planning permissions already in existence for studio development. You talk about the existing studio space.
No, the pipeline table encapsulates planning applications, planning permissions for grade A schemes in and around London.
So it's within that. You don't consider it separately. Fine. You don't anywhere in your proofs, as far as I can tell, give an analysis or a figure derived from analysis of the amount of studio space you say is required or will be required.
I don't, no.
So we can record, can't we, that in numerical terms there's no objectively assessed figure in this evidence as to the amount of required studio space, whether that be grade A or otherwise.
Correct. Again, for the benefit of the inspector, it's the way that the sector works. It's difficult to quantify because most production companies act on a fluid basis, and certainly the larger production companies, Sky, for example, don't openly reveal what productions they're looking to do publicly.
Sorry, Mr. Davis, you say it's difficult to assess what is needed in numerical terms.
I didn't say that. I mean,
no, so I'm asking, what are you saying is difficult?
The way the sector works, the way that productions are placed, the fluidity of it it's a moving target. Elsewhere in my report, I state about studios that are available on the open market, i.e. aren't taken by master lease agreements. So, for example, Shinfield are expecting to be 80% occupied this year, i.e. full. those are the closest proxies you will get for true market demand at any point in time.
Fine, but my question was, you haven't recorded anywhere that there's an objectively assessed need on your evidence as to what the future need might be, and you've agreed there isn't, and then you said to the inspector, but it's difficult. And what's difficult? Are you saying that it's difficult to actually arrive at that figure?
Well, it's partially driven by the fact that we've got a situation here where we are being told that one of the biggest content producers in the world has a business need for more sound stages. It's great to be able to look at the analysis of the market, look at pipeline, and look at other potential ways of assessing demand through production spend, but it's largely irrelevant to the inquiry, I feel, because we're dealing with a willing occupier who wants more space.
You've already agreed with me, Mr. Davis, that the extent to which there are unused planning permissions out there is relevant to unmet need, haven't you?
As we established before, the planning permission conversion rate bears no resemblance to what's actually going on in the production market. It comes down to individual circumstances.
Well, let's go on to objectively assessed need. I'm afraid I still don't understand what you say is difficult about arriving at that figure, because it's something that Knight Frank do. CD 8.6 is the Marlowe report. Can I ask you to draw that up, please? Just let me know when you're there, and we're going to page 40.
Sorry, which CD again?
Yeah, it's CD 8.6, 8.06 or 8.6.
$8.9, you mean?
I may have made the note incorrectly.
Because 8.6 is the Elstree North summary document.
It's 8.9, told it's 8.9, forgive me. I've written 6. It is, yes, the Marlowe Film Studios UK Film Studio Market Report. It's something we've already considered today.
And sorry, which section of the report?
At page 40, please. It's 40 in hard copy, paragraph 2.5.84.
Yes.
Knight Frank are able to give a figure. They say at 2.5.84 that if we use the inflation-adjusted capacity utilisation rates, the projected demand, that's demand for studio space, would require between 2.5 million square foot when calculated using either the average 5-year or 10-year capacity utilisation rates. You haven't done your own analysis, so you've got no reason to dispute that figure, have you?
Not necessarily. I don't, depending on how these calculations are arrived, the market works in a different way.
3.32 of this report on page 55. Can we go there, please?
$3.32.
Yes, it's on page 55.
Yep.
And Sarah, and actually for your benefit as well, Mr. Davis, just in terms of the numbers, just so we can take a note, 2.5.84, Knight Frank say that 2.5 million square foot of studio space is needed. 3.3.2, they say our analysis of the current development pipeline, including Marlowe Film Studios, indicates that there is currently 5.8 million square foot of planned studio stages across the UK.
Yep. Which correlates with the number that's in my report. But if within my report, following on from that number, I then dissect the pipeline, of which I stated earlier that it was already out of date, I came to a conclusion that the feasible deliverable pipeline was 1.06 million square feet.
Yes, you do.
Which was largely derived from Sunset Studios Waltham Cross, which Blackstone stated 2 weeks ago they're no longer going to deliver, and also the Pinewood extension, which was already established, is now going to be data centre. So if you look at that metric, there's zero new grade A supply.
I understand that qualification, and I'm planning to come on to it. Starting point, though, on these figures in Knight Frank, I think describe them, my learned friend, as bang up to date. They say that the starting point is, or what we can take as the starting point, is that there is more planned stage and studio space than they consider as being required. That's the starting point, isn't it?
Are you equating 5.8 million square feet with the 2.5 of calculated demand? Is that
yes,
your
they say 2.5 million square foot's needed, don't they? And then they say 5.8 million square foot is planned.
But sorry, I've just stated that of that 5.8,
Yeah, well,
it's highly likely that none of it is actually going to get delivered.
So that's the qualification. What's the answer to the question? There's more, isn't there? There's more planned studio space in the pipeline than Knight Frank assess as being required.
Sorry, I don't follow the maths, because 5.8 was the gross number. I did
Planned.
an analysis in my report. So that 5.8, for context, was things that are consented or were proposed at the time of the report. But in practical terms, they're either not going to get consented for a variety of reasons or are no longer going to be delivered. So the net number I'm telling you originally was 1.06 million square feet, but that was Sunset Studios and Pinewood, of which neither of those are going to come through. In the intervening period, smaller schemes like Gillette Corner have come through. So the true number, if you really analyse it, is somewhere roughly between 100 and 200,000 square feet, excluding things like this.
Yes, I think we're on the same page, Mr. Davis. The starting point is, isn't it, that in total numerical terms there's more planned than is said to be needed, but you say that in terms of what is planned, you need to dive into the detail, and you say that there's some qualifications on that. But just in the actual numbers, I don't understand why we're having a disagreement on the numbers. 5.8 is bigger than 2.5, isn't it?
But I've just done the analysis, it's not 5.8.
Yes, I mean, I'm just talking before we get to that analysis. I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
Well, yes, in simplistic maths terms,
Yes.
5.8 is larger than 2.5,
Yes, thank you. 3.3.3, next paragraph. They say of the 5.8 million planned across the UK, 4.8 million square foot is planned for London, South East and the East regions. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
If we go into 3.34, they say looking exclusively at schemes for which planning is permitted, or those under construction, these figures reduce to 2.9 million square foot for the UK, 2.3 million square foot for London and South East,
Yep.
and 1.2 million for square foot for the West London cluster. Do you see that?
Yes.
So of the 2.5 million square foot that Knight Frank objectively assess as being required, there currently exists more planning permissions, or rather, there exists planning permissions for a greater amount than they say are objectively required. Do you agree with that?
That is a correct statement.
You,
The context, to repeat myself,
yes,
is that there are a variety of reasons as to why those permissions either already haven't come through or won't ever be delivered.
well, let's go on to that. So the starting point there, and the inspector's made a note, is that what Knight Frank say is that 2.9 million square feet of planning permission currently exists. So let's go on to your point, which is you need to consider that number in more detail. Paragraph 5.17 of your proof, or your report. Let me know when you're there.
5.17, yep.
Yes.
Correct, yep.
You're there?
Yep.
We've looked at this already. You say currently there's 5.8 million square foot of planned stage spaces across the UK. And then at 5.19, you say the true number is much lower. There's so much uncertainty in the pipeline by looking at the schemes which I consider have a reasonable prospect of being delivered, i.e. a consent in place and funding. And then you conclude that the true number is much lower, don't you?
Yes.
And you do say, I think, it's effectively two studios, Pinewood and Sunset.
Yes. Sorry, for additional context, just in case anybody's confused, this is true open market supply. So this doesn't include a situation like an Amazon at Bray, because that is only for them as a facility.
You discount a lot of studio space on the grounds of there's not a reasonable prospect being delivered, of that space being delivered. And the parameters you operate on are they have A, consent in place, and B, funding. That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
And you say that arrives at 2 studios. Can we look at your table, please?
Yes. Sorry, this is the table within 5.16.
Yes. Second entry, Denham Film Campus Hillingdon, outline plan submitted. Do I take that to mean that scheme has outline planning permission?
Sorry, take it as what?
That scheme has outline planning permission. You say outline plan
No, it's
submitted.
been submitted. It hasn't been determined.
Well, so are you saying an application for planning permission has been put in? Third entry, Pinewood, that's one of the ones you do include. That's because planning's been approved. Overleaf, home of production, Bedfordshire.
So they're now pursuing a data centre-led scheme.
Do you say planning approved?
It's a planning permission was approved, but it's now not going ahead.
Sunset Studios, planning approved.
As of 2 weeks ago, that has now been pulled by Blackstone and Hudson.
Warner Brothers, Leavesden, planning approved.
That's for Warner's own. So just to go back to the definition I gave you, that's not open market supply because that's only going to be operated. Sorry, that's only going to be used.
The 2 parameters you identify in your proof as being that which leads you to conclude there's a reasonable prospect of them being delivered are A, a consent in place, and B, funding. You don't say anything, do you, about speculation or otherwise?
No, the context is what, going back to your original questioning about what is open market availability, there are studios on that list which will never be open market availability because they are owner operated or being controlled by a production company.
Well, let's leave that to one side. You've said that the pipeline has to be discounted. The reason you discount certain developments is only on your own terms because they don't have a consent or they don't have funding. You don't factor in speculation or otherwise in your proof.
My end conclusion, the number,
yes,
the net number absolutely includes the point around control by production companies.
You have a separate point about speculation, Mr. Davis, but I'm just simply looking at what you've said here. Let's go on. We were at Warner Brothers Leavesden, that was planning approved. Do you see that?
Yep.
And if we go down to Wickham Film Studios,
that has now been pulled. They're pursuing a data centre.
Mrs. Park, complete planning approved. Bray Studios under construction.
Yep, that's owned by Amazon.
Gillette Factory Studios.
They got consent 2 weeks ago.
So that's got planning approved. That comes into your pipeline now, presumably?
Yeah, it's just again for context for the inspector, that's a partial conversion of the Gillette razor blade factory in West London. It's an urban studio which is in the industry is pitched quite differently to a larger campus like Sky.
Ashford International Studios, planning approved.
Yeah, I mean that's approved and severe question marks as to whether that will ever come forward because of its regionality.
In addition to planning permission having been obtained, the only other parameter you use for considering whether a scheme has a reasonable prospect of delivery is the funding arrangement. Where in your evidence do you undertake an analysis of the funding arrangements of each of these schemes?
To avoid repetition of our conversation earlier, there is no analysis in the report per se, but it is using my knowledge and or client relationships with a lot of these people or these funders to know what the funding situation is for them.
Well, you may well have an understanding of what some funding arrangement is, Mr. Davis, but what can the inspector take in taking your approach, which is to say those schemes which don't have funding should be discounted? Where does he find an analysis of which of the schemes don't have funding?
Well, factually, there isn't one in the report.
There isn't one, is there? So in terms of the parameters you apply to discount the pipeline of development, the evidence actually isn't there for the inspector to do that work, is it? Is there?
By that definition, no.
No. You touched on, excuse me, speculation. Speculation wasn't one of the two parameters you identified for your assessment of schemes which have a reasonable prospect of being delivered. But you do say that those schemes which are truly speculative effectively are not as relevant as those schemes which have a tenant in place, don't you?
To this inquiry, yes, correct.
Yes. The Belfast scheme, that was a speculative scheme, wasn't it?
Correct, but the background to that was it was used as a catalyst for regeneration in a provincial market. It's a completely unique situation in the UK. It's within the grade A table earlier in the document, slightly higher up. No.
It's in 5.7, sir.
Should be the next table. Yeah.
So Belfast Harbour Studios, that's a scheme which you consider to be grade A. That is a speculative scheme, correct?
So yes, it was funded by the Trust Port purely off their own balance sheet as a catalyst for regeneration. Yep. So technically, it would have been speculative. By the way, that was delivered in 2017.
Thank you. Shinfield, 5.13. That
Yes.
was a speculative scheme, was it not?
It was, yes.
Yeah.
That was delivered. Practical completion was last year. The original land deal was done in 2019, 2020, I think, if I'm right.
Thank you. In terms of this scheme, going back to the description of development in the planning statement, it's 5.2. Mr. Davis, let me know when you're there.
CD 5.2.
No, sorry, paragraph 5.2. It's CD 1.4.
Yes.
So you agree when you read that, you don't read it as seeking planning permission for an extension. At paragraph 5.5, it says the schedule below sets out the breakdown of proposed floor space within the different buildings. Sound stages are recorded as 19,510 square metres. Do you see that?
Yes.
You may not know the answer, but I don't want to give evidence, but that equates to 210,000 square foot, doesn't it?
I take your
Take my way. Unhelpfully, people verge between square metres and square foot, so we have to make sure we're all on the same page. That's what this scheme would provide. Can we go back to the Marlowe report, please? Paragraph 2.1.20.
Which page, sorry?
Our page, it's page 7, hard copy.
Yes.
You should see a box there. It says Well, immediately above the box it says, Knight Frank have defined a grade A best-in-class film studio as follows, and you agreed with me earlier that you adopted their definition. A grade A film studio is a permanent purpose-built facility that meets industry standards, etc., etc. Part I'm interested in is the last sentence. It says the studio should have a minimum of 250,000 square foot of sound stages. On its own terms, offering 210,000 square feet of soundstage, this scheme isn't grade A, is it?
Well, if we want to go down the mathematical analysis route that we did before, those numbers obviously don't align with each other, so I think the point you'll be making is it wouldn't be grade A. However, these metrics are not wholly binary. It would probably qualify as a grade A facility, bearing in mind it's 700,000 square feet in totality, and it's in central London, it's in Elstree. So there are other wider factors that would influence whether something was grade A or not.
But the definition of grade A that you use is Knight Frank's definition, that's right, isn't it?
Yep.
So in the terms you use, I think you accept this scheme doesn't meet that definition.
Well, as I said before, it's not a binary consideration. You know, yes, for the avoidance of doubt, we set a benchmark around 250,000 square feet of sound stages. But given that the proposed scheme that we're discussing today in isolation is 15 acres and 770,000 square feet, in most people's world, that would constitute a grade A facility.
Let's go on to need. Sorry, sir.
We've obviously been going for about an hour. I know how much more time.
There's not a lot left, sir. 10, 15 minutes, probably by 3:30, I would have thought.
So, David, are you happy to carry on, or would you like a break?
In that respect, I'm good to carry on.
Okay, if we're happy to keep going, then we'll keep going. Thank you, Mr. Rowan.
Thank you, sir. Need, Mr. Davis. In pure operational terms, in your view, is there any need to be on a particular site?
If I play it back to you, are you asking, is there a...
Sorry, that was a very bad question. I just heard that question in my mind. As I is in pure operational terms, is there any need for an extension to this site to be located on an adjoining site?
Yes. There is the strongest need, which is the business operational need.
But in terms of actually producing films, it's not impossible, is it, to produce a film across a split site?
It's not impossible, no.
No.
It's highly undesirable.
No, I appreciate that's your evidence, but it can be done.
Yes. I think just to one layer of additional context, I think we should all be mindful that, by nature, real estate is a very slow-moving force. We're building a development which will last for 30, 40, 50 years. You need to make sure that the decision you make about whether you do a split site strategy or an adjoining site strategy is absolutely right, because it's very, very difficult to untangle. And if you find that a couple of years down the track after agreeing to a split site strategy, not that Sky should, it's a very costly mistake to make if the customer base doesn't want to go there because of the operational inadequacies. So it's not as simplistic as just saying, oh, we can just push it down the road. These are serious considerations within the sector.
Another factor you alight upon is what you say is a need identified by planning policy at paragraph 4.24.
Is it the reference to the MPPF?
Sorry, this is your proof, I'm in.
Sorry, which paragraph?
4.24. You refer to CS11 of the
Yes.
local plan.
Yeah.
You say from a planning policy perspective, it's interesting to note the local plan recognises a need for film and television studio development through policy CS11. by saying that proposals will be supported. I mean, you're not a planner, Mr. Davis.
I'm not, no.
No,
No.
but you would acknowledge, wouldn't you, that the core strategy does not say or allocate any particular site for development of studio space?
Not a specific site, no.
No. And you also say the local need is recognised further in the council's local plan to support growth. The council lists one of its strategic objectives as being to ensure an expanding film and television industry delivers social, environmental and economic benefits for local communities. Same point really, it doesn't say in terms that there's a need for a particular studio development.
If the question is, are those specific words within the text, the answer is no.
No, in fairness to you, and I don't want to debate planning policy with you because it's not your expertise,
No.
but you do give evidence on it, and it is something we take issue with. So just wanted to give you a chance to comment on that. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Davis. Actually, it's quicker than I expected. There's no further questions from me, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Roden. Are there any other questions for Mr. Davis from anyone else in the room who are obviously taking an opposing position on this development? No, I don't have any other questions. So, Mr. Tugger, do you have questions for Mr. Davis from the examination?
Yes, sir. I think I'll be about 10 minutes if that's
okay. That's fine. We'll do that and then probably have a break. Thank you. We're happy to carry on. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Davis, can I take you right back to the start of your cross-examination? And you were asked questions around paragraph 4.30 of the report, and you were asked specific questions later on about the split site issue, and 4.30 deals with split site issue and financial impacts from that. You quote from what's set out within the tenant statement under 4.30. Is the concern about split sites solely a cost issue, or is it something in addition to the cost issue, or is it something else?
There's a myriad of reasons why you wouldn't want a split site strategy. Yes, financial is obvious. I mean, Sky have stated that. There are time implications. There are vehicle movement implications. There's just a general desirability factor. The sector by nature is influenced by highly influential producers and directors who make those locational choices. So if they don't like the user experience from using a split site strategy at Sky Elstree and another, next time they won't come.
Thank you. You were asked an interesting question in relation to the description of development. I'm going to ask Mr. Goldsmith about all of that in any event. But just looking at, I don't know if you have it to hand actually. If not, I'll hand it to you. Do you have the pack of plans which should be sitting on your desk somewhere, and if they're not?
I think we might have moved them.
They were there. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you. I'm looking at your proposed master plan. Thanks.
Yep. This one.
Yeah, I've got the roof plan, but it doesn't matter which one really. It's just the layout of what the uses are.
Do you know which CD reference that's, Mr. Tucker?
Yeah.
Apologies, I don't have a pack of plans, that's why
I'm sure I can find it, forgive me.
Thank you.
It might be 1.12. Is it the proposed master plan?
It is 1.12. Yeah, it's actually 1.13 I'm looking at, but it doesn't matter. It's the layout that's important. Okay, so the proposition was put to you. Nothing in the description of development suggests that this is limited to an extension. In the light of that submission, there'll be submissions about the legality of putting such a comment in the description of development, but we'll deal with that at the end of the inquiry. One of the issues that's been raised so far in terms of the use of the existing site has been the temporary backlot. How beneficial or superfluous has the temporary backlot been, so far as you understand it?
Well, generally, backlots are a highly desirable asset, particularly in London. The reason for that, just for the benefit of the audience, is the fact that for larger scale productions, you need the space close by to the workshops where the sets are being built, where you can do your larger scale shooting.
real world now, if I'm a production company renting one or more of the sound stages in Sky Studios Elstree South, and I want to use a backlog in future, but Sky Studios Elstree North is operated by someone else, have I got a backlot available for me?
It's going to be extremely tough.
Thank you. In terms of your understanding on a balance of probabilities, again, we might have to make submissions about this. Your understanding on a balance of probabilities, how likely is it that you would get two distinct studio operators, cheek by jowl, one with a backlot, one with another, the one who doesn't have a backlot, having given up land on which it currently has a temporary permission for a backlot? How likely is that in the real world, do you say?
It's absolutely ludicrous, to be frank. And also, from a design perspective, if I had a standalone studio and it had a huge multi-storey car park at the entrance, I mean, it's putting everything the wrong way around. So, again, the realities of the design of the extension are done so because it's an extension of the existing facility. They're designed to operate as one.
So, if the Secretary of State is required, I appreciate this is not for you, that's a matter for submissions, to have regard to the likely consequence of the grant of permission. What are the likely consequences in relation to this particular permission, about it whether it's being used as an independent studio or an extension to the existing studio, if it's granted? Extension or independent?
Well, 100% it would be an extension of the existing facility.
Have you seen any evidence that suggested that there is any likelihood of it being used independently in any of the evidence submitted by the third parties, or the Rule 6 party rather?
No, absolutely not. And I think, again, for the record, this is a extremely positive and unique scenario where you've got a willing occupier of the highest calibre with a willing funder with development expertise wanting to do something that's extremely beneficial for UK GDP. You know, these opportunities don't come up that often, and they absolutely should be embraced.
You were asked questions about the capacity of the existing site, and you recorded that your client has given you information to the effect that it's 80% occupied, which you say is, in the real world, is full. And you also, when pressed with, well, what independent analysis have you put forward? You said, I've applied my judgment, good sense of my knowledge of the market, only steps I'm able to. Your judgment in relation to this matter, how is that informed about these sort of matters? When you're looking in terms of your professional expertise, does that cover the extent to which studios are going to be full or not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm part of my professional offer is working with existing studios, optimising their profit and loss and operational side. So I'm very much in tune with how numerous other studios are performing. Thank you.
You were asked about some of the data within your report, which is appended to Mr. Goldsmith's evidence and has now been with the third parties for more than 4 weeks. And you were asked what's the basis of the data behind that, insofar as it's in excess of the Knight Frank report. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have you been asked by the third parties, directly or indirectly, for any of the basis of that data?
No.
Thank you. See where that point goes. And then perhaps most crucially, you were taken to the assessment of what you say the real world feasible deliverable pipeline for grade A floor space is.
Yes.
And you said my report identifies 1.06 million square feet of grade A supply, but in the light of recent events, that's now down to just above zero. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So if there is a demand of, well, let's say, some expansion space for an existing studio, and even for elsewhere within the southeast, it's practically zero in terms of the supply, what do you say that tells you about need, if anything?
Well, there's a high level of need. I mean, there's obviously need out there, and going back to the earlier point around the indicators for growth in 2025, that is very quickly going to flip into a situation of undersupply.
And at one point you were taken to the Knight Frank report for the Marlowe appeal. That's called document 8.9.
Yes.
Can you turn to that, please?
Yes.
I like conclusions because that's where they bring things together.
Yes.
So you
sorry,
would
which
take
page?
It's page 74.
Yes.
4.6.
I'm there.
Having looked at all the information that my learned friend took you through, and having provided your answers in relation to that, at 4.6, what do Knight Frank have to say about whether there is a need or a lack of need for additional capacity within this particular sector?
Well, they clearly state that there is a need for expanded capacity and preferably within the West London cluster.
And so the fact that 5.8 is bigger than 4 point odd, how does that inform whether this report is directed towards an additional need within the southeast or not?
Yes, it's saying there is an additional need.
And then I think finally you were taken to 2.1.20 of the same document.
Sorry, which page number?
Good question. It's 2.1.20, wherever that is. Can't scroll that fast.
Page 7.
It is page 7 of the PDF and page 7 of the hard copy. So a grade A film studio, you were asked the question in
Yes.
very precise terms. You were asked, taken in isolation, the appeal proposals would not fall within the definition of grade A film studio. And you say, well, there's some flexibility about that. Let's not take it in isolation. Let's assume what you've said is the likelihood that this is an extension to an existing film studio, not a freestanding film studio. To what extent would the resultant development fall within or outside the definition of grade A film studio?
Sorry, in terms of quantum.
Yeah. Take the existing and add to that the proposed 210,000 square feet, I think we were told.
Yep.
Would it be more or less than 250,000 square feet?
It would be more than 250,000 square feet.
So would the resultant facility be a grade A film studio or not a grade A film studio?
It would be grade A.
So based upon the analysis that you've been taken through, and let's take the approach that need is the product of demand compared to supply, what do you say about need for this proposal?
There's an absolute, clearly defined need. This would be, will continue to be, top tier grade A facility in the arguably the most lucrative market in the world.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Davis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker, and thank you, Mr. Davis, for your contributions this afternoon. So that brings the appellant's first witness evidence to a close, and we will move on to Mr. Gunn-Jones next. But I propose we have a sort of 15-minute break to allow Mr. Gunn-Jones to set up and obviously everyone to have a rest and breather. And so, are there any procedural points before we adjourn from anyone? No.
I suppose the only point, I don't anticipate that Mr. Gunn-Jones is going to be able to go much beyond 4:30 and not be cross-examined by Malone and friends. I don't know whether, sir, you would want to move on to, at that stage, Mr. Williams' examination in chief and perhaps finish that at 5:30, or whether or not our capacity for witnesses may have diminished by 4:30 this afternoon.
Well, I suppose, any views on that from the other barristers? Mr. Sheikh?
I don't particularly a strong view either way, so.
Okay. Mr. Ronan?
Don't have a strong view, sir. Speaking entirely for myself, I would prefer to stick with the programme as we have it, simply because it's a long time to be listening to evidence. But if you want to make progress,
I'll review things. I'll
yes.
look at it over the break and then come back and advise accordingly. And obviously, we don't know quite how long it's going to take Mr. Gunn-Jones as well. So
Yes, quite so.
that's fine. So we'll adjourn for 15 minutes and come back at 4:10. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Okay, thank you everyone. It's 10 to 4 and the inquiry is resumed. So I was just looking at timings during the break and for Mr Williams, and I think Mr Tucker, you estimated about 45 minutes for evidence in chief. Is that still the case?
That's right, sir.
Yeah, and then I think in terms of the cross-examination of both the council and the Rule 6, I think Mr Sheikh, you were estimating an hour and a half to 2 hours. Is that still?
I think it'll be on the lower side of that.
Lower side, okay. And Mr Ronan, you were saying 1 hour, I think. Is that?
Yes, so I don't know actually if I'll need that long, because it's not going to be appropriate for me to replicate the questions that Mr Sheikh's asking. And our cases are essentially aligned on 155A. So it's likely to actually be less, really. I suppose we'll see what's left for me at the end of my learned friends cross-examination and go from there.
I think, okay, I think on that basis, given that we do have to sort of be out of this room fairly promptly, I think we'll start with Mr Williams tomorrow rather than today. If we are quicker with Mr Williams tomorrow, I did indicate on my programme that as well as hearing the evidence in chief of Mr Goldsmith, we could maybe start with his cross-examination, given that it makes little difference to what he can do Thursday night in terms of talking to anybody else. I don't see that would be an issue, and then obviously that would hopefully allow a timely finish on the Friday. Do we have a particular time to be going on site? Do we have to make arrangements with this?
I think we've said 2 o'clock, sir, and obviously there are productions ongoing on the site at the moment, so various parties have been warned.
So obviously can't pitch up early and
yes, pitching up early, sir, will allow you to sit in the cafe for an hour and a half, I suspect, which will be charming but unhelpful to the site visit.
Sure. I mean, I assume that's only 2 o'clock for the current studio site. Obviously, in theory, we could meet earlier and look at the actual appeal sites.
Absolutely,
and then go to the studio site at 2. So if we have time, obviously.
That's absolutely true, sir, and that wouldn't be a problem, and I can make inquiries as to whether or not, if we get to that point tomorrow evening where it looks like that you could get there early, I'll take instructions as to whether or not we could sort that out. That may just involve more parties. The other thing as well, sir, is I'm particularly mindful, I don't think any of them are here, sorry, forgive me, there are members from the Rule 6 party here, the third parties rather, who said they wish to go onto the site. There is a degree of caution for the reasons that I said yesterday.
When we talk about the site, are we talking about the appeal site or the
existing studio site?
Okay.
So what I've asked my clients to put in writing is to essentially set out what their expectations are of when people go onto site. So things such as not taking photographs, etc., unless there's been a specific prior request for consent for that to happen. So there's lots of things which are interesting on the site, but the issue obviously is the site visit is for a particular purpose.
Yeah, no, and I'm sure if that's set out, I've been on other site visits where taking photos would not be appropriate, and I think people understand that. And,
yes, sir.
That's fine. I think we just have to use common sense.
Yes, sir.
But I think again, if we have clarity maybe tomorrow as to who wants to come on site, so we don't have to finalise things right now, but thank you.
But so I've asked my clients to put that into writing, so that will be, everybody will be aware, so that expectations are managed in advance, if I may.
And in terms of people coming on the appeal site, any issues, third parties, interested parties coming on the appeal site?
I imagine that there will be far less of a concern in relation to going on the appeal site itself rather than the existing studio sites, but specifically the studio site that's the concern, sir.
Okay.
Though obviously, sir, that the appeal site includes the back lot, but I'm anticipating that will be part of the studio visit, as it were.
Yes, I don't know how accessible it is, whether it's all effectively accessible from the studio side, not the field.
Yes, sir. It would require you climbing over a security fence.
Yes,
if
I think
from
we'll
the field.
probably won't see very much from the appeal side of the site. No,
sir.
Fine. Anything else to say on the site visits at this stage from anyone, or any other procedural points?
Not on the site visit, but just I hope to assist you in terms of timings. I think my time estimate for cross-examination for Mr Goldsmith, for example, was an hour and a half too. I don't think I'll be longer than about an hour maximum.
Okay.
I'd expect for that. And I will talk to Mr Ronan in terms of trying to discuss the areas that we'll cover individually, so there's limited overlap, and I think that will probably speed up both of our times. So
okay.
I expect we've got a chance potentially of getting both Mr Williams and Mr Goldsmith done tomorrow, but we'll see
we obviously have time in this programme for Friday morning if we need it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr Sheikh. Anything else from anyone?
sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Then we'll turn to hear from Mr. Gunn-Jones, and obviously Mr. Gunn-Jones's proof I have on my screen. Anything else we...
It's primarily that, sir. I think the only additional point I want to pick out from additional documentation is core document 6.9, which is the Hertsmere economic strategy, which Mr. Gunn-Jones does pick up in his proof of evidence, but I just wanted to take you to the documentation itself.
6.9.
6.9.
Okay, thank you. So if we're ready to begin, then please do.
Thank you. I asked this with some trepidation, having got it wrong twice this morning. Are you Kieran Gunn-Jones?
That's correct.
That's a relief. Are you a senior director with Litchfields? Have you been employed by that firm since 2004? Do you tell us that you've led the firm's economic practice since 2017 and that you have over 20 years of experience in economic development, spatial planning and regeneration? Do you tell us you have a first-class bachelor's degree with honours in geography from the LSE and a master's with distinction in spatial planning from UCL? Are you a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, a member of the Institute of Economic Development and a member of the Institute of Directors? And you obviously have huge subs to pay each year.
That is correct.
Thank you. You tell us about your experience in matters economic, paragraph 1.2 through to 1.3, and you tell us you've been involved in this particular project since 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you, I think, in 2020 were then advising in relation to what was at the time, what became Sky Studios Elstree South.
That's correct.
Thank you. You tell us why this evidence is now submitted, and you have your mandatory declaration at 1.6. Could I ask you to read that out, please, and could you tell me whether you stand by that declaration or you wish to amend anything?
Yes, the evidence which I have prepared and provide for this appeal in this proof of evidence is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of my professional institution. I further confirm that the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinion, irrespective of by whom I am instructed, and I stand by that.
Thank you very much. 2.5 of your evidence, you tell us that in drawing out some of the points within your proof that you've placed reliance upon a technical report prepared by Oxford Economics. Could you just tell us, broadly speaking, what that report is, please? You don't need to turn it up unless you wish to do so.
So the report by Oxford Economics, which accompanied the planning application as part of the environmental statement, sets out the economic impacts of the appeal scheme in relation to employment and other matters to do with the economy. And Oxford Economics prepared that in the context that they had also prepared the equivalent report at the time of the Sky Studios South application.
Thank you. You then tell us at 2.6 that you place reliance on the tenant statement, which Mr. Goldsmith produces, and tell us the information that you draw from that. And in terms of the points that you draw from that, you place reliance upon that content, don't you?
I do.
Thank you. Right. Just want to pick up then a couple of points, if I may, from your main evidence itself. Firstly, NPPF, general terms. What general points do you invite the inspector to draw from NPPF issued in December 2024 of relevance to this appeal?
Well, I think there are two paragraphs that I reference within the proof. So paragraph 3.8 of my proof and paragraph 3.9, those relate to paragraphs 85 and 87 of the framework. In respect of paragraph 85, I would particularly draw attention to the first sentence, which describes planning policies and decisions should help create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand and adapt. And of course that paragraph goes on to talk about the need to place significant weight on supporting economic growth and productivity needs, taking into account both local business needs and wider opportunities for development. And in my view, the appeal scheme is very much consistent with that. In respect of paragraph 87, I would highlight that this refers to planning policies and decisions recognising and addressing the specific locational requirements of different sectors. And particularly we read at paragraph 87A of the framework, that includes making provision for clusters of creative industries and for new, expanded or upgraded facilities and infrastructure that are needed to support the growth of these industries. And again, I would say the appeal scheme is entirely consistent with that form of wording.
Thank you. Later on in your evidence, you pick up paragraph 86 of NPPF as well. Can you just have a quick look at that for a moment, please?
Yes, I have it.
Which tells us what planning policies should do and draws particular attention to the National Industrial Strategy, which is then footnoted at footnote 35 as Invest 2035. Do you see that?
That is correct, yes.
So just bringing your comments in relation to paragraph 87 and also noting paragraph 86A, what do you say about this particular sector?
So the creative sector, of which film and high-end television production is a part, is something that is defined by the UK government industrial strategy, as I refer to at paragraphs 311 to 314 of my proof. And indeed, today's spring statement has confirmed that industrial strategy will be published very shortly, and the 8 sectors that are defined as growth-driving sectors are to be carried over into the final industrial strategy. What that means is the government has identified creative industries, including film and high-end television production, as areas where there is particular potential to achieve economic growth, to improve productivity, and particularly to improve the UK's competitiveness internationally. And therefore, in overall terms, I would say that this particular proposal is highly in support of that particular ambition.
Mr. Dingle.
So just understand the status of the Invest 2035. That's a green. We have that as a green paper. But you just said, Mr. Gunn-Jones, that it's going to be published. Is that as a more than a green paper, I suppose?
Indeed, sir. So, I mean, very much hot off the press from the Chancellor's statement about 3 hours ago, and we can provide this supplementary. But the spring statement published at lunchtime confirms that the industrial strategy will be published shortly. It may even be today. So the green paper will now become the formal industrial strategy.
I see. Okay.
I suppose there's an interim point, which is it could be published as a white paper as a precursor to legislation, or it could be published as a final strategy, which may lie behind the Inspector's question. Do you happen to know which one that's likely to be?
We don't have that detail at the moment.
Okay. Thank you.
At all events, what do you say the status is of the green paper in the light of the Chancellor's statement today?
I think the Chancellor's statement today reaffirms that the government is committed to bringing forward a new industrial strategy. It does so in the context of the very grave situation that the UK economy finds itself in terms of needing to rapidly find sources of accelerating economic growth.
Mr. Dingle made the point that if you look at the 8 sectors, it covers a wide range and a wide proportion of the UK economy, and that you have to contextualise the identification of the creative industries in that context. What do you say about that?
I would say you would expect a national industrial strategy to refer to a range of sectors that are present in the UK and are present in different parts of the UK. The fact that there are other sectors other than creative doesn't in any way diminish the individual importance of each of those sectors.
You also quote at 3.13 from the Green Paper, which draws attention to the amount of investment in production spend in the film and high-end television industry, and it draws attention to the fact that the majority of that was inward investment. Why do you think the Green Paper draws attention to that?
My belief is that essentially the creative industries is one of the largest sectors in terms of foreign direct investment in this country. The government in the industrial strategy is clear that it seeks to want to do more of that in order to improve and increase the productive capacity of the UK economy, and therefore I think has specifically highlighted that. It also aligns with the evidence contained in the Hatch report, which we may come on to, which talks about, in the southwest Hertfordshire context, that the film sector is also one of the highest instances of inward investment.
Thank you. In terms of other documentation you draw attention to in relation to economic development strategies, there's a variety of them. Let's just draw out your points, if I may, in relation to them. So the next one you draw attention to is the Hertfordshire Film and TV Production Sector Action Plan, which is called document 8.3. Not specifically looked at this yet. Why is this of any relevance?
I think this is important because clearly this is part of the long-standing work that was originally undertaken by the Hertfordshire LEP and has been carried further forward through Hertfordshire Futures, and this organisation has had an active role in supporting and promoting economic development across Hertfordshire. And I particularly highlight it here because it refers to the need, firstly, to realise the substantial opportunity that does exist, but also specifically as identified at paragraph 3.16, that many of the issues that need to be addressed are on what they term the supply side of the economy. And in this context, they specifically refer to the need to have available sites and premises in order to satisfy that.
Why, if at all, is that relevant in this case?
Because essentially it relies upon the provision of land to meet that need.
And if one is looking for opportunities for growth in relation to the creative sector within Hertfordshire, how, if at all, is that of relevance to a proposal involving the expansion of an existing studio site adjacent to Boreham Wood?
Well, I think the, as has been discussed earlier this afternoon, essentially the Sky Studios facility already represents one of the largest single investments that has been made into this particular area, and indeed the film cluster in this location for many, many decades. And what the action plan seeks to do is to use the catalyst provided by that and other opportunities in order to bring forward additional growth and development. And therefore, the opportunity to expand an existing successful studios facility would qualify by what the action plan is seeking to do.
How relevant is that when assessing the question of need?
I would say it's highly relevant.
Thank you. I'll come back to that in just a moment. You then turn to the Hertsmere Economic Development Strategy, which is perhaps the most local of the documents that you look at, which is core document 6.9. I'd like you to take that up, please. And if you would look at page 10 of that document, when you get to it.
Yes, I have that.
So this is the Council's, as I understand it, up-to-date economic strategy. It sets out a number of objectives, the first of which is maximise investment into the borough through the growing film, TV and media, including Sky Elstree Studios and BBC Elstree industry, to help support other creative businesses and share the business benefits across the area and the supply chain. Maximise investment. What do you say, if anything, the inspector should take from that objective?
I would say it's very clear that one of the key objectives set out by Hertsmere Borough Council in terms of economic development is essentially to secure, as far as possible, as much investment in the borough in the film, TV and media sector.
So we've got two documents that we've then looked at then, the Hertfordshire Action Plan and the Hertsmere Development Strategy, one of which says there are substantial opportunities that should be grasped, the second of which says maximise investment into the borough. And we know that we have an appellant who is seeking to bring forward development within that sector, within the borough. Could you explain to me, to a non-economist if you will, why it is that that's relevant to an assessment of need?
So, I mean, essentially, the opportunity exists to, and the policy objective is to draw more investment into the sector. And I think it's interesting that in the objectives they refer to part of the rationale for doing that is to support the wider creative business and supply chain within this area. And effectively what that's alluding to is the cluster of film and television activities that exists and has been a long-standing characteristic of the Elstree and Boreham Wood area. And in doing so, therefore, this is very much about how that need can be responded to in a way that allows the sector to grow locally and to do so in a way that deepens the already significant supply chain and so on that's associated with it.
Thank you. So when looking at need in this context, is it as simple as looking at what the demand is, what the supply is, and then seeing what the need is, or is it a more holistic analysis?
From an economic development strategy perspective, a more holistic analysis is required, that's correct.
Thank you. You then draw attention to the stance of UK government to the film industry. Could you summarise what the Secretary of State has done in relation to that and what you understand to be the objectives of the Secretary of State in doing what she has sought to do, certainly in her last budget?
Yeah, so I deal with this at paragraphs 319 to 321 of my proof, and in very summary terms, in the October 2024 budget, the first of this new government, the government decided to introduce a comprehensive tax relief package in respect of various UK film and TV production sector and creative industries. That was done very much on the starting point premise that this sector is critical to the national economy, and that really is consistent with my comments a moment ago in respect of its appearance within the Industrial Strategy Green Paper. And I think particularly in respect of its ability to leverage foreign direct investment into the UK. And at paragraph 320, I include the quote from the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, in respect of the purpose of that particular initiative. She says they are a crucial part of our economy. This change will strengthen them further, and by supporting growth in this sector, we can create jobs and continue to show Britain at its best in the world. And she went on at her speech on the 29th of January, which I referenced at paragraph 321, to reiterate the importance of inward investment to the UK economy, again consistent with the Industrial Strategy Green Paper. So it seems to me, or my interpretation of that would be that this is a sector to which the government is particularly keen to see additional investment come into the UK.
Thank you. You then deal with issues of clustering. I'm not going to take you to that. The inspector's probably heard enough in relation to that. I do want you to turn to paragraph 4.14 of your proof of evidence, where we, I think, for the first time see some text from the withdrawn version of the Regulation 18 local plan, which is called document 6.1. Now, you quote from that where it talks about recognising the importance of Hertsmere's reputation as a nationally and internationally recognised centre for creative industries, ... Significant growth in the sector, creating and in turn resulting from the clustering effect, will generate investments and opportunities that will be harnessed in order to benefit the borough's wider economy, its places and people. Now, at that time, that was talking about the proposal within the withdrawn local plan for the expansion of essentially the appeal site into the appeal. Forgive me, the South Studio into the appeal site. How consistent, if at all, do you understand those words from the withdrawn plan to be with the economic strategies you've looked at?
At the time of the withdrawn plan, the proposals at that stage were, I would say, entirely consistent with what both the Hertfordshire Action Plan had sought to achieve, but also the Economic Development Strategy. And I think it's worth noting that in the Economic Development Strategy at page 12, it specifically references the need to meet the requirements set out in the National Planning Policy Framework. So I'm looking at the fourth paragraph on page 12 of the Economic Development Strategy, where it says the NPPF states that policies and decisions should recognise and address the specific geographical requirements of different sectors by making provision for a cluster of knowledge through the potential creation of additional film, media and television facilities in Boreham Wood. We wish to build on the success of the sector and create a focal point for the film and TV industry in the UK. So the set-aside local plan, I would suggest, was consistent with what was the ambition set out in the Economic Development Strategy at that time.
And just so we've got it in evidence, in terms of the current version of the Reg 18 plan, and this may be a question for Mr Goldsmith, to what extent do you understand that there have been any representations to suggest that the previous strategy should be reinstated?
I'm not aware of the specifics in terms of representations in respect of it. My observation, however, would be, as I set out at paragraph 415, is that in taking away or not continuing with that proposed designation in the latest iteration of the draft local plan, my view would be that the council has failed really to address the growth needs of this sector, and therefore essentially wouldn't be consistent with the requirements in paragraphs 85, 86 and 87A of the National Planning Policy Framework.
Thank you. Next point in terms of local jobs, if I may. We've looked at this already today. If you turn to paragraph 4.25, you identify the existing studio operates around 100 staff, of whom about 60% of the core team live within a 10-mile radius. Do you see that?
I do. And
you've then done an analysis from information from, as I understand it, from the tenant's statement as to what proportion of jobs within the crew payroll from those three productions there, Wicked, Jurassic World Rebirth and Bad Tidings, come from within that 10-mile radius. Why have you drawn attention to those percentages?
So in terms of the two elements of this, and it's probably worth saying for context that I think it's particularly important that when considering the employment generated by Sky Studios as existing, or indeed that could be generated by the appeal scheme, we take a rounded view of all of the employment that potentially can be generated. So that means both the operational roles on site, but also the production roles that obviously, as I set out in the proof, do vary over time. In respect to the percentages, what that's showing is that as I say, at 4.25, the current 100 staff or so are broadly, about 60% of those are drawn from the 10-mile radius of the site. And when we look at based on the information set out in the tenant statement, which I reproduce at table 4.2, we have information here for a range of different productions that have been staged at Sky Studios in the last couple of years since opening. And what that information is showing is that for those production roles, actually fairly consistently, about 25% or so of those roles are coming from crew payroll within a 10-mile radius of the site as well. So I think it's worth mentioning that, of course, particularly in terms of production roles, as has been referred to already, those are clearly roles that are relatively footloose and part of a kind of wider functioning labour market, and of course reflect the highly accessible location that is Boreham Wood. So I think it's important to highlight that, notwithstanding that a consistently significant proportion of those benefits are actually being realised within proximity of the site.
Thank you. We talked this morning in relation to the rail links from Boreham Wood, and particularly Mr. Dingle. We had a conversation about how long it takes to go to Farringdon for Boreham Wood, and the availability of Boreham Wood as a location for those who live in central London and would wish to work in Boreham Wood on, let's say, a crew basis. What are your observations?
Well, I think the nature of certainly a lot of the production roles is that, of course, they are varied in terms of the type of role that is involved. So, for example, at figure 4.3 of my proof, I illustrate just the sheer diversity of roles that are involved. The duration of those roles obviously varies as well, and of course the actual production length varies too. So it's to be expected that there will be fluctuations in terms of those employment numbers over time. But I think it would be a fallacy to suggest that in some way these roles can only be restricted to those perhaps living in Hertsmere or within a closer area, because this is the nature of how the labour market frankly generally works, but also particularly in terms of this sector where there are particular specialisms, and it reflects essentially Boreham Wood and Elstrie's position as part of that wider West London cluster. So this is entirely to be expected, would be my view.
Now, we looked this morning again about the fact that within this area there may be up to 7,000 people involved in the creative industry sector. What do you say about the degree to which there is any synergy or absence of synergy between this sort of use and the current workforce who could take advantage of it?
Yes, so based on the estimates that we were discussing this morning, it's clear that the creative sector, as broadly defined, is already a significant source of jobs and employment within Hertsmere, around 7,000 or so jobs, and it may well be more than that by the time other sort of small businesses and so on are included. So I think what that does show is the importance of the sector locally, but also the availability of labour locally where that is required to meet the requirements of different productions being staged at Sky. And in very broad terms, that also needs to take account of the particular initiatives that have been put in place by Sky and indeed would continue to be put in place by Sky in terms of local training and recruitment and so on and so forth, which is something we might come back to separately.
Next, the section of your... I'm going to come back to the issue in terms of skills and training, if I may. Next, I'm just going to turn to the economic and socio-economic impacts of the appeal scheme. Can we look at page 21 of your proof and table 5.1, please? Now, you tell us at 5.6 the construction period was anticipated to have gone from quarter 3 2024 to quarter 1 2027. That I think works out as 2 3/4 years. So when we look at table 5.1 and you want to understand the total full-time equivalents and the total GVA for the construction period, do we essentially have to multiply the figures at the bottom by 2 3/4?
That's correct, because those are annualised figures as presented in table 5.1.
Okay. So in terms of the construction period, what do you say in terms of the extent to which those will bring benefits to the local economy?
Well, in terms of the figures that are set out, I mean, they're not insignificant. I mean, on an annualised basis, we're talking within Hertsmere in the order of 750 jobs, at the UK level 1,200 jobs, and in GVA terms, some 70, let's call it £71 million worth of GVA to Hertsmere, and at the national level 130 or so million pounds of GVA. So these are not insignificant amounts. And the nature of the construction supply chain means that there's a reasonable prospect that a proportion of that will be met locally, and that will sustain construction activity, workers and their supply chains.
Thank you. Then moving from construction to operation, can you turn to page 22, table 5.2?
I have it.
And we've got in that the net employment impact in Hertsmere terms, Hertfordshire terms and UK terms. Just to break it down a little bit more, direct employment, just tell me with what direct employment is.
So direct employment is the roles directly associated with the scheme. So in this context, it relates to both the production roles, which will obviously increase, and also an increase in the level of studio operation staff. So those are the top three lines of that table. What we then, in the Oxford Economics work, see is an estimate of what that would mean in indirect and induced terms.
I'm going to come to that in just a moment, because we can see that those top three rows are the same. So Hertsmere, Hertfordshire and UK are all the same for those. Can you just explain what you understand to have been assumed in that context then?
It's the same figure for all three geographies, because obviously the direct roles are all within Hertsmere.
We've then got the indirect and the induced. Could you just tell us the difference, please? And then we can see the big jump in UK terms is because of the jump to indirect and induced jobs. Can you explain those for us as you understand it?
Okay, so in terms of direct roles, those will be what happens through the rounds of wage spending by employees. So the direct employees, so as they spend money in the economy as a consequence of being in employment, they will then in turn support other jobs in other activities. So that's what we mean by direct. And by induced, we mean the employment supported through the supply chain. So expenditure by Sky's activities, in this case, additional activities at Sky Studios North, in terms of other businesses which would then be employing more staff because they would need to supply additional demand. Now, as the table shows, some of that is realised within Hertsmere, but as you would expect in a functioning economic market and labour market, not all of that would necessarily be captured within Hertsmere, and therefore, as you grow the scale and move to each column to the right, that figure goes up. So the figure for Hertsmere 227 indirect, for example, is a subset of the 1135 at the national level.
So just on employment at a Hertsmere and at a UK basis, direct, indirect and induced, what do you say is the scale? How important are these figures?
I would say these are very significant figures.
Thank you. We've then got net GVA, so net gross value added, which I understand is on a per annum basis. Is that what we should take from the title?
That's correct.
So Again, we've got direct, indirect, induced figures being added to the local economy and then the UK economy. £203 million every year for Hertsmere, £443 million per year for the UK. Let's do it in reverse order. What do you say about £443 million every year being added to the UK economy?
I would say that is a very significant amount.
Thank you. And £203 million per annum to the local economy, the district economy. What do you say about that?
I would also say that's a very significant amount.
If one is looking to, let me get the language correct, one is looking to maximise investment into the borough through the film, TV and media, including Sky Studios, ... to share the benefits across the area and the supply chain, how consistent or inconsistent are these figures with that objective?
I would say the ability to generate an additional £200 million of economic turnover every year would be entirely consistent with that objective.
Thank you. Come back to opportunity cost in just a moment. Before I do, can we go back to the issue in terms of, forgive me, the issue in terms of the social implications from the proposals, if I may, which you will find. Gone past it. Skills and training on page 17. I think the inspector's got quite a lot of this in documentation. We've not really talked about it other than hearing on day one. What do you understand currently happens at the site and what will be proposed to happen in future?
So as set out at 430, paragraph 430 to 432 of my proof, and this very much draws upon the information set out within the tenant statement provided by Sky, which is obviously Appendix 1 of Mr Goldsmith's proof. There are a number of initiatives that have already been put in place. I focus here on two of those. The first of those is the Future Talent Programme, and the second of those is the Sky Up Academy Studios and Associated Early Careers Programme. In respect of each of those, they are effectively measures to support firstly, engagement with local schools in terms of effectively profiling and demonstrating and inspiring young people within Hertsmere and beyond to consider potential careers within the film and HETV sector. And since that initiative was launched in September 2024, a significant number of students have been involved in that, and that's set out as an example at table 4.3.
Well, let's not get coy about the numbers. What are the numbers that have been involved?
So total number of attendees, as set out in table 4.3, are 2,600 in the period between September and December 2024, which is actual. And the latest information that was provided to me at the time of drafting the proof was that the pre-booked for January to March period this year was over 3,000 attendees. So a very significant number of attendees involved already, and I believe the targets I've set out in the proof is eventually that would rise to about 10,000 students every year. And
so if you have 3,100 booked within quarter one of 2025, how far off the target are you?
It suggests that they're very much going to be on target to meet their goal.
Sorry, I interrupted you when I think you were about to turn to the Future Talent Programme.
I was indeed. So, and then Future Talent is slightly different. That is a traineeship programme, and that is provides effectively 12 months of paid employment at the studios. And effectively what that means is that participants of that programme work on productions at Sky Studios Elstree, and that allows them to gain experience within the sector and obviously to build contacts and networks and so on. Since 2022, I'm told that programme has taken on 32 trainees in total, and of 70% of those were from within 10 miles of the studios. And of those of the 24 who have since graduated from that particular programme, some 70% have gone on to take on roles within the industry, including at Sky Studios Elstree. So in terms of an example of a feeder into the sector of new talent, I think it's clear that Sky has already actively played a role in that, and that would continue through the proposals at Sky Studios North.
And part of the economic strategy that we looked at was to try and share the benefits of the investment, or any investment in this sector locally. Just on that, within the core documents, there's an employment and skills framework at core document 1.137, and also an employment and skills plan at core document 2.8. Again, don't wish you to turn those up, but to what extent are they seeking to address that, or are they doing something else?
They're very much seeking to address it. I mean, effectively, as one can appreciate, in terms of increasing skills and talent within the sector, that invariably takes time to achieve, because you've got to ideally often start with young people and then support them as they progress through the education and maybe further education system. So this is something that will be a very important investment, I think, in helping not only the vibrancy of the sector within Hertsmere and beyond, but also, I suppose, going to the point, ensuring that more of those benefits can be realised and more of those opportunities can be delivered to local people as well.
And then the final question I want to ask you relates to your page 23, which you characterise as opportunity cost. Could you just help us with what you mean by opportunity cost, and what weight you invite the inspector to place on that in his consideration?
Well, opportunity cost is an economic term that means the cost of not doing something. So effectively, what would the counterfactual be? And the counterfactual here, in a world where the scheme, the appeal was not allowed, would, as I set out at 520 to 522, would mean, for the reasons referenced in the Sky tenant statement, that this would be an investment that would not otherwise arise within the UK. And therefore what that would mean in opportunity cost terms is that the jobs, the gross value added, and the various other benefits that I've just described would be lost to the UK economy.
And what do you invite the inspector to make of that proposition?
I think in the context of the ambition set out by government, the industrial strategy, whether it's a green paper or white paper or other else, and indeed the local objectives in terms of growing what is one of the most important sectors in the economy, that would be a significant cost, and particularly when it takes the form of what is clearly international investment into the UK economy. So I would place significant kind of weight on the lost opportunity that would be created by this.
And just to have it in evidence, this level of foreign direct investment into the United Kingdom at this time, are we at a time of economic buoyancy or not?
I think it's fair to suggest that the UK hasn't seen a period of economic buoyancy for some time. And indeed, only today, without referring again to the spring statement, the OBR has halved the growth forecast for this year from 2 to 1% as one example. So this is not a period in which the UK is able to be overly choosy, shall we say, about the level of or where it seeks to get investment from. This investment, which can be achieved and be delivered quickly, is actually incredibly important.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Gunn-Jones. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Are there any questions for Mr. Gunn-Jones? Anything from Mr. Sheikh or Mr. Ronan?
No, sir. Thank you for the reasons I've already said. We deal with it in the planning.
Any questions from anybody else for Mr. Gunn-Jones? Just to say on the question of weight, which we touched on at the end, I think you don't set. I think it's Mr. Goldsmith who sets out matters of weight in terms of his proof. How much weight you give to this, the economic and social.
That's correct. That's a matter for Mr. Goldsmith.
Okay, that's fine. I think yes, that will obviously be picked up with him if needed by any questions. So thank you, Mr. Gunn-Jones. It's obviously no re-examination, obviously.
I'm not sure I could re-examine on your asking whether Mr. Goldsmith deals with something. Not even I could do that.
Sorry, to a close, and so looking at the time and what we said earlier, we will shortly adjourn for the day and then come back tomorrow to hear Mr. Williams' evidence first.
Yes, sir.
And we'll start at 9:30 unless anyone has a particular reason to start later.
No, sir, 9:30 would work for us.
Okay, and then we'll see how we go and obviously progress through. In terms of any sort of just housekeeping or procedural points, I don't think I've seen yet, it hasn't come through to me by email from my case officer, I haven't seen any of the statements from interested parties. I don't know if they've been emailed or shared. Maybe something Mr. Morris or somebody else to look into in terms of whether or not your statement and others have been emailed. Oh, okay, right. Okay, I did check in with him and he didn't. Okay, I don't know if there's a. I'll double check with him. But when I checked with him earlier today, he said he hadn't seen anything, so I don't know what's happening. Okay, right. I will check. So obviously, it'd be useful to have those then uploaded onto the inquiry web page. Thank you. And then in terms of other things, so I think any updates on the BNG legal agreement notes, Mr. Tucker?
Not that I've seen, sir. I've just had a look at the emails. I'll chase that as soon as we break, sir. I do have the appearances as amended, which I've just handed around to my own friends.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I think that's been emailed to the case officer as well, but if not, it certainly will be immediately, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think that has, yes, I think I've seen that on the inquiry list when I was checking earlier. I think it's been added as an inquiry document. I think it's ID 6, but I will double check. Thank you. And then any update on discussions on conditions since we last spoke?
No, but since we've got 25 minutes before the formal close of play, I'm sure that Mr. Faulkner, Mr. Dingle and Mr. Goldsmith would enjoy spending 20 minutes on the conditions.
So we have a session earmarked for next Tuesday. If we are very well ahead of time, as in we get through both remaining witnesses tomorrow, there may be some merit in having a discussion, at least an initial discussion on Friday morning, particularly if we can't go on site until the afternoon. It seems there might be a merit in doing that, and then we can, obviously depending on how far we get with that, whether or not we still need a session on the Tuesday the 1st, we'll sort of take a view. I won't insist we bring forward closing submissions unless there's a burning desire to have closing submissions on the 1st of April rather than the 2nd, but we'll keep the 2nd of April. No, I didn't think that was going to be popular, but I think if everyone's working, if the three barristers are working on the basis of the 2nd of April being the day for closings, then we'll stick with that. I won't be unpopular unnecessarily. Fine, so we'll maybe see whether there's any time for conditions, and then also equally any discussions on obligations as well, because you've seen my my comments on that. And I think there was a note promised about any differences between version 14 and 16 of the unilateral undertaking. And obviously, if we could have that maybe tomorrow, that would be helpful.
So just to let you know, in the light of the discussion that took place at the mid-afternoon break, we've asked the question as to whether or not there is scope to bring the site visit forward at the studio itself at all. So I'll report back tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I think, again, in terms of numbers of people, obviously, if interested parties are capable, allowed to come on site, I think there's still that caveat of the numbers will still have to be limited, and that goes for any site visit. You can't have, it's not very productive to have lots of people turn up. So if interested parties are willing to come on, I think it will still have to be a kind of a number, a limited number, but we can discuss that tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Anything else? Any other procedural points? Mr. Sheikh?
So can I just request in respect to the biodiversity net gain note, if there is going to be a separate note, perhaps it could be before Mr. Goldsmith's evidence, just because it may be that I want to pick a point up in cross-examination on it. I think I understand how it works from the UU, but if there's anything which I don't, I can't tell from the UU, perhaps that's going to be clarified through the note, it'd be helpful to have that sooner rather than later. If it's simply an explanation of how the UU works, I'm pretty content that I think I understand how it works from that document. So
I'll make the request as soon as we break, Mr. Sheikh. And obviously there's condition 20 as well, which gels with that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, sir. We'll see what we can do. Anything else, Mr. Shake?
No, not from me, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Ronan, from the Rules?
Nothing, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker, anything else from the appellants?
Nothing else from my side. Oh, so something exciting has happened on the WhatsApp group. No, nothing exciting has happened on the WhatsApp group.
Thank you. And any final comments or questions from anyone else? If not, then thank you all for today. We'll adjourn the inquiry until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.